Institute of Medical Sciences, Medicare, in association with Department of Health and Family Welfare Services and National Health Mission.
Yatra Prathana, Tatra Anugraha. Where there is prayer, there is divine grace. To seek the blessing of the divine, we now begin this solemn occasion. We request you all to rise for the prayer.
Parvati Varasuta Gajanana Pashankushadhara Papa Vimochana Pashankushadhara Papa Vimochana Rakshisu Yennanu Gajanana Rakshisu Yennanu Gajanana Parvati Varasuta Gajanana ಲಂಬೋಧರನೆ ನಂಬಿದೆ ನಿನ್ನನು ಲಂಬೋಧರನೆ ನಂಬಿದೆ ನಿನ್ನನು ಬೆಂಬಿಡಬೇಡವೋ ಗಜಾನನ ಬೆಂಬಿಡಬೇಡವೋ ಗಜಾನನ ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ವರಸುತ ಗಜಾನನ ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ವರಸುತ ಗಜಾನನ ಪಾಲಿಸು ಎನ್ನನು ಗಜಾನನ ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ವರಸುತ ಗಜಾನನ ವರರಂಗ ವಿಠಲನ ಸ್ಮರಣೆಯ ಮಾಡುವೆ ವರರಂಗ ವಿಠಲನ ಸ್ಮರಣೆಯ ಮಾಡುವೆ ಕೈ ಬಿಡಬೇಡವೋ ಗಜಾನನ ಕೈ ಬಿಡಬೇಡವೋ ಗಜಾನನ ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ವರಸುತ ಗಜಾನನ ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ವರಸುತ ಗಜಾನನ ಪಾಲಿಸು ಎನ್ನನು ಗಜಾನನ ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ವರಸುತ ಗಜಾನನ ಗಜಾನನ.
Wildlife conservationist and lecturer for the first session about experiences about the snake conservation and snake species identification.
ಇವತ್ತು ಒಂದು ಸುದಿನ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಏಕೆಂದರೆ ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ನಾನು ಅಂತ ದೊಡ್ಡ ವಿದ್ವಾಂಸ ಏನಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಹಾವುಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನು ವಿಷಯ ಗೊತ್ತು ಆ ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನು ತಂದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲವು ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ಸ್ನ ನಿಮಗೆ ತೋರಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ನಾನು ಓದಿದ್ದು ಕನ್ನಡ ಮೀಡಿಯಮಲ್ಲಿ, ನನ್ನ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಅಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಕಸ್ಮಾತ್ ಯಾರಿಗಾರ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ಪಕ್ಕದವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಭೂಮಿ ತನ್ನ ಒಡಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಕೋಟಿ ಜೀವರಾಶಿಗಳನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅತಿ ಸುಂದರವಾದ, ಆಕರ್ಷಕವಾದ ಹಾಗೂ ಭಯವನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಹಾವುಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು. ಈ ಹಾವನ್ನ ನೋಡಕ್ಕೆ ಇದು ಬಹಳ ಕುತೂಹಲಕರವಾದ ಪ್ರಾಣಿ. ನೋಡ್ತಾನೆ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ 275ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಜಾತಿ ಹಾವುಗಳಿದೆ. ವಿಧ ವಿಧ ಗಾತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿದೆ, ವಿಧ ವಿಧ ಬಣ್ಣಗಳಲ್ಲಿದೆ, ವಿಧ ವಿಧ ಆಕೃತಿಲಿದೆ. ಈ 275 ಜಾತಿ ಹಾವುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ದ ಬಿಗ್ 4 venomous snake, 4 ಅತಿ ಮುಖ್ಯ ವಿಷಪೂರಿತ ಹಾವುಗಳು. ಆ 4 ಅತಿ ಮುಖ್ಯ ವಿಷಪೂರಿತ ಹಾವುಗಳು ಯಾವ್ಯಾವುದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾಗರ ಹಾವು, ಕೋಬ್ರಾ, ವೈಪರ್, ಮಂಡಲದ ಹಾವು, ಸಾಸ್ಕೇಲ್ ವೈಪರ್, ರಕ್ತಮಂಡಲ, ಕ್ರೇಟ್, ಕಟ್ ಹಾವು. ಈ 4 ಬಿಗ್ 4 venomous snake ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಮತ್ತೆರಡು ಜಾತಿ ಹಾವುಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ಸುತ್ತ ವಾಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದು ಕಡಲ ಹಾವು, ಇದು ಸಮುದ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಸ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಕಿಂಗ್ ಕೋಬ್ರಾ, ಇದು ಪಶ್ಚಿಮ ಘಟ್ಟಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಸ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಹಾವಾಗ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಪ್ರಾಣಿ ಆಗ್ಲಿ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಕಚ್ಚೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಡಿಫೆನ್ಸಿವ್ ಮೆಕ್ಯಾನಿಸಮ್, ತನ್ನ ಪ್ರಾಣವನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಅದೇನ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ, ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಹಾವು ಕಚ್ಚೋದು ಬೆರಳು ತುದಿಯಿಂದ ಮೊಣಕೈ ತನಕ, ಕಾಲ್ ಹೆಬ್ಬೆಳಿಂದ ಮಂಡಿ ತನಕ ಕಚ್ಚುತ್ತೆ. 75 ಭಾಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಕಚ್ಚುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಕಚ್ಚುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹಾವುಗಳು ಶೀತ ರಕ್ತ ಪ್ರಾಣಿ. ಇದು ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ಗೆ ತಕ್ಕಂತೆ ಆ ಜಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಬೇಸಿಗೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾವುಗಳು ತಣ್ಣಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಜಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಚಳಿಗಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮಳೆಗಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಚ್ಚಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಜಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ. ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ಗೆ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಹಾವು ಕಚ್ಚಲ್ಲ. ಹಾವು ಕಚ್ಚೋದೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಲಿ ಕಾರ್ಮಿಕರಿಗೆ, ರೈತರಿಗೆ, ರ್ಯಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಕಚ್ಚುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ಕಚ್ಚುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತರು ಸಂಜೆ ವೇಳೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ದೇವರಿ ಮೇಲೆ ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ನೀರನ್ನು ಹಾಯಿಸಕ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಜೆ 5:30-6 ಗಂಟೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಂಡಳದ ಹಾವುಗಳು ಮಲಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಇವ್ರೇನೋ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಕಾಲಿಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಕಾಲಿಗೆ ಕಚ್ಚುತ್ತೆ. ಅಥವಾ ಅವರು ಭತ್ತವನ್ನ ಕುಯ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ, ಕಬ್ಬನ್ನ ಕಟಾವು ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಕೈ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ, ಆ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಕೈಗೆ ಕಚ್ಚುತ್ತೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸಿಟಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕಚ್ಚೋದು ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ, ಸಿಟಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಬೇಡದೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಸ್ತುಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ತೆಗೆದು ಒಂದು ಮೂಲೆಗೆ ಬಿಸಾಕಿರ್ತೀರಾ ಅಥವಾ ಸ್ಟೇರ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಬಿಸಾಕಿರ್ತೀರಾ. ಆ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಪ್ಪೆಗಳು, ಇಲಿಗಳು ಬಂದು ಸೇರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾವು ಬಂದಿರುತ್ತೆ. ನೀವು ಯಾವತ್ತೋ ಒಂದಿನ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಕೈ ಹಾಕೋದಾಗ ಕೈಗೆ ಕಚ್ಚುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾವು ಕಚ್ಚಿದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರಥಮ ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಿಮ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಆದ್ರೂ ನನಗೆ ತಿಳಿದಿರೋದು ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಮೊದಲು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಹಾವು ಕಚ್ಚಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗೆ ಧೈರ್ಯವನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು, ಅವನ ಪ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ ಆಗಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಡಬಾರ್ದು. ಎರಡನೇದು, ಕಚ್ಚಿರೋ ಭಾಗವನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಯಾವುದೇ ವಿಷಯ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹಾವು ಕಚ್ಚಿದ್ರೆ ಕಚ್ಚಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಸೂಜಿ ಚುಚ್ಚಿರೋ ಗುರುತು ಬೀಳುತ್ತೆ, ಆ ಭಾಗ ಊದ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾವಲ್ಲಿ 2 ತರ ವಿಷಯ ಇದೆ, ಒಂದು ನ್ಯೂರೋಟಾಕ್ಸಿನ್, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಹಿಮೋಟಾಕ್ಸಿನ್ ಅಂತ. ನಾಗರ ಹಾವು ಮತ್ತೆ ಕಟ್ಟ ಹಾವು ಕಚ್ಚಿದ್ರೆ ನ್ಯೂರೋಟಾಕ್ಸಿನ್, ವೈಪರ್ ಮಣ್ಣುದಾವು ಕಚ್ಚಿದ್ರೆ ಹಿಮೋಟಾಕ್ಸಿನ್. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಏನ್ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೀವಿ, ಕೋಬ್ರಾ ಕಚ್ಚಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಫುಲ್ ನ್ಯೂರೋಟಾಕ್ಸಿನ್ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೀವಿ. 80% ನ್ಯೂರೋಟಾಕ್ಸಿನ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, 20% ಹಿಮೋಟಾಕ್ಸಿನ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಗ್ಯಾಸ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಿ ವೈಪರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ 80% ಹಿಮೋಟಾಕ್ಸಿನ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, 20% ನ್ಯೂರೋಟಾಕ್ಸಿನ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದೇ ಕ್ರೇಟ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ 12 times toxic than cobra. It is having 4 toxin: neurotoxin, hemotoxin, cytotoxin and cardiotoxin. In 4 toxin ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಏಡ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಹಿಂದೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಕಚ್ಚಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಬ್ಲೇಡಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಯ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ದಾರ ಕಟ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಬಾಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಅದ್ ಯಾರು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ರು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಏನು ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೇಡ. ಡೋಂಟ್ ಮೂವ್ ದಟ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಇಮ್ಮೂವಬಲ್. ಆ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ನ ಅಲ್ಲಾಡ್ಸೋದು ಬೇಡ. ಆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗೆ ಧೈರ್ಯವನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿಕೊಂಡು ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ, ಆಸ್ ಸೂನ್ ಆಸ್ ಪಾಸಿಬಲ್, ನಾವು ಹತ್ತಿರದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡೋಗಿ ಸೇರಿಸಬೇಕು. ಆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗೆ ಗಾಬರಿಗೆ ಬಾಯಾಕೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ನಾಲಿಗೆ ಒಣಗುತ್ತೆ, ಕುಡಿಯಕ್ಕೆ ತಿನ್ನಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಕೊಡಬಾರ್ದು. ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ರೆಸ್ಪಿರೇಟರಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದೇನೋ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಚೊಕಪ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅವನು ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾನೆ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ ಏನು ತಿನ್ನಕ್ಕೆ ಕುಡಿಯಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಡಬಾರ್ದು. ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಹತ್ತಿರದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡೋಗಿ ಸೇರಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಇವಾಗ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ. ಹಿಂದೆ ಅದು ತುಂಬಾ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಯ್ತು. ಯಾರ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಸ್ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ರೋಡ್ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ಗಳ ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟಿ ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಇವಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗ್ಲೂ ನಾವು ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೋಬಹುದು. ಯಾಕೆ ನನಗೂ 4 ಬಾರಿ ಹಾವು ಕಚ್ಚಿತ್ತು, 3 ಸರಿ ಕೋಬ್ರಾ ಕಚ್ಚಿತ್ತು, 1 ಸರಿ ಸಾಸ್ಪೆಲ್ ವೈಪರ್ ಕಚ್ಚಿತ್ತು. ನಾನು ಮೈಸೂರಿನ ಕ್ಯಾವರ್ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಅಡ್ಮಿಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶೇಖರ್, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವೀರಣ್ಣಗೌಡ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಪದ್ಮನಾಭನ್, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಜೋಶಿ, ಇಡೀ KR ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಸ್ಟಾಫ್ ನನ್ನ ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕೆ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡಿ ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು. ಆ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ನಾನು ಇವತ್ತು ಮುಂದೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಆದಷ್ಟು ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಸಿಟಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಇವತ್ತೆಲ್ಲ ಗೂಗಲ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂತಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ನಾವು ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಪ್ರಚಾರವನ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಹಾವು ಕಚ್ಚಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಇವತ್ತು ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲೋ ಮಂತ್ರ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲೋ ಯಂತ್ರ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲೋ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತೆಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಫೈನಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದು ಆಯುರ್ವೇದಿಕ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೋಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಹೋಗಿರ್ತಾನೆ. ಅವನ ಅದೃಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ನ ಊರಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಫೈನಲಿ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬಂದಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಲೇಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಏನು ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಆದ್ರೂ ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಅಪ್ಪಿ ತಪ್ಪಿ ಏನನ್ನ ಆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ವೈದ್ಯರ ನಿರ್ಲಕ್ಷ್ಯದಿಂದ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಸ್ ಸಾವು ಅಂತ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಗಲಾಟೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಇದೆ ಆಗೋದು. ಸೊ ನಾನು ಹೇಳೋದಿಷ್ಟೇ, ಆಸ್ ಸೂನ್ ಆಸ್ ಪಾಸಿಬಲ್ ಆ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಗೋಲ್ಡನ್ ಮಿನಿಟ್, ಗೋಲ್ಡನ್ ಅವರ್ ಏನಿರುತ್ತೆ ಆ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಂದು ಅಡ್ಮಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿನ ನಾವು ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಬಹುದು. ಹಾವು ಹಾವನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಹಾವಿನಿಂದ ಏನ್ ಪ್ರಯೋಜನ ಮನುಷ್ಯನಿಗೆ ಅಂತ. ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾವಿನ ಪಾತ್ರ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡದು. ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತರು ಬೆಳೆದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆಹಾರ ಧಾನ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು 30-40% ಇಲಿಗಳು ತಿಂದು ಹಾಳು ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂತ ಇಲಿಗಳನ್ನ ಕಾಗಿ, ಗೂಬೆ, ಬೆಕ್ಕು, ಮುಂಗ್ಸಿ, ಉಡ ಎಲ್ಲ ತಿನ್ಬೋದು. ಆದ್ರೆ ಇಲಿಗಳು ಬಿಲದಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಸ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅದು ಈಚೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಮಾತ್ರ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಹಿಡಿಯಕ್ಕೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಈ ಹಾವುಗಳು ತನ್ನ ಚಾಕಚಕ್ಯತೆಯಿಂದ ಇಲಿಗಳ ಬಿಲಕ್ಕೆ ನುಗ್ಗಿ ಇಲಿಗಳಿಂದ ನುಗ್ಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಆಹಾರವನ್ನು ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸ್ನೇಕ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಟೇಬಲ್ ಮ್ಯಾನರ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದ್ಸಲಿ ಒಳಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಎಲ್ಲಾನು ನುಗ್ಗಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಸೇವಿಂಗ್ ಅವರ್ ಫುಡ್ ಬೈ ಈಟಿಂಗ್ ರಾಟ್ಸ್. ಈ ಹಾವುಗಳು ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಬರಕ್ಕೆ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಮಿಲಿಯನ್ ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಹಿಂದಿನಿಂದ ಭೂಮಿ ಮೇಲೆ ವಾಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಬಂದಿರೋದು, ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತು, ಆದ್ರೂ ನಾವು ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಇಂಥ ಹಾವುಗಳ ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ. ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಅತಿ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಹಾವು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕುರುಡು ಹಾವು, ಬ್ಲೈಂಡ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ಅಂತ. ಅತಿ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಹಾವು ಕೆಂಪು ಹಾವು. ಈ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಹಾವಿನಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಹಾವಿನ ತನಕ ತನ್ನ ದೇಹ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ ಆಗಕ್ಕೆ, ಒಳಗಡೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅಂಗಗಳ ರಚನೆ ಆಗಕ್ಕೆ ತನ್ನ ಮೈ ಮೇಲಿನ ತೆಳುವಾದ ಪೊರೆಯನ್ನ ತೆಗೆಯುತ್ತೆ. ಕೆಲವರು ಮನೇಲಿ ಹಾವು ಪೊರೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಅವ್ರ ತಲೆಗೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾಗರಾವ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಪೊರೆ ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ, ಯಾವ ಹಾವು ಪೊರೆ ಬಿಡಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಾವುಗಳು ಪೊರೆಗಳನ್ನ ತೆಗೆಯುತ್ತೆ. ಮರಿ ಹಾವುಗಳು ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ 8-10 ಬಾರಿ 12 ಬಾರಿ ಪೊರೆ ತೆಗೆದ್ರೆ, ವಯಸ್ಸಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹಾವು ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ 4-5-6 ಬಾರಿ ಪೊರೆಗಳನ್ನ ಕಳಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಪೊರೆ ಬಿಡಕ್ಕೂ ಮುಂಚೆ ಹಾವು ಡಲ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಪೊರೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಗ್ರೆಸಿವ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಪೊರೆ ಬಿಡಕ್ಕೂ ಮುಂಚೆ ಹಾವು ತನ್ನ ಮೂತಿನ ಹೊರಟಾದ ನೆಲಕ್ಕೋ ಮರಕ್ಕೋ ಕಲ್ಗೋ ಉಜ್ಜುತ್ತೆ, ಸಿಪ್ಪೆ ತೆಕ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾವು ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಸಿಪ್ಪೆ ಪೂರ್ಣ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಶೀಟ್ ತರ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ನೀವು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಗ್ಲೌಸ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತೀರ, ಗ್ಲೌಸ್ ಯಾವ್ದು ಉಲ್ಟಾ ತೆಗಿತೀರ, ನೆಟ್ ಬನ್ನಿ ತೆಗಿಯೋಕೆ ಯಾವ್ದು ಉಲ್ಟಾ ತೆಗಿತೀರಾ, ಹಾವುಗಳ ಹತ್ರ ಪೊರೆನ ಉಲ್ಟಾ ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾವಿಂದು ರೀಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಯಾವ ತರ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ, ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಹಾವುಗಳು ತನ್ನ ಮೈ ಮೇಲಿಂದ ಒಂದು ವಾಸನೆ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಮೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಬಂದು ಅಕ್ಟೋಬರ್, ನವೆಂಬರ್, ಡಿಸೆಂಬರ್ ಈ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಮೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಟೈಮ್. ಆಗ ಹಾವುಗಳು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ. ಅವ್ರು ನೋಡಿ, ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಜನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಹತ್ರ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾವುಗಳು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರ ತಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಹತ್ರವನ್ನು ಹಾವು ಕಾಣಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕ್ ರೀಸನ್ ಇದೆ. ಫೀಮೇಲ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ ಮಸ್ಕ್ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ 4-5 ಗಂಡ ಹಾವುಗಳದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಂಬ್ಯಾಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾವ್ದು ಗೆಲ್ಲುತ್ತೆ ಅದು ಹೆಣ್ಣಾವಿನ ಜೊತೆ ಮಿಲನವಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಮಿಲನವಾದ ನಂತರ ಗಂಡಾವ್ ತನ್ನ ಪಾಡಿ ತನ್ನ ಹೊಟ್ಟೋಗುತ್ತೆ, ಹೆಣ್ಣಾವ್ ಕಡೆ ಗಮನ ಕೊಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಹೆಣ್ಣಾವಿನ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಮೊಟ್ಟೆ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ ಆಗಿ 45-60 ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸರಿಯಾಗಿರೋ ಟೆಂಪರೇಚರ್ ಜಾಗ ಹುಡ್ಕೊಂಡೋಗಿ ಮೊಟ್ಟೆಗಳನ್ನ ಇಡುತ್ತೆ. ಕೆಲವು ಜಾತಿ ಹಾವುಗಳು ಮೊಟ್ಟೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕಾವಲು ಕಾಯುತ್ತೆ. ಕೆಲವು ಜಾತಿ ಹಾವುಗಳು ಮೊಟ್ಟೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಸುರುಳಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಕಾವು ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ. ಮೊಟ್ಟೆ ಇಟ್ಟ 45-60 ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮರಿಗಳು ಈಚೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಈ ಟೈಮ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮರಿಗಳು ಈಚೆ ಬರಕ್ಕೆ ಏಪ್ರಿಲ್, ಮೇ, ಜೂನ್, ಜುಲೈ ತನಕ ಮರಿಗಳು ಈಚೆ ಬರ್ತಾನೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಈಗ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಮೊದಲು ಮರಿ ಹಾವುಗಳು ಕಾಣಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಮಳೆಗಾಲ ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಶೂಸ್ನ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬಿಡಬೇಡಿ, ಸ್ಲಿಪ್ಪರ್ನ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬಿಡಬೇಡಿ. ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಕಾರ್ಪೆಟ್ ತೆಗೆಯುವಾಗ ಬಹಳ ಹುಷಾರ ಕಾರ್ಪೆಟ್ ತೆಗೆದು. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಮಳೆಗಾಲ ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ವಾರ್ಮ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಸ್ ಲಿಸರ್ಡ್ಸ್. ಈ ಮನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಮರಿಗಳು ಯಾಕೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹಲ್ಲಿಗಳನ್ನ ತಿನ್ನಕ್ಕೆ ಆ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇದೇ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ಯಾಟ್ ಪೋಲ್ಸು ಕಪ್ಪೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ಸೈಜ್ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನೇಚರ್ ನೋಡಿ ಯಾವ ತರ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಅಂತ. ಮರಿ ಹಾವುಗಳು ಈಚೆ ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದಾಗೆ ಟ್ಯಾಟ್ ಪೋಲ್ಸ್ ಕಪ್ಪೆ ಆಗ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಸೈಜ್ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಫುಡ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಯು ವುಡ್ ಬಿ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಕೇರ್ಫುಲ್. ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಜಾತಿ ಹಾವುಗಳು ಮೊಟ್ಟೆಗಳನ್ನಿಟ್ರೆ 3 ಜಾತಿ ಹಾವುಗಳು ಮರಿಗಳನ್ನ ಹಾಕುತ್ತೆ. ಇದನ್ನ ನಿಮಗೆ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಜನರಲ್ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ವಿಚ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ವಿಲ್ ಗಿವ್ ಬರ್ತ್ ಫಾರ್ ಆಂಗ್ವನ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಮೊದಲನೇದು ವೈಪರ್, ಮಂಡಳದ ಹಾವು, ಇದು ಮರಿಗಳನ್ನ ಹಾಕುತ್ತೆ. ಎರಡನೇದು ಗ್ರೀನ್ ವೈನ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹಸಿರು ಹಾವು, ಇದು ಮರಿಗಳನ್ನ ಹಾಕುತ್ತೆ. ಮೂರನೇದು ಸ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಬೋವಾ, ಮಣ್ಮುಕ್ಕ ಹಾವು, ಇದು ಮರಿಗಳನ್ನ ಹಾಕುತ್ತೆ. ಈ 3 ಜಾತಿ ಹಾವುಗಳು ಮೊಟ್ಟೆನ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಕಾವು ಕೊಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮರಿಗಳನ್ನ ಈಚೆ ಹಾಕುತ್ತೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳ ಕಡೆ ಪ್ರತೀತಿ ಇದೆ, ಒಳ್ಳೆದವನ್ನ ಹೊಡೆದು ಸುಟ್ಟಾಕ್ಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಮೂಳೆಗೂ ಮರಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಮರಿ ಹಾಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಆ ಥರ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 3 ಜಾತಿ ಹಾವುಗಳು ಮರಿಗಳನ್ನ ಹಾಕುತ್ತೆ. ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಕೇಳ್ಬೋದು.
ಹಾವೇನೇ ಬಂತು ಅಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಅದು ನಾವು ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು.
ಸರ್ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ನೋಡಿ ಸರ್, ನೀವು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಅಕ್ಕಪಕ್ಕ ಖಾಲಿ ಸೆಟ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಗಿಡಗಳು ಬೆಳೆದಿರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಅದನ್ನ ರಿಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಬೇಡಿ, ಅದು ಹಾಗೆ ಇರಲಿ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕೆ ಜಾಗ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ನೀವು ಅದನ್ನ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕೆ ಜಾಗ ಇರೋದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾವು ನೋಡೋದು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪಾಟ್ ಹಿಂದೆ ನೋಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಒಗೆಯೋ ಕಲ್ಲ ಹತ್ರ ನೋಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಸಿಲಿಂಡರ್ ಹಿಂದೆ ನೋಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಅಥವಾ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ವಸ್ತುಗಳು ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗೋದು ಬರೀ 10 to 15%. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ತೆಗೆದು ಸ್ಟೇರ್ಕೇಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಿರ್ತೀವಿ, ಅದು ಯಾರು ಕೊಡೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅದಲ್ಲೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಸೇರ್ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ. ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಹೋದಾಗ ಪ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ ಆಗೋದು ಬೇಡ. ಹಾವು ಬಂದಿದ್ದ ಜಾಗ ವಾಪಸ್ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ, ಖಂಡಿತ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಮೇನ್ ಮನೆಯೊಳಗಂತೂ ಬರೋದು ತುಂಬಾ ಅಪರೂಪ. ಮನೆಯೊಳಗೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ನೀವು ಶೆಕೆಗಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗ ತಗೊಂಡು ಕೂತಿರ್ತೀರ ಅವಾಗ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಅಥವಾ ಕಿಟಕಿಗಳಿಂದ ಇಲಿಗಳು ಓಡಾಡ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಅಥವಾ ಕ್ರೀಪರ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಆ ಇಲಿ ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಡ್ರೈನೇಜ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಡ್ರೈನೇಜ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಇಲಿಗಳು ಓಡಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಆ ಇಲಿ ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಇಲಿ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ತಪ್ಪಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕೆ ಅಡುಗೆ ಮನೆ ಮುಚ್ಚಳ ತಗೊಂಡು ಅಥವಾ ಟಾಯ್ಲೆಟ್ ಬೇಸಿನಿಂದನೋ ಅಥವಾ ನೀವು ವಾಶ್ ಬೇಸಿನ್ ಸಿಂಕ್ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಸುತ್ತ ಜಾಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಥರ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ನೀವು ಪ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ ಆಗೋದೇನು ಬೇಡ. ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು 10 ನಿಮಿಷ ಕಾಮ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದು ಅದನ್ನ ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ಒಂದು 10 ನಿಮಿಷ ಕಾಯಿಲ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಸೈಲೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಅದ್ರ ಪಾಡಿಗೆ ಅದು ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬಂದು ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅಥವಾ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ರೆಸ್ಕ್ಯೂಸ್ ನಮ್ಮಂಥವ್ರನ್ನ ಕರೆಸಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಹಿಡಿಯೋಕ್ಕೆ ಧೈರ್ಯ ಇದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಈಸಿ ಟು ರೆಸ್ಕ್ಯೂ ದ ಸ್ನೇಕ್. ಯು ಟೇಕ್ ಒನ್ PVC ಪೈಪ್, 2 inches ಪೈಪ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಪ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಅಂದರೆ ವೆನಮಸ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್, ಕೋಬ್ರಾ ಮತ್ತು ವೈಪರ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟಿವ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ರ್ಯಾಟ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ಹಿಡಿಯೋದು ಕಷ್ಟ, ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಹೊರಟೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ರ್ಯಾಟ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ನಾನ್ ವೆನಮಸ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ಬಂದು ತಲೆನೇ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೋಬೇಡಿ, ಅದು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಹೋಗಿ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ರ್ಯಾಟ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ಟೆರಿಟರಿ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಸುತ್ತ ರ್ಯಾಟ್ ಸ್ನೇಕು, ಚೆಕರ್ ಕಿಲ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಓಡಾಡ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ವೆನಮಸ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ಬರೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೆದರು ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಟೆರಿಟರಿ. ಸೊ ಅವಾಗ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ರ್ಯಾಟ್ ಸ್ನೇಕು, ಲಿಂಕೆಟ್ಟು, ಸ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಬೋವಾ, ಗ್ರೀನ್ ವೈನು, ರೇಸರು ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ರೆ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು ಫೋಟೋ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ವೆನಮಸ್ ನಾನ್ ವೆನಮಸ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದು ಗೂಗಲ್ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೆ. ನಾನ್ ವೆನಮಸ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ತಲೆ ಕೆಡಿಸುತ್ತೆ, ಅದು ಪಾಡಿಗೆ ಅದು ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ, ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಇದನ್ನ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂದರೆ ಆ ಪೈಪ್ನ ತೆಗೆದು ಆ ಹಾವಿನ ಮೂತಿ ಒಂದು 3 ಅಡಿ 4 ಅಡಿ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಆ ಹಾವಿನ ಮೂತಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಹಿಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಡಾರ್ಕ್ ಇರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಅದೇ ನೆನ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ, ಹಂಗೆ ಸೇಫ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಿಧಾನ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಪೈಪ್ನ ತೆಗೆದು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಇಟ್ಟರೆ ಅದು ಪಾಡಿಗೆ ಗಾಬರಿ ಆಗೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಖಂಡಿತ ಗಾಬರಿ. ನೋಡಿ, ಹಾವಾಗಿಂತ ಡೇಂಜರ್ ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆ, ಎರಡು ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಇದೇ ಥರ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಕಡೆ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಮಕ್ಕ ನೋಡ್ತಾರೆ ಸರ್, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಡೇಂಜರ್ ಇರೋದು ಒಂದು ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಸಿಟಿ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಸರ್ಕ್ಯೂಟ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಮನೆಯವರೆಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಎರಡು ಸಿಲಿಂಡರ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫುಲ್ ಅಕ್ಕಪಕ್ಕದ ಮನೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಎರಡನೇ ನಾವು ಮನೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೀವಿ, ಆದರೆ ಇದು ಬಂದಿದ್ದು ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಡೇಂಜರ್ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಬಟ್ ಇದು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಲೋಗನ್ ಇದೆ ನನ್ನ, ಸುಮ್ಮನಿದ್ದರೆ ನೀವು ಕಚ್ಚುವುದಿಲ್ಲ ನಾನು. ಸೊ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಾಡಿಗೆ ನಾವಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ವೈಲ್ಡ್ ಅನಿಮಲ್ಸು ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ನಾವು ಅದ್ರ ತಂಟೆಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ತಂಟೆಗೆ ಬರೋದು ಈಸಿ ಸರ್. ಏನು
ಸರ್ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ, ಈಗ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿರಿಯರೋರೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಏನಾದ್ರು ಮನೆ ಕಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಅಂತಂದಾಗ ಬೆಳ್ಳುಳ್ಳಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಚೆಚ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾನೇನು ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಇದು ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಇದೆಯಾ?
ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಅವು ಸಮಾಧಾನಕ್ಕಷ್ಟೇ, ಸಮಾಧಾನ.
ಸರ್ ಇದು ನಾನು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮೋಹನಪ್ಪಾಜಿಂದ. ಈಗ ತಾವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ ಟೆರಿಟರಿ, ಈಗ ನಾನ್ ಪಾಯ್ಸನಸ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್, ರ್ಯಾಟ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅದ್ರ ಟೆರಿಟರಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಅದ್ರ ಟೆರಿಟರಿಲಿ ಪಾಯ್ಸನ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ಎಂಟರ್ ಆಗೋದು ಭಯ ಪಡ್ತದೆ. ಗುಡ್ ಇದು, ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಲೇಜಸ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದಮ್ ರ್ಯಾಟ್ಸ್ ನಾನ್ ಪಾಯ್ಸನಸ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಒಳ್ಳೇದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು
ಸರ್. ಮನೆ ಗಾರ್ಡನ್ದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಸಸಿಗಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅವು ಹಾವುಗಳು ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಅದು ನಿಜ?
ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ಇದೇ ಥರ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಸರ್. ಯಾರ್ದೋ ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು 300 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟು 4 ಗಾಳಿ ಗಿಡ ತಂದು ಹಾಕಿದ್ರು, ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೆಸಿದ್ರು. ಅದು ಒಂದು ಇದ್ರು ಯಾವ ಥರ ಏನೇ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರು, ಯಾರೋ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ತಂದು ಹಾಕಿದ್ರು. ನನಗೊಂದು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಶಾಮು ಅಂದರು, ಏನಾಚಿ ಅಂದರೆ, ನೋಡೋ ಯಾರೋ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ 4 ಗಾಳಿ ಗಿಡ ತಂದಾಕ್ತೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸುತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಲ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್. ಅದು ಯಾವುದಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ಇವಾಗ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಪೆಸ್ಟಿಸೈಡ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಫೋರೆಟ್ ಕಾಳು ಅಂತ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಸುತ್ತ ಸಿಂಪಡಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಅದೇನಂದ್ರೆ ಫೋರೆಟ್ ತುಂಬ ಡೇಂಜರ್ ಸರ್. ಕಿಲ್ ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನ್ ಕಿಲ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ, ಅಷ್ಟು ಡೇಂಜರ್ ಅದು. ಸೊ ಮಕ್ಳುಗಳಿಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಅದ್ರ ಪಾಡಿಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಖಂಡಿತ ಸರ್.
ಮತ್ತೆ ಕೆಲವು ಹೂಗಳು ಬೆಳೆಸ್ತಾರೆ, ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ಸ್ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಕೆಲವು ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಬೆಳೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಹಾವು ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪ್ರಮೋಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಕೂಗ್ತಾರೆ.
ಸರ್ ಖಂಡಿತ ಸರ್, ಅವ್ರು ಯಾವ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅದೇ ಗಿಡಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾವುಗಳು ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಸರ್ ನಾನು. ಬಟ್ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಸರ್ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹಾವುಗಳು ಬಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬರಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಕಾರಣ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನೋಡಿ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಡಿ ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ಸಂಜೆ 6 ಗಂಟೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಗಿಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಡ, ಸಂಜೆ ಹೊತ್ತು ಕುಣಿಬೇಡ, ಕುಣಿದ್ರೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣನಿಗೆ ತಾಯಿ ಹಾಲು ಕುಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಡಿಸ್ಟರ್ಬ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಆ ಥರ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಬಂದು. ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸಂಜೆ ಹೊತ್ತು ನೀವು ಹೂ ಕೀಳಕ್ಕೋ ವಿಳೆದೆಲೆ ಕೀಳಕ್ಕೋ ಬಳ್ಳಿ ಕೈ ಹಾಕಿದಾಗ ಆ ಬಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಂಟೆ ಗೊತ್ತ ಹಾವರಾಣಿ ವಾಸ ಮಾಡಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಅಥವಾ ಪಕ್ಷಿ ಗೂಡು ಕಟ್ಟಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಅದನ್ನ ದಿನ ಹಾವು ಬಂದಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಕೀಳಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದ ಕೈ ಕಲಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಎರಡನೇದೇನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಕುಣಿಯುವಾಗ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಕ್ಕಪಕ್ಕ ಬರೋಸಲ್ಲಿ ಏನನ್ನ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ಸ್ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೆ, ಆ ವೈಬ್ರೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬರೋ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆಗಳಿದೆ. ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಸಂಜೆ 6 ಗಂಟೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಕುಣಿಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಆ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಸ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಫ್ಲವರ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಖಂಡಿತ ಬ್ಯಾಡ್ನೆಸ್ ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ಸ್ ನಾವು ಸ್ಮೆಲ್ಲನ್ನ ಮೂಗಲ್ಲಿ ತಗೋತೀವಿ ಸರ್, ಹಾವುಗಳು ವಾಸನೆಯನ್ನ ನಾಲ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ಗ್ರಹಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಒಂದು ನಾಲ್ಗೆ 2 ಸೀಲ್ ಇದೆ ಸರ್. ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲಿ, ಕಪ್ಪೆ ಮುಂತಾದ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳು ಓಡಾಡುವ ಮೇಲೆ ಫೆರೋಮೋನ್ಸ್ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್. ಆ ಫೆರೋಮೋನ್ ಇದು ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ವಾಸನೆಯ ಕಣಗಳು ನಾಲ್ಗೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಬಾಯಿ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ಒಂದು ಆರ್ಗನ್ ಇದೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಜೆಟಪ್ಸನ್ ಆರ್ಗನ್ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬ್ರೈನ್ಗೆ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಈ ರೀತಿ ಹಾವು ತನ್ನ ಆಹಾರವನ್ನ, ಉಷ್ಣತೆಯನ್ನ, ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಗಂಡು ಗಂಡು ಹೆಣ್ಣನ್ನ ಕಂಡುಹಿಡಿಯುತ್ತೆ. ಮಿಕ್ಕಿದೇನು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೆಮಿಕಲ್ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಕೇಶನ್ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ, ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಸನಾ ಗ್ರಹಣ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಅಥವಾ ರಾಸಾಯನಿಕ ಸಂಪರ್ಕ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಸರ್ ನಾನು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟೆಡ್ ಇನ್ 1976-77. 76-77 ಇಸ್ವಿಲಿ ನಮ್ಮನೆ ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ಒಂದು ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಹುಡುಗಿ ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಕಿರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ಲು. ನನಗೂ 10 ವರ್ಷ. ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದೆ ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಅಂತ. ಅವಾಗ ಅವಳು ಕಲ್ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಒಂದು ಹಾವು ಹೋಯ್ತು. ಅವಾಗ ಆಟಿಕೆ ಹಿಡಿದಿದ್ದು ಅದ್ರ ಬಾಲ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹಾಗೆ ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ಒಂದು ಮಾವಿನ ತೋಟಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬಂದೆ. ಅವಳು ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬಂದೆ, ಶ್ಯಾಮ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಹಾವಿಡ್ದ ಅಂತ. ವಿ ಆರ್ ಟ್ರೆಸ್ಪಾಸಸ್, ವಿ ಆರ್ ಟೇಕನ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ಫಾಲ್ಟ್, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅವರ್ ಫಾಲ್ಟ್. ಅದೇನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದ್ರ ಆನ್ಸಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ಇದೆ, ಅದ್ರ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಮೂಲವಾಸಿಗಳು ಅವಾಗೇನೆ. ಅವಾಗ ಏನಾಯ್ತು, ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಶಾಮೋ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಅಡಿಗೆ ಮನೆ ಆಗಿದೆ, ರೂಮಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಟಾಯ್ಲೆಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬಿಡಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ. ಹಾಗೆ ಶುರು ಆಯ್ತು ಸರ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತನಕ ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ನಾನು 90,000 ಕ್ರಾಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಸರ್ ಈಗ ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ 15 ಕರೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್, ನನಗೆ 15-20 ಕರೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 60% ಕೋಬ್ರಾ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್. ವೈಪರ್ಸು ಮತ್ತೆ ಕ್ರೇಟು ನಾಕ್ಟರ್ನಲ್, ಅದು ರಾತ್ರಿ ಹೊತ್ತು ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್. ಕೇರೆ ಹಾವು ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ಕೇರೆ ಹಾವು ಒಂದು ಸೀಸನ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಸೀಸನ್ ವೈಸ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ಸ್. ನಮಗೆ ಮಳೆ ಬಂದು 4ನೇ ದಿನ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಬರೀ ರ್ಯಾಟ್ ಸ್ನೇಕು, ಶಕಟ್ ಕಿಲ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ ಸಿಗೋದು. ಇನ್ನು ಮಿಕ್ಕಿ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಕೋಬ್ರಾ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ನೈಟ್ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ವೈಪರ್ ವೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತೂ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಪಟ್ಟೆ ವೈಪರ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಏಪ್ರಿಲ್ ಮೇಲೆ ತುಂಬಾ ವೈಪರ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಕ್ರೇಟ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಖಂಡಿತ
Sir, there are some myths about snakes. Like snakes don't have the tongue apparatus to suck the milk. But even then, they worship and give milk. That's myth ಇದೆ. What's your say about that? And one more thing, they don't have auditory apparatus. ಕೇಳಿಸೋದಿಲ್ಲ. But even then, the charmers they use that sound. Would these two?
ಹಾವು ಹಾಲು ಕುಡಿಯೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ಹಾವಿಗೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಡೈಜೆಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋ ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹಾವು ತನ್ನ ತಲೆ ಗಾತ್ರಕ್ಕಿಂತ 8-10 ಪಟ್ಟು ದೊಡ್ಡದಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆಹಾರವನ್ನು ನುಂಗೋ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯ ಹೊಂದಿದೆ ಸರ್. ಇಲಿ, ಕಪ್ಪೆ ಮುಂತಾದ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳನ್ನ ತಿಂದು ತನ್ನ ಜೀವನ ಸಾಗಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾವು ಏನು ಸಿಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹಾವನ್ನೇ ನುಂಗಿ ತನ್ನ ಜೀವನವನ್ನು ಸಾಗಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಹಾವಿನ ಡೈಜೆಷನ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಯಾವ ತರ ಇದೆ ನೋಡಿ. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಪ್ರೋಟೀನ್, ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ವ್ಯಾನಾ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಎ ಪ್ರೋಟೀನ್. 99% ಪ್ರೋಟೀನ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ and 1% iron ions ಇರುತ್ತೆ. It's a digestion saliva for the snakes. Digestion enzymes. So ಹಾವು ಹಾಲು ಕುಡಿದ್ರೆ ಕುಡಿಯೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಲ್ ಕುಡಿಯೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಫೋರ್ಸ್ ಫೀಲ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ. ಹಿಂದಿನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಹುತ್ತಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಹಾಲು ಹಾಕಿ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ದೇ ಆರ್ ವೆರಿ ಹೇಳಿದ ರಿಯಲ್ ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್ ಅವರೇ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ಸರ್, ಆಂಟ್ ಹಿಲ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲ್ ವೆಲ್ ಅಂಡ್ ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲ್ ಸಮ್. ನೀವು ಆಂಟ್ ಹಿಲ್ ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ಅರ್ಧ ಅಡಿ ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ, ಒಳಗಡೆ ಅರ್ಧ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು 20 ಅಡಿ ಅಗಲ ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ. ಮಳೆಗಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರಿನ ಸಂಗ್ರಹಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್, ಬೇಸಿಗೆ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಗಿಡಗಳಿಗೆ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್, ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲ್ ವೆಲ್. ಸೊ ಅದು ಟರ್ಮೈಟ್ಸ್ ನೋಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸೂಕ್ತವಾದ ಸ್ಥಳ, ಒದ್ದೆ ಇರೋ ಸ್ಥಳ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಮಣ್ಣನ್ನು ತಂದು ಕಟ್ಟುತ್ತೆ. ಇವತ್ತೇನು ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳೆಲ್ಲ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿ ಪಾರ್ಲರ್ ಹೋಗಿ ಭತ್ತನ ಮಟ್ಟಿ ಅದು ಇದು ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ, ಸೇಮ್ ಅದೇ ಮಣ್ಣನ್ನ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಕಾಲದವರು ಕೆನೆಗೆ ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೆನ್ನೆಗೆ ಹಚ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದು ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕ್ ರೀಸನ್ ಇದೆ. ಬಟ್ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಸ್ಕಿನ್ ಡಿಸೀಸ್ಗೂ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್. ಯಾವುದು ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇದು ಮಣ್ಣು. ಸೊ ಆ ಹುತ್ತಗಳು ನಶಿಸಿ ಹೋಗದೆ ಇರಲಿ ಅಂತ ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಪೂಜ್ಯ ಸ್ಥಾನವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು, ಯಾವುದರಿಂದ ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅದು ಹಾಳಾಗಬಾರ್ದು ಪೂಜ್ಯ ಸ್ಥಾನ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಹಾಳು ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಜನ. ಇವತ್ತು ಬೇವಿನ ಮರ ಆಗಲಿ, ಅರಳಿ ಮರ ಆಗಲಿ, ವಿ ಆರ್ ಗೆಟಿಂಗ್ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನಲ್ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬೇವಿನ ಮರ, ವಿ ಆರ್ ಗೆಟಿಂಗ್ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಅರಳಿ ಮರ. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನ ಹಾಳು ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಪೂಜ್ಯ ಸ್ಥಾನ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಉಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಯಾವುದರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅದು ಹಾಳು ಮಾಡಕ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಿರುವಾಗ ಅದನ್ನ ತಡಿಬೇಕು ಅಂದಾಗ ಅವ್ರು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಪೂಜ್ಯ ಸ್ಥಾನ. ಎರಡನೇದು ಟೋಟಲಿ ಕಿವಿ ಕೇಳಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಹಾವು ಆಡ್ಸೋದು ಪುಂಗಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಹಾವು ಯಾವ ತರ ಆಡುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹಾವಿಗೆ ಕಿವಿ ಕೇಳಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ಅದೇನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಯಾವ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅವನೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ, ಪುಂಗಿ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಆಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಕೈ ಆಡಿಸುವಾಗ ಅದು ಯಾವ ಕಡೆ ಆಡುತ್ತೆ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಆಡುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾವಿಗೆ ಟೋಟಲಿ ಕಿವಿ ಕೇಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಕಿವಿ ಕೇಳೋ ಆಗಿದ್ದಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಅವ್ನ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಗುಣ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಕಿವಿ ಕೇಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಟೋಟಲಿ ಟಫ್ ಸರ್, ಟೋಟಲಿ ಟಫ್. ವೈಬ್ರೇಷನ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ವೈಬ್ರೇಷನ್ ಸರ್. ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಕೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಸರ್.
ಅದೇ
ಸರ್ ಸರ್ ನೋಡಿ, ನನ್ನ ಟರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಗಳು ಸರ್, ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಸರ್. ಸರ್ ನನ್ನ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಟರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಗಳು ತುಂಬಾ ಸಿಕ್ಬಿಡ್ತು ಸರ್. ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಟರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ನಂಗೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ದು 1977ನೇ ಇಸ್ವಿಲಿ ಆ ಹುಡುಗಿಯಿಂದ ಸಿಕ್ತು, ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ರೆಸ್ಕ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಎರಡನೇ ಟರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ನನ್ನ SLC ಫೇಲ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ದೊಡ್ಡ ಟರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಸರ್. ನಾನು ಒಬ್ಬನೇ ಮಗ ಸರ್. ನಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿ ಇಬ್ಬರು ಟೀಚರ್ ಸರ್, ನಮ್ಮ ಅಜ್ಜಿ ಟೀಚರ್ ಸರ್, ನಮ್ಮ ಚಿಕ್ಕಮ್ಮ ಟೀಚರ್ ಸರ್, ಫುಲ್ ಟೀಚರ್ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ. ಆನೆ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆಲಿ ಶಿವಲಿಂಗಿ ಹುಡ್ತಾ ನಾವು ಹುಟ್ಕೊಂಡೆ. ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ SLC ಫೇಲ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಸರ್. ಅದು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಕೇಳಿ ಸರ್. ಫೇಲ್ ಆದ ಹಣೆ ಬರೋದು. ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, SLC ನಾವು PUC ಬಂದ್ರೆ 9th ತನಕ ಯಾರು ತಲೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಲ್ಲ. SLC PUC ಬಂದಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ಗೆ ನಮ್ಗಿಂತ ಅಕ್ಕಪಕ್ಕದಾಗ ನೆಂಟರಿಗೆ ಕ್ಯೂರಿಯಾಸಿಟಿ ಇದೆ. ಒಂದು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೇಳಿದೆ, ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಇಯರ್ ಓದ್ತಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟ್? ಈ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು 98 ತೆಗ್ದಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಕಣ್ಣೀರು ಹಾಕಿರ್ತಾರೆ 2% ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ. ನಾವು ಗಂಡು ಹುಡುಗರು 35 ಡ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ, ಪಾಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮವ್ರಿಗೂ ಅದೇ ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸ. ಸೊ ಬರೋರು ನೆಂಟರಲ್ಲ, ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಸುಮ್ಮಣ ನಿನ್ನ ಮಗನ? ಓ ಫೇಲ್ ಆಗೋದು, ಫೇಲ್ ಆಗೋದು, 4 ಫೇಲ್ ಆಗೋದು. ಕೊನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಈಗಿನ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಲಕ್ಕಿ ಸರ್. ಜೂನಲ್ಲಿ ಫೇಲ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಜುಲೈ ಕಟ್ಬೋದು, ನಾವು ಜೂನಲ್ಲಿ ಫೇಲ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಅಕ್ಟೋಬರ್ ತನಕ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು, 6 ತಿಂಗಳು ಆರಾಮಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು. ತಿರ್ಗಾ ಅಕ್ಟೋಬರ್ಲಿ ಫೇಲ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ತಿರ್ಗಾ ಜೂನೇ ಕಟ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಎಂತ SLC ಪಾಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಪಾಸ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ PUCಗೆ ಹೋದೆ. PUC IT ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕಲ್ ಹೋದೆ. IT ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸುಮಾರು ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ರಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲೋದ್ರೂ 5 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಸಂಬಳ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ 5 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕೂಲಿ. ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲೋದ್ರೂ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ವರ್ಕರ್ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಏನು ಮಾಡಿ, ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಓಡಂಗೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬಂದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಮೂಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತಿದ್ದೆ, ಕೆಲಸ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ. ಅವ ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಶಿಂದೆ ಅಂತ KSFC ಇದ್ರು, ಅವರೊಂದು ಮನೇಲಿ ಪೇಯಿಂಗ್ ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರು. ಅವ್ರ ಮನೇಲಿ ಒಂದು 8 ಹಾವು ಹಿಡಿದಿದ್ದೆ. ಅವಾಗ ಏನಾಯ್ತು, ಅವ್ರೇನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಯಾಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಟ್ಟೆ, ಹುಬ್ಳಿ ಕಡೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಟ್ಟೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೂತು, ಕಟ್ಟೆ ಯಾರು ಎತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ. ನಾನು ಕೆಲಸ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಯಾಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ದೆ, ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ. 5 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಿದ್ದ, ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು, ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ. ನನಗೆ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಬೇಡ. ನಾಳೆ ಆಫೀಸಿಗೆ ಬಂದು KSFC ಹೋದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಗುರುದತ್ ಅಂತ ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಟ್ರು. ಗುರುದತ್ ಇವನ ಶ್ಯಾಮ ಅಂತ ಕಂಡು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾನೆ ಇವನು. ವೆರಿ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಬಂದ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾನು ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ನೋವು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಸರ್ ಅದಿರಲಿ ಸರ್, ಇದು ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಸೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಕೊಡೋಕೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ, ಆಟೋ ಲೋನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ನನಗೆ ಆಟೋ ಸಾಕಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಆಟೋಗೆ ಬಂದೆ ಸರ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ಮುಂಚೆ ಆಟೋ ಲೋನ್ ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಾವುಕಾರನ ಗಾಡಿ 1668 ಗಾಡಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಓಡಿಸ್ತಿದ್ದೆ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನನ್ನ ಸ್ವಂತ ಗಾಡಿ ಬಂತು. ಎರಡನೇ ಟರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಸರ್, ನಾನು ಆಟೋ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೆ. ನಾನೇ ನಮ್ಮಪ್ಪ ಬಲವಂತಕ್ಕೆ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಏನೋ ಓದಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿಗೆ ಸೀಮಿತ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಿದ್ದೆ ಸರ್. ಆಟೋ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಸೊಸೈಟಿಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಆಗಿದ್ದು ಸೊ ಹಾವುಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆ ಸರ್. ನನಗೆ ಹಾವುಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನು ದೇವರಾಣೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ನಾನು ಓದಿದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮೀಡಿಯಮಲ್ಲಿ. ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ರು ನಿಮ್ಮಂಥ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರು ಚೆನ್ನೈಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಆವಾಗ ಮದ್ರಾಸ್ ಅಂತಿತ್ತು, ಅಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಹಾವಿನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ತಗೊಂಡು ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷಲ್ಲಿ ಇತ್ತು ಸರ್. ₹1.60 ಸರ್. ನಂಗೆ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ನಿಮ್ಮಂತ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗುದು ಸರ್. ಇದೇನಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನೀವು ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಿ ಕ್ಯಾಮಿಫ್ಲೇಜ್ ಅಂತ. ನಾನು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಯಾಮಿಫ್ಲೇಜ್ ಅಂತ ಕ್ಯಾಮಿಫ್ಲೇಜ್ ಅಂತ ಏನಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು. ವ್ಯಾನಮ್ ಅಂತ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು. ರೀಗರ್ಜಿಗೇಟ್ ಅಂತ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು. ಕ್ಯಾನಿಬಾಲಿಸಮ್ ಆ ಥರ ಬರ್ಕೊಂಡು 1995 ಇಸ್ವಿಲಿ ಚಿನ್ನರ ಮೇಳ ಶುರು. ನಮ್ಮ ಆಟೋ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ ಸರ್. ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಡ್ರಾಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ 10 ತಿಂಗಳು ಸಂಬಳ ಸಿಕ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಇನ್ನು 7 ತಿಂಗಳು ಸಿಗ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಸಾಕ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ, ಸಂಸಾರ ನಡೆಸ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ಆ 7 ತಿಂಗಳು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಚಿನ್ನರ ಮೇಳ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಡ್ರಾಪ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಬಸವಲಿಂಗಯ್ಯವರು ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಆಗಿ ಹಾವುಗಳು ತೋರಿಸಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಅವಾಗ ತೋರ್ಸಕ್ ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಸರ್. ಅವಾಗ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಕೇಳಕ್ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಸರ್. ಅವ್ರು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ನನ್ನ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತಾವ ಸರ್. ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲದೆ ನೀವೇ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರನ್ನೇ ಕೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದೆ ಸರ್. ಇಂಥವ್ರ ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ದೆ ಸರ್, ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡಿದ್ದ. ನನಗೆ ವ್ಯಾನಮ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೈಸೂರು ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಲಿ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಸ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ವೀರಬಸಪ್ಪ ಗೌಡ, ಕಿಣಿ, ವಿಶ್ವನಾಥ್ ಇವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಹೋಗಿ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸರ್ ವ್ಯಾನಮ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು, ವ್ಯಾನಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರು ಇಷ್ಟಪ್ಪ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ರು ಸರ್. ನನಗೆ ಓದಕ್ಕಾಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಓದಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಕಾಯಿಲೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡಿ ಅಂತ ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆ ಥರ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಗ್ದು ಸರ್. ನನಗೆ 3 ಜನ ತಾಯಿ ಇದೆ ಸರ್. ಒಂದು ನನ್ನ ಹೆತ್ತ ತಾಯಿ ಸರ್, ನನ್ನ ಜನ್ಮ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಇವತ್ತು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅವ್ರ ಫೋಟೋ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಈಚೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅವ್ರ ಫೋಟೋ ನೋಡಿ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ದೇವ್ರ ಫೋಟೋ ನೋಡಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ದು ಅವಳೇ. ಎರಡನೇದು ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಹಾವು ಸರ್. ಮೂರನೇದು ಜೀವನ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಆಟೋ ಸರ್. 3 ಜನ ಅಮ್ಮಂದರು ನನಗೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಆಟೋ 16-9 ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇವತ್ತು ಓಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಸರ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಸರ್.
ಸರ್, ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಾಜ ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ತಾವು ತಮ್ಮದೇ ಆದ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಾಜ ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದ
ಸರ್. ಆದ್ರೂ ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯ ಅಂತೀನಿ, ಸಮಾಜ ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಎಂಟ್ರಿ ಆಗೋದು ಕೆಟ್ಟ ಸುತ್ತೊಳಗೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ರೆಡಿ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಬೈಗಳಗಳು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಸರ್. ನೀವು ಸಮಾಜ ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾದ್ರೆ ಬೈಗಳಗಳು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ. ಈಗ ಯಾವ್ದೋ ಮನೆಗೆ ಹಾವು ಬಂದಿರುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್, 20 ಮಿನಿಟ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತೀವಿ, ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಹೋಗಿದ್ವಿ ರೀ 20 ನಿಮಿಷ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ರಿ, 20 ನಿಮಿಷ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅರ್ಧ ಗಂಟೆ ಆಯ್ತು, ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಸೊ ಅದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ರೆಡಿ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಮೇಯ್ನು ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಮಾಡೋರಿಗೆ ತಾಳ್ಮೆ, ಸಹನೆ, ಸಂಯಮ ಇದ್ರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಸಾಧ್ಯ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ಸರ್, ಒಬ್ರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿಷಯ ಗೊತ್ತು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ. ಒಂದು ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಆಕ್ಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಬಂದಿರ್ತಾನೆ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ 10 ನಿಮಿಷ ಲೇಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರಪ್ಪ ಬೈತಾನೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರಿಗೆ, ಏನ್ರಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಗ ಒದ್ದಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ, ನೀವು 10 ನಿಮಿಷ ಲೇಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಬಂದಿರಲ್ಲ. ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡಲ್ಲ, ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಆಪರೇಷನ್ ಮುಗಿಸ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರ ಮಗು ಬದುಕಿಸ್ತಾರೆ, ಈಚೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಇವ್ರೇನೋ ಹೇಳಕ್ ಹೋದಾಗ ಅವ್ರ ಬಾಡಿ ಹೊರಟೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾನೆ, ಇಷ್ಟು ಗರ್ವಾಗಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರಿಗೆ, ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಗ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಉಳಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರ ಮಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸತ್ತೋಗಿದ್ದಾನೆ, ಆದ್ರೂ ಬಂದು ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇವ್ರ ನೋವು ಗೊತ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಅವ್ರ ನೋವು ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಅವ್ರ ನೋವು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ. ಏನು ನಿಮ್ದೇ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಅಂದಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಪರ್ಸನಲ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ನಿಮ್ಗೂ ಪರ್ಸನಲ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ನಿಮ್ಗೂ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೆಲಸಗಳು ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ಬದಿ ಗೊತ್ತಿ ಬಂದಿದಾರಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆ ಲೇಟು ಅಂತ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಆತಂಕ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಪಾಪ. ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ? ಲೇಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಪೂಜ್ಯ ಸ್ಥಾನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ನೋಡಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಾದ್ಯಂತ 3000 ಜಾತಿ ಹಾವುಗಳಿದೆ. ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ 275 ಜಾತಿ ಹಾವುಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವು ವಿಷಕಾರಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹಾವುಗಳು. ಸೊ ನಾನ್ ವೆನಮಸ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ಸ್, ಇದು ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಿಣಿ ಮೋಮ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ಅಂತ ಕುರುಡು ಹಾವು, ಬ್ಲೈಂಡ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್. ಇದೆಲ್ಲೂ ಬಂದು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ. ಅಡಿಗೆ ಮನೆ, ಬಚ್ಚಿನ ಮನೆ, ಒದ್ದೆ ಇರೋ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ, ಇಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ರಾಶಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಸೇರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ವಿಷ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ನಾನ್ ವೆನಮಸ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್, ಇದು ಬೀಕ್ಡ್ ವರ್ಮ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ಅಂತ, ಕೊಕ್ಕೆ ಮೂತಿ ಹಾವು ಅಂತ. ಇದು ಯಾರ್ಯಾರ ಮನೆ ಬಾಳೆ ಗಿಡಗಳಾಗಿರ್ತೀರಾ ಆ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಸೇರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ಮುಖ್ಯ ಆಹಾರ ಬಂದು ಬ್ಲೈಂಡ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಆತ್ಮವನ್ನ ತಿನ್ನುತ್ತೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್, ಇದು ಬ್ಲ್ಯಾಕ್ ಹೆಡೆಡ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ಅಂತ. ಇದಕ್ಕೂ ವಿಷ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಮರದ ಕೋಟೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಕಲ್ಲಿನ ಸಂಧಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಸ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಗೆ ಹಲ್ಲಿ ತಿನ್ನಕ್ಕೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ತಲೆ ನೋಡಿ ಕಪ್ಪು ಬಣ್ಣ ಇದೆ, ಮೈ ಮೇಲೆ ಆರೆಂಜ್ ಕಲರ್ ಇದೆ, ಬ್ಲ್ಯಾಕ್ ಡಾಟ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ಸುಮಾರು 1 ಅಡಿ ತನಕ ಬೆಳೆಯುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ನಾನ್ ವೆನಮಸ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್, ರ್ಯಾಟ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್, ಕೇರೆ ಹಾವು. ಇದು ರೈತನ ಮಿತ್ರ. ಒಂದು ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ 280 - 300 ಇಲಿಗಳನ್ನ ತಿನ್ನುತ್ತೆ. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್. ಇದು ಸುಮಾರು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಲೆ ಕೇರೆ ಅಂತ ಕರೆದ್ರೆ, ಬೆಟ್ಟದ ಕೇರೆ ಅಂತ. ಇದು 12 ಅಡಿ ಉದ್ದ ತನಕ ಬೆಳೆಯುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ನೋಡಕ್ಕೆ ಕಿಂಗ್ ಕೋಬ್ರಾ ತರನೇ ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇದು ನೋಡಿ, ಚೆಕರ್ಡ್ ಕೀಲ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಂತ. ಇದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಹಾವು. ತನ್ನ ತಲೆಯ ಗಾತ್ರಕ್ಕಿಂತ 8 ರಿಂದ 10 ಫುಟ್ ದೊಡ್ಡದಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮೀನನ್ನು ನುಂಗ್ತೀವಿ. ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಮೀನು ಮತ್ತೆ ಕಪ್ಪೆಯನ್ನು ನುಂಗುತ್ತೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇದು ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಕೀಲ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಂತ. ಇದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ನಾನ್ ವೆನಮಸ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್, ತುಂಬಾ ಮುದ್ದಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ನೋಡಕ್ಕೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ನೋಡಿ, ತನ್ನ ತಲೆಯ ಗಾತ್ರಕ್ಕಿಂತ 8 ರಿಂದ 10 ಪಟ್ಟು ದೊಡ್ಡದಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆಹಾರವನ್ನು ನುಂಗುತ್ತೆ. ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ನೋಡಿ ಜಾಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಫುಲ್ ಸ್ವಾಲೋ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ರೀಸೆಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಮೆಕ್ಯಾನಿಸಮ್ ಇದೆ, ರೀಸೆಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳುತ್ತೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇದು ಸ್ನೈಕ್ಬೈಟ್ ಕೀಲ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಂತ. ಇದು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಕಡೆ ಕಾಮನ್, ಇದಕ್ಕೂ ವಿಷಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಕಡೆ ಇದನ್ನ ಪಗೇಲ ಅಂತ ಕರೀತಾರೆ, ಪಗೇಲ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇದು ಬ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಟ್ರೀ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ಅಂತ, ಬಿಲ್ಲೂರಿ ಅಥವಾ ಸುರಮ್ಮನ್ ಭಾವು ಅಂತ. ಇದು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಕಡೆ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಗೆ ಹಲ್ಲಿ ತಿನ್ನಕ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಫ್ಯಾನ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ, ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಬಾಕ್ಸ್ ಒಳಗಡೆ, ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ, ಫ್ರಿಡ್ಜ್ ಹಿಂದೆಗಡೆ ಓಡೋಕ್ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ. ತುಂಬಾ ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಇದು. ಇದು ನಾನ್ ವೆನಮಸ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್. ಇದು ಟ್ರಿಂಕೆಟ್ ಅಂತ, ಕಾಮನ್ ಟ್ರಿಂಕೆಟ್, ಆಭರಣದ ಹಾವು ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಇದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಕಡೆ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ನಾಕ್ಟರ್ನಲ್, ರಾತ್ರಿ ವೇಳೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ತುಂಬಾ ಸ್ಲೋ ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ನೋಡಕ್ ನಾಗರಾವ್ ತನ್ನ ತಲೆ ಮೇಲೆ 2 ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಬಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಎ ಕೋಬ್ರಾ. ಇದು ತುಂಬಾ ಮೈಲ್ಡ್ ಹಾವು. ಇದು ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನನ್ನ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂದಾಗ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಈ ತರ ಸ್ಪ್ರಿಂಗ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬಾಯಿ ತೆಗೆದು ಹೆದರಿಸುತ್ತೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ವಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಸೈನ್. ಎಲ್ಲ ಅನಿಮಲ್ಸ್, ಇನ್ಸೆಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲಾನು ಬಿಫೋರ್ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕಿಂಗ್ ಒಂದು ವಾರ್ನ್ ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ, ಎಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇದು ರೇಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ, ಇದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನಾನ್ ವೆನಮಸ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇದು ಕುಕ್ರಿ, ಕಾಮನ್ ಕುಕ್ರಿ. ಮಾನ್ಸೂನ್ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಈಚೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾರ್ಯಾರ ಮನೇಲಿ ಮೆಕ್ಸಿಕನ್ ಗ್ರಾಸ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅವ್ರ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ ಈ ಹಾವು. ಇದು ಉಲ್ಫ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ಅಂತ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಹಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಆಹಾರ ಹಲ್ಲಿ. ಇದು ಯಾರ್ಯಾರ ಮನೆ ಹಳೆ ಅಡಿಗೆ ಮನೆ, ಬಚ್ಚಲ ಮನೆ, ಟಾಯ್ಲೆಟ್ ಬಾಗಿಲುಗಳು, ಗೋಡೆ ಸಂಧಿಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಸೇರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ನಾನ್ ವೆನಮಸ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್, ಇದಕ್ಕೂ ವಿಷ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಬೋವಾ, ಈ ಹಾವು ಮರಿ ಹಾಕುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ನೋಡಿ ಕಾಮನ್ ಸ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಬೋವಾ. ಇದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ತಲೆ ಚಿಕ್ಕದಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ದಪ್ಪಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ರಫ್ ಸರ್ಫೇಸ್ ಇದೆ. ರಫ್ ಸರ್ಫೇಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮರಳೊಳಗಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಆ ಮರಳನ್ನ ಎಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಒಳಗಡೆ ಇರೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಬಾರ್ದಲ್ಲ ಎನಿಮೀಸ್ಗೆ. ಸೊ ಆತರ ಇದು ನಾನ್ ವೆನಮಸ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್. ಇದು ರೆಡ್ ಸ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಬೋವಾ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ 2 ತಲೆ ಹಾವು ಅಂತ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. ಹಿಂದೆ ಒಂದು ತಲೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಮುಂದೆ ಒಂದು ತಲೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಯಾವ ಹಾವು ಹಿಂದೆ ಒಂದು ತಲೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಒಂದು ತಲೆ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನೋಡಿ, ತಲೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬಾಲ ಪಕ್ಕ ಪಕ್ಕ ಇಟ್ಟಾಗ ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ 2 ತಲೆ ಹಾವು ಅಂತ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಎ ನಾನ್ ವೆನಮಸ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್. ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ರಾಕ್ ಪೈಥಾನ್, ಹೆಬ್ಬಾವು, ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತ ದೇಶದ ಹೆಬ್ಬಾವು. ಇದು ಕಾಡುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಸ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ವಿಷ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಎ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಟರ್, ಸುತ್ತಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಮೈಲ್ಡ್ಲಿ ವೆನಮಸ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್. ಮೈಲ್ಡ್ಲಿ ವೆನಮಸ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ಅಂತ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ, ಅದು ನಮ್ ಕಚ್ಚಿದ್ದು ಏನಾದ್ರು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸ್ವೆಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಅನಿಮಲ್ಸ್ ನ ಇನ್ಆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಅನ್ಕಾನ್ಶಿಯಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಸ್ವಾಲೋ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಷವನ್ನು ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಗ್ರೀನ್ ವೈನ್, ಇದು ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಫ್ಯಾಂಗ್ ಅಂತ. ಹಿಂದೆ ಇದು ಫ್ಯಾಂಗ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ನೋಡಿ, ಕ್ಯಾಮಿಫ್ಲೇಜ್ ಕಾಣೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಹಸು ಬಳ್ಳಿಲಿದ್ರೆ ಕಾಣೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇದು ಕೋಪ ಬಂದಾಗ ಯಾವ ತರ ಈ ತರ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಹೆದರಿಸಕ್ಕೆ ಬಾಯಿನ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದೇನಂದ್ರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಾ ತಲೆಯಲ್ಲೂ ಏನಿದೆ ಕಣ್ಕುಕ್ಕುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಯಾವ ಹಸು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತನಕ ಕಣ್ಣನ್ನ ಕುಕ್ಕಿರೋ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದ ಹೆದರ್ಸಕ್ ಹತ್ರ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಬಟ್ ಇನ್ನೊಂದೇ, ನಮ್ಮ ಬಾಡಿ ಶೈನಿಂಗ್ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಕಣ್ಣು ಒಂದೇ, ಅವ್ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಾಡ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ. ನಾವು ರಪ್ಪ ಆ ಟೈಮ್ ಹತ್ರ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇದು ಬ್ರೌನ್ ವೈನ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್, ಅದರಲ್ಲೇ ಬ್ರೌನ್ ಕಲರ್. ಇದು ನನಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತನಕ ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ಹಾವು ಸಿಕ್ಕಿರೋದು. ಇದು ಕ್ಯಾಟ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ಅಂತ. ಈ ಹಾವು ನೋಡಿ, ಕಣ್ಣಿನ ಬಣ್ಣ ಬೆಕ್ಕಿನ ಕಣ್ ತರ ಇದೆ. ಇದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಮೈಲ್ಡ್ಲಿ ವೆನಮಸ್, ನಮ್ಗೇನು ಎಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇದು ಹಂಟಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೈಲ್, ರಾತ್ರಿ ವೇಳೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳನ್ನ ಬೇಟೆ ಆಡೋದು ಈ ತರ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ನಾನು ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೊಂದು ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ತಗೋತೀನಿ, ಬೇಜಾರು ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಡಿ. ಇಡೀ ವಿಶ್ವದ ಭೂಪಟವನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಡಾಗ ಆ ಭೂಪಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಅತಿ ಸುಂದರವಾಗಿ ಕಾಣ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ದೇಶದ ನಕ್ಷೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ಭಾರತ ದೇಶದ ನಕ್ಷೆ. ಆ ನನ್ನ ಭಾರತ ದೇಶದ ನಕ್ಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅತಿ ಸುಂದರವಾಗಿ ಕಾಣ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ನಕ್ಷೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ನನ್ನ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ. ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಡತನ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಕ್ಕೋ ಸಂಪತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಸಿಗಲ್ಲ. ಗಿಡಗಳು, ಮರಗಳು, ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳು, ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳು, ಕೀಟಗಳು, ನದಿಗಳು, ಸರೋವರಗಳು, ಆಹಾರ ಪದಾರ್ಥಗಳು ಇನ್ನೆಲ್ಲೂ ಸಿಗಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್. ನನ್ನ ದೇಶದ ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಇವತ್ತು 145 ಕೋಟಿ. 2040ಕ್ಕೆ 200 ಕೋಟಿ ಮುಟ್ಟೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಶಯನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ನೋಡಿ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ವಾರ್ಥಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಗಿಡ ಮರಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಕಡಿದು ಪ್ಲೇಯಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. 24 ಏರ್ ಕೂಲರ್ 24 ಗಂಟೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಒಂದ್ ಮರ ಒಂದೇ ಗಂಟೆಲಿ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಐ ಆಮ್ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಯು ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಒಬ್ಬ ಮನುಷ್ಯನಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಗಿಡ ನೆಡ್ತಾ ಬನ್ನಿ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಫ್ಯೂಚರ್ಗೆ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅಶೋಕ ಮಹಾರಾಜರಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ಸಾಲುಮರ ತಿಮ್ಮಕ್ಕನಿಂದ ಹಲವಾರು ಪರಿಸರವಾದಿಗಳು ಗಿಡಗಳನ್ನ ನೆಡ್ತಾ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಸ್ವಂತಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಮಾಡ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ನಮಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಮುಂದಿನ ಪೀಳಿಗೆಗೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಗಿಡ ಮರವನ್ನ ಬೆಳೆಸೋಣ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಈ 5ಕ್ಕೆ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ಸರ್. ವಿ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಗಿವ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಿಸ್ 5 ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ನೇಚರ್. ನೇಚರ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಮದರ್, ನೇಚರ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಟೀಚರ್. ವಿತೌಟ್ ನೇಚರ್ ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ನೋ ಫ್ಯೂಚರ್. ವಿ ಆರ್ ಟೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ನೇಚರ್. ನೀರು, ಆಹಾರ, ಗಾಳಿ, ಬೆಳಕು ಎಲ್ಲ ನೇಚರ್ ಇಂದ ತಗೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ಅವರ್ ಓನ್. ಯಾವ್ದು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಸ್ವಂತದ್ದಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಬಿಫೋರ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಬೆಡ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ ನೇಚರ್ಗೆ? ನಾನು ನೀರು ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ, ಆಹಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ, ಗಾಳಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ, ಬೆಳೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ, ಒಂದು ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ? 2 ವರ್ಷದ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀರಾ, ರೀಲ್ಸ್ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀರಾ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳಿ ಮಲ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ನೇಚರ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಗಿವ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ದ ನೇಚರ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಪರಿಸರ ದೇವೋಭವ. ಪರಿಸರ ದೇವೋಭವ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ವಿ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಗಿವ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಸ್. ಮಾತೃ ದೇವೋಭವ, ಪಿತೃ ದೇವೋಭವ. ಅವತ್ತಿನ ನೀವು ಪ್ಲಾನಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಭೂಮಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ಸಬ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಇದೆ. ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ಸಬ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಸ್. ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಗೆ ಸಬ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅಪ್ಪ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಕಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತಾನೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ, ಅಮ್ಮ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಕಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತಾಳೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ, ತನ್ನ ಸಂಸಾರಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಕಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಗಿವ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಸ್. ಮನೆಯಿಂದ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬರುವಾಗ ಇವತ್ತೆಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ನನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ರೆ, ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ನೋಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ರು ಕಾರಣ ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ಐ ಆಮ್ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಯು ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್, ಮನೆಯಿಂದ ಹೊರಡುವಾಗ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿ ಕಾಲು ಮುಟ್ಟಿ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ತೀರಾ? ವೆರಿ ಫ್ಯೂ. ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಅಂತೂ ಡೈಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀರಿ. ಅವ್ನು ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರೆ ಹಠ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಸೂಸೈಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋತೀನಿ ಅಂತ, ಬೈಕ್ ಓಡಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಸೂಸೈಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋತೀನಿ. ಅವ್ರ ಕಷ್ಟ ಎಷ್ಟು ಪಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವನನ್ನು ಕೊಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ತರ್ತಾನೆ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಗಿವ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ದ ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಸ್. ತುಂಬಾ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ವಿ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಗಿವ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ಸ್. ಕೃಷಿಕ ದೇವೋಭವ. ಯುದ್ಧ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಸೈನಿಕರನ್ನ, ರೋಗ ಬಂದಾಗ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಜ್ಞಾಪಿಸ್ಕೊತೀವಿ. ತಿನ್ನುವಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಜ್ಞಾಪಿಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋದು ರೈತರನ್ನ. ಯಾರು ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಮರ್ಯಾದೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾರು ತಾವು ತಿಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ತಟ್ಟೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಅಗಳು ಅನ್ನವನ್ನು ಚೆಲ್ಲೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಗಿವ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ಸ್. ಮದುವೆ ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಚೆಲ್ತಾರೆ, ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ವಾಟರ್ ನೀರು ಕಾಲ್ ಭಾಗ ಕುಡಿತಾರೆ, ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಒಂದು ಮದುವೆ ಮನೆ 5,000 ಇಂದ 6,000 ನೀರು ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಡೋಂಟ್ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಫುಡ್ ಅಂಡ್ ವಾಟರ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ವಿ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಗಿವ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್. ಗುರು ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ, ಗುರು ವಿಷ್ಣು, ಗುರುದೇವೋ ಮಹೇಶ್ವರ, ಗುರು ಸಾಕ್ಷಾತ್ ಪರಬ್ರಹ್ಮ, ತಸ್ಮೈ ಶ್ರೀ ಗುರುವೇ ನಮಃ. ಒಬ್ಬ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಆಫೀಸರ್, ಅವ್ನು DSP, DYSP, ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಏನೇ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ರಿಟೈರ್ಡ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಹೊರಬಹುದು. ಒಬ್ಬ MLA, MP ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಎಕ್ಸ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ರಿಟೈರ್ಡ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೂ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಇರೋ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಇದು ಒಂದೇ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್, ಟೀಚರ್ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾತ್ರ. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಗಿವ್. ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಆರಾಮಾಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಟೈಮ್ ಊಟ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ತಿಂಡಿ ತಿಂತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಚಳಿ ಆದಾಗ ಬ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಕೆಟ್ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ, ಶೆಕೆ ಆದಾಗ AC ಹಾಕೋತೀವಿ, ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಜೊತೆ ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ನಾವು ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿರೋಕ್ಕೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರೋಕ್ಕೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಜೀವ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರೋಕ್ಕೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹಗಲು ರಾತ್ರಿ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನ ಬರ್ತು, ಊಟ ನಿದ್ರೆ ಬರ್ತು, ಹಗಲು ರಾತ್ರಿ ಅಂತೆ, ಚಳಿ ಗಾಳಿ ಮಳೆ ಅಂತೇನೆ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ, ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶವನ್ನ ಕಾಯ್ತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸೈನಿಕರು, ಇವ್ರಿಗೊಂದು ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಜೈ ಜವಾನ್ ಜೈ ಕಿಸಾನ್. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಡಿಫೆಂಡ್ಸ್ 5ಕ್ಕೆ ಮರ್ಯಾದೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ, ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ನಾಳಿನ ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಹೊರಡುವಾಗ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿ ಕಾಲಿಗೆ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕೆಲಸ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ದ ಬಿಗ್ 4 ವೆನಮಸ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್. ಸರ್ ವೆನಮಸ್ ನಾನ್ ವೆನಮಸ್ ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫೈ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಆ ಥರ ಅದಷ್ಟು ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಅದು, ಅದಷ್ಟು ನಾನ್ ವೆನಮಸ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ಸರ್. ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ಬೈಟ್ ಯಾವ ತರ ಅಂತ ಸರ್, ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ತರ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ಬೈಟ್? ನಾವು ನಾಯಿ ಊಟ ಹಾಕ್ತೀವಿ, ಮಿಕ್ಕಿರೋ ಚಪಾತಿ ಹಾಕ್ತೀವಿ, ಬಾಗಿಲು ಮುಂದೆನೆ ಹಾಕ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದು ಅರ್ಧ ತಿನ್ನುತ್ತೆ. ಅದೇನು ಚಿಕನ್ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ತಿಂದು ವೆಜ್ ಮರ್ತೇ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಅದು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಸಾಕಿರ್ತೀವಿ, ಅದನ್ನ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಕಲ್ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಇಲಿಗಳು ಬಂದು ತಿನ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಇಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಬಿಲ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆ ಇಲಿ ನಾವು ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಅದೇ ಶುರು ಆಗೋದಲ್ಲಿ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸರ್ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಳ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಶೂಸ್ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಳುತ್ತೆ, ಸೌದೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಳುತ್ತೆ, ಇಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಳುತ್ತೆ, ಮನೆ ರೂಮ್ ಒಳಗೆ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಳುತ್ತೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ವ್ಯಾನಮ್ಸ್, ಅದು ಫ್ಯಾನ್ ಇಂಜೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಸಿರೀಸ್ ಹೆಂಗಿಂದ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಇದನ್ನ ನೋಡೇ ಅವರು ಇದು ಕಂಡಿಡ್ದಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಆ ಸೂಜಿ ಕಂಡಿಡ್ಬೋದು, ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ವೆನಮ್ ನೋಡಿ ಸರ್, ಎಲ್ಲ ಬ್ಲೂ ಕಲರ್ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಸರ್. ವೆನಮ್ ಬ್ಲೂ ಕಲರ್ ಇರಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಗೋಲ್ಡನ್ ಯೆಲ್ಲೋ ಕಲರ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸರ್ ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಹಾವು ಕಚ್ಚೋದು ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಸರ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸರ್ ವೆನಮ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ? ವೆನಮ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಇಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗಲ್. ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಲೈಸೆನ್ಸ್ ತಗೊಬೇಕು. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹಲವಾರು ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಲೆಪ್ರಸಿ, ಟ್ಯೂಬರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೋಸಿಸ್, ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್, ಆಸ್ಮಾಟಿಕ್ಸ್, ಇನ್ನು ಹಲವಾರು ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾವುದು ಪ್ರೋಟೀನ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಆ ಪ್ರೋಟೀನ್ನ ತಗೊಂಡು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಸರ್. ಇದು ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ಅನಾಟಮಿ ಸರ್. ವೆನಮ್ ಗ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಫ್ಯಾಂಗ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ನೋಡಿ. ಇದು ಫ್ಯಾಂಗು, ಅದು ವೆನಮ್ ಗ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ನರ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ವೆನಮ್ ಡಕ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಅದು ಕಚ್ಚಿದಾಗ ವೆನಮ್ ಗ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಆ ನರದ ಮೂಲಕ ಹಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ಹಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಕಚ್ಚಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಜಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ವೆನಮ್ ಇಂಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ಬೈಟ್ ಸರ್, ಯಾವುದೇ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ಬೈಟ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಎರಡು ಸೂಜಿ ಚುಚ್ಚಲು ಗುರುತು ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. ಇದನ್ನ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ಸರ್. ದಾರ ಕಟ್ಬಾರ್ದು, ಬಾಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಳಿಬಾರ್ದು, ಚಾಕು ಕುಯ್ಬಾರ್ದು, ಏನು ಕುಡಿಯಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಡಬಾರ್ದು, ಏನು ತಿನ್ನಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಡಬಾರ್ದು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸರ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ, ನಾವು ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಏನೇನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆಂಟಿ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ವೆನಮ್ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಕೊಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ವೆನಮಸ್ ಸ್ನೇಕೋ ನಾನ್ ವೆನಮಸ್ ಸ್ನೇಕೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದು ಕಾಲ್ ಗಂಟೆ ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ಇಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಪ್ಪಿ ತಪ್ಪಿ ನಾನ್ ವೆನಮಸ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ಆಂಟಿ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ವೆನಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ರಿಯಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆಂಟಿ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ವೆನಮ್ ಕೊಡೋಕೆ ಮುಂಚೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಒಂದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಡೋಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದು ರಿಯಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದಾಗ ಆಂಟಿ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ವೆನಮ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಫೈನಲಿ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಯಾರು ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡೋಗಿ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಸೇರ್ಸಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೊಂದು ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಕೋಬ್ರಾ ಬೈಟ್ ಅದು ಏನೇನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ, ಬರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಸೆನ್ಸೇಷನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಇಷ್ಟು ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್. ಲಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ವಿಷನ್ ಇಷ್ಟು ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಕೋಬ್ರಾ ಬೈಟ್ ಕಾಮನ್ ಕ್ರೇಟ್ ಬೈಟ್ ಸರ್. ಇದು ಸೇಮ್ ಏನೇನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಪ್ಯೂಪಲ್ ಲಾಕ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ರಸಲ್ ಸ್ವೈಪರ್ ಬೈಟ್. ಸ್ವೆಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಯಾವ ತರ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಕಾಲ್ ಬೆರಳೆ ಕಚ್ಚಿದ್ರೆ ತೊಡೆ ತನಕ ಉಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ, ಕೈ ಬೆರಳೆ ಕಚ್ಚಿದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತನಕ ಉಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ. ಎಂತ ಕೆಲಸ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವನು ಬದುಕ್ತಾನೆ 6ರಿಂದ 8 ತಿಂಗಳು 1 ವರ್ಷದ ತನಕ ಆ ಒಂದು ಗಾಯ ವಾಸಿಯಕ್ಕೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಟೈಮ್ ತಗೊಳುತ್ತೆ. ನೋಡಿ ಸರ್, ಈ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ಬೈಟ್ ಆಗಿರೋದು ಈ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ನಮ್ಮ BM ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಸರ್. ನನ್ನ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಹಾವು ಕಚ್ಚಿತ್ತು. ಕಚ್ಚಿದಾಗ ಮೊದಲೇ ಊದ್ಕೊಂತು, ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಫುಲ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪಾಪ ಆಪರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ತೆಗೆದಿದೆ ಸರ್. ಇವತ್ತು ಆಟೋ ಓಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಬಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆರಳಿಲ್ಲ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಅವನಿಗೆ 24 ವಯಸ್ಸು ಕೊಟ್ಟು. ಸಾಸ್ಕೆಲ್ ವೈಪರ್ ಕಂಡಿಡಿದ ಯಾವ ತರ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ತಲೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು ಏರೋಪ್ಲೇನ್ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು 6ರಿಂದ 8 ಇಂಚ್ ಉದ್ದ ಬೆಳೆದ ತಲೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು ಏರೋಪ್ಲೇನ್ ಮಾರ್ಕ್. ಸಾಸ್ಕೆಲ್ ಅಂತ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಕರಿತೀವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ನಾವು ಗರ್ಗಸಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಮರ ಕೊಯ್ದಾಗ ಅಂತ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ, ಅದು ಬಾಡಿ ಟಚ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಅಂತ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಸ್ಕೆಲ್ ವೈಪರ್ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಇದು ಕಚ್ಚಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ತರ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಸ್ವೆಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಕಣ್ಣಲ್ಲಿ, ಜಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ, ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಕಡೆನೂ ಕಿವಿಯಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬ್ಲಡ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ರಕ್ತ ಮಂಡಲ ಅಂತ ಕರೀತೀವಿ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಫ್ಯೂಚರ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಿರೋದು. ಯು ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಯಂಗ್ಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್, ಯು ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ ಯಂಗ್ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಸ್. ಯು ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ ಯಂಗ್ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಸ್. ಮೇನು ನಿಮಗೆ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಸ್ನ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಏನಿರ್ಬೇಕು, ತಾಳ್ಮೆ, ನಿಮಗೆ ಪೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಇರಬೇಕು. So I am requesting you all, you are all future pillars of our nation. ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತ ದೇಶದ ಆಧಾರ ಸ್ತಂಭಗಳು. ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕೈಲಿ ಇದೆ, ನೀವನ್ನ ಮೇಲಕ್ಕೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗೋದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ನನಗೆ ಈ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಅನಂತ ಅನಂತ ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನನ್ನ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲದೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡಿ. ಏನನ್ನ ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರೆ, ತಪ್ಪು ಇದನ್ನ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ತಿದ್ದಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಒಂದು ಮಗು ಚಿತ್ರ ಬರ್ದಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಫಾಲ್ಟ್ ಕಂಡಿಡಿಯೋದು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೋಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ ಮಗು ಹತ್ಕೊ ಬಂದು ಅವ್ರ ಅಮ್ಮಂಗೆ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೆ, ನೋಡಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ಅವ್ರಮ್ಮ ಹೇಳ್ತಾಳೆ, ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಬರ್ದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ತಪ್ಪಿದೆ ತಿದ್ದಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾರು ತಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಂಡುಹಿಡಿತಾರೆ, ತಪ್ಪನ್ನ ತಿದ್ದೋರು ಯಾರಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಐ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಯು, ಏನಾದ್ರು ತಪ್ಪಿದ್ರೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನನಗೆ ತಿದ್ದಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ನನಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಅನಂತ ಅನಂತ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. बोलो भारत माता की वंदे धन्यवाद.
Poisonous snake, venom gland. So, open sir. So, it will empty its venomous gland. Venomous ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಚ್ಚಿರೋ ಇದಕ್ಕೂ ಹೋಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಈಗ immediately second bite ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. Whether is it dangerous? Because venom ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ. Second bite immediately how long it venomous ತಗೊಳುತ್ತೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ರೀಜನರೇಟ್ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ how long it takes?
ಸರ್ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಯಾವ ತರ ಬರ್ತದೆ ವೆನಮ್ ಬರ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಈಗ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಕಪ್ಪೆಗೆ ಕಚ್ಚಿದಾಗ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ವೆನಮ್ ಇಂಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಒಂದು 5 ಕಪ್ಪೆ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಎರಡನೇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಅದು ವಾಮಿಟ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾರೆ ಸರ್ ಕಪ್ಪೆಗಳು. ಈಗ ಹಿಡಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ರೀಗರ್ಜಿಗೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ತಪ್ಪಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ, ಅವಾಗ ನಾವು ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಹಾಕೋದಾ ಬರ್ತೀವಿ. 1ನೇ ಕಪ್ಪೆ ಸತ್ತೋಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್, ಆಗಲೇ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಡೀಕ್ ಆಗಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. 2ನೇದು ಹೋಗಿರುತ್ತೆ, 3ನೇದು 4ನೇದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಉಸಿರಾಡ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ. 5ನೇ ಕಪ್ಪೆ ಎದುರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ವೆನಮ್ ಪ್ರಮಾಣ ತುಂಬ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಇಂಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. 6ನೇದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನೂ ಆಗಿರೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಈ ಥರ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಾಡಿಲಿ ಯಾವ ಥರ, ನಮ್ಮ ನಾಲಿಗೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಥರ ಸಲೈವ ಬರ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅದೇ ಥರ ಸಲೈವ ಬರ್ತಾನೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಾನೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಅದು ಆ ಥರ ಬರ್ತಾನೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್. ಅದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಏನಂದರೆ ಸರ್, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಅದು ವೆನಮ್ನ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಸೊ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಪ್ರೇಗೆ ಇಂಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ವೆನಮ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ ಹೊರತು ಅನ್ನೆಸೆಸರಿ ಬೈಟ್ ಇರೋವು ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಈಗ ಕೆಲವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಮಂಡಲದವು ಉಸಿರು ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಕೊಳ್ತೋಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಸುಳ್ಳು ಸರ್. ನಮ್ಮ ಬಾಡಿ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಅವು ವೆನಮ್ ಇಂಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ನರ್ವಸ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ಲಡ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಹೊರತು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಉಸಿರು ಬಿಟ್ಟರು ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಪಡೆಯುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಸುಳ್ಳು ಸರ್, ಖಂಡಿತ ಸುಳ್ಳು. ಓಕೆ, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಸೊ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್, ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಲಾಪ್ಸ್ ಹೊಡಿತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ. ಸೊ ಫೈನಲ್ ಆಗಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತು ಬೇಜಾರಾಗಿದೆಯೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನಿಮಗೆ. ಬೇಜಾರಾಗಿದ್ರು ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಬೇಜಾರು. ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ನಾನು ಫೈನಲ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ಕ್ಲಾಪ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಮಾತಂದ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ಕ್ಲಾಪ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಸೊ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಲಾಪ್ಸ್ ಹೊಡೆದಿ, ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಕ್ಲಾಪ್ಸ್ ಹೊಡೀರಿ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಇದು ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್. ಹಿಂಗೆ NCC ಒಂದು ಕ್ಲಾಪ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 ನಿಜಾನ ಹೊಡೀರಿ ನೋಡಿ. ನಾವು ಚಿಕನ್ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ಸೋಡಾ ಕ್ಲಾಪ್ಸ್ ಅಂತೆ, ಏರೋಪ್ಲೇನ್ ಕ್ಲಾಪ್ಸ್ ಅಂತೆ, ಬಟರ್ಫ್ಲೈ ಕ್ಲಾಪ್ಸ್ ಅಂತೆ, ಫ್ಲವರ್ ಕ್ಲಾಪ್ಸ್ ಅಂತೆ, ರೈನ್ ಕ್ಲಾಪ್ಸ್ ಅಂತೆ, ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ವ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿ, ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗ. ಸೊ ನಾನು ನಿಮಗೆ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ಕ್ಲಾಪ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಫೈನಲ್ ಆಗಿ. ಸೊ ನಾನು ಹೊಡೆದು ನಿಲ್ಸತಕ್ಕ ಯಾರು ಹೊಡಿಯಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡಿ. ರೆಡಿ, 1 2 3 ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್.
Thank you, sir, for your very informative session. Now, I am delighted to welcome Mr. Rithan Bopanna, sir, a passionate herpetologist and educator, currently serving as Program Coordinator at Agumbe Rainforest Research Station, a division of the Madras Crocodile Bankers. Mr. Rithan Bopanna, sir, brings with him hands-on experience in king cobra ecology research, human-snake conflict mitigation, and grassroots conservation awareness. His expertise has taken him to international platforms, presenting at 32nd CIASA conference in Taiwan, where he delivered a talk on ecology and conservation of the king cobra. In 2021, he was honored with the Mangala Gangotri Achiever Award for his extraordinary work in wildlife rescue and awareness creation. Today, Sir will share his insights on the topic, role of NGOs in snake conservation. So I invite Mr. Rithan Bopanna sir to...
No? Okay. Anybody have been to Madras Crocodile Bank, which is at Chennai? Okay, two of them, yeah. Okay, so Madras Crocodile Bank is a place which is the biggest reptile zoo in India, also the biggest facility to extract snake venom. So we are controlled by Madras Crocodile Bank, okay. Now just a rescue for us, so this is just to wake you all up to show how we start with the research. Into 11. Presentation. It's okay. Yep. Do you guys want me to directly dive into king cobras now? I've already dived. Or do you want me to talk about any other aspects of snakes, or like directly go into king cobras? King cobras? Okay, let's go into king cobras. Okay, so this place was found by Romulus Whittaker, which is at Agumbe. Shamsa was talking about a book from Madras. I think he was referring to Snakes of India, probably. Yeah, Snakes of India. So that book which he was referring was basically written by Romulus Whittaker and Ashok Captain. Okay, now it's, I think, 1,800 or 2,000 rupees.
That's only 100-page book.
So anybody who wants to buy can also do that because that book has a lot of information. But right now, I think Mysore Kadela, they have a book which they have released, so you can buy it from Surya or Shamsa. Yeah, we'll skip the slide. We'll skip the slide. Okay, so we basically have three research projects, okay, with king cobras. First is the radio telemetry project. So in the previous slide we mentioned that it's the first place in the world to study king cobras using radio telemetry. Second, we have the breeding biology. Breeding biology is a very interesting part. You know, they have brilliant way of finding partners. Their romance, their intimacies are like damn good in terms of king cobras. Any snakes for that matter. But king cobras, it's quite interesting. Okay. And then king cobra conservation by education and outreach is something that we are doing right now. Okay. So this is one of our projects. So if you closely have a look, so here, this is the snake basically. So this is the king cobra, which is easily about 11 to 12 feet. And then here you have a guy with the antenna, and then if you closely have a look, there's a receiver next to his ears. So what do we do basically? So for a lot of people, hey, you named Bri, what is happening? So king cobra project started. We didn't really know the king cobras where are they surviving, how are they finding partners, and then how are they coming in contact with humans, because king cobras, majority of people thought that king cobras, okay, though you are only meant to see in jungle, okay, but little did we know that king cobras can survive in a city place. If it's born in city, of course it can thrive in city, but they're also surviving jungle, city, any sort of place. There's nothing a specific habitat.
So when we started this project, now this king cobra was basically caught and we brought it to the research station, and then we basically insert something called as transmitters, which is this one, more or less the size of a battery, remote battery, okay, is the. Now this transmitter will be inserted into king cobra by a veterinarian, okay. Now what does this transmitter do? This transmitter can emit signals, okay. So now if you notice, this guy is with an antenna and then receiver. Now we caught a snake, we inserted the transmitter, we release the snake back into the wild, okay. Now okay, snake which is inserted with transmitter is next to the door, let's assume, okay. So right now I'm in this direction, okay. Now we go to the jungle, antenna hit kondu, we walk. So we basically walk in the jungle. Let's say my antenna is pointed towards this side, okay. But the snake is on that end. But the intensity of beep sound, what do you think is the intensity of beep sound? Snake is on that side. I am walking towards this side. What do you think the intensity of beep sound could be? More or less? Snake is on that end. Antenna is towards this end. Less? Exactly. Less. But at some point, I'm randomly walking and I would walk this way. So the intensity of beep sound goes high, like normally. Okay. So then we know, okay, the snake is somewhere there. But this is only to track the snake. Okay, what happens? We basically go to field before the snake wakes up and we come back to base when the snake goes to sleep. Normally, once the snake goes to sleep, sometimes we can't really tell because they don't have eyelids. Snakes don't have. So actually we don't know. So we assume looking at the position, okay, how malgide path. So next day morning we go, we might have lost this thing because snake in on the 100 meters or 200 meters, the snake might have moved out, okay. So this transmitter can actually help us, find out where the king cobra is, okay. So this is how it starts. Now, okay, so first, namge king cobras, normally it was caught in wild. And we used to release it very far. Let's say if a king cobra is caught in Agumbe or king cobra is caught in Tirthalli, we thought, okay, Tirthalli is a bit of city place, so cityalli you badakalla, so Agumbe kadalle bidbeku is what we thought, okay. But later we realized that king cobras have a very small home range, maybe about 6 to 8 kilometers. So our home range, let's say a snake which is caught at Madikeri Medical College, okay, and then released somewhere in Meikeri Road or like Murnad Road, the snake has very less chance of survival, okay, the very less chance, because through this project we were able to tell, okay, they have a very small home range. If a snake is seen in this campus, the snake is meant to be in this campus. But this is a challenge for a lot of rescuers. Now you go to Mysore, I don't think people would be okay with, rescuers releasing a snake in a city. It's a big challenge. We don't know what is happening, but you can't tackle it. It's very hard. But king cobras are mostly seen in Coorg, Agumbe, which has got a lot of forest, thankfully. So it's not a big challenge compared to city. Mysore, Bangalore, I don't know how they tackle. Because Shamsa was talking about, if you're doing social service, you need to be ready for a lot of criticism. Sikkapate base kodade. Daily you get, yellings, Sikkapate, Shapa, Thundai Shapa, Thai Shapa, everybody, okay. So when you go to release a snake also, there's like people coming with sword, knife, hey, why are you releasing the snake? People coming with sticks, gundas and all that stuff. So, I'm sure they would have had a lot of experience. Namge, Ithara, Kurgali jungle setup, people are coming, where we are releasing a snake in jungle, but people are still like, hey, kadal enak bartidira, ichu enak bartidira, nammani irodal barutte, this, okay. So it's a big problem. So now we know, okay, this was one home range, okay, let me get into the interesting part. We'll skip this too. So now, king cobras and Agdili Kodaga, people used to tell, sir, we saw like 2 snakes. Let's say it's monsoon, June or July, okay. And one snake now January nodidvi, innondu snake we saw it in the monsoon. Okay. So king cobras basically mostly all the males, they have 2 colors. One individual can attain 2 colors. So normally during Summer, what type of clothes do we prefer wearing? Like what colored clothes? Mostly lightish, yeah, preferably not black, right? So in case of king cobras too, this is the color that the king cobra attains during the summer season, and this is the king cobra that you see during monsoon season. Okay, they'll basically shed, and this is the color that it attains. So these are basically two same individuals attaining two different colors. Second, ecdysis. I'm not sure how many of you are able to see this king cobra here, which is perfectly camouflaged. This is one snake that we've been tracking, and it's like properly hooded up. Okay. Now, king cobras ishtu sati shed agutte. Anybody knows why snakes might shed? Let's see if you're aware. A very basic question. Two? Growth. That's a brilliant answer. One. So one more important reason. Sensitivity, close enough. One is growth, 100%. Another important reason there. Mating also less chance. Tick tick 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So king cobras or any snakes for that matter have parasites. E nai bekku athwa namma manushರಲ್ಲಿ we have seen henu, right? All of us ticks, mites. Just like that, reptiles also have ticks or mites for that matter. So for them to normally we can actually comb or we can use some medications, but in case of snakes they can't really use any of this. So in order to prevent or like remove parasites, they have to shed. Okay, that's also one of the reasons. Okay, so king cobras the first project start ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ back then in 70s or like 80s ಅಲ್ಲಿ people thought, okay, king cobras ನೆಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಓಡಾಡುತ್ತೆ, size ಮಾತ್ರ ದೊಡ್ಡದು. Then later we realized that king cobras are like very good swimmers, king cobras are very good climbers, they can hunt in water body, they can climb up and eat or like hunt on trees. Okay. Now, king cobra diet, what do they eat? Now again, what do you think king cobras might eat? Snakes? Any answers? Feel free to answer. Rodents? Rats? Okay. Insects? Frogs? Snakes? Okay, so we've almost got the answers. But king cobras are actually snake feeders. They don't feed on rats, they don't feed on insects, they don't feed on frogs. They're exclusively snake feeders. But other than snakes, they also feed on monitor lizard, Udanta. I think you would have seen here in the campus for sure. Udanta, which I'm going to show. So, I'm sure Shamsa spoke about Nagarahau, spectacle cobra. So, king cobras can hunt spectacle cobras and they can feed on. Now, he did mention that they are the big four venomous snake. So, if you have a king cobra in your property, you're blessed because they can control all other venomous snakes. Okay. Now, there's a question. Okay, but king cobra is also venomous. You know, at the same time, if a spectacle cobra is venomous, king cobra is also venomous. But how many of you have heard people getting bitten by king cobra? I'm sure you would have had patients coming with a lot of snakebite cases. Did any of you hear that, okay, we had a patient with king cobra bite? No, like very less chance. But in terms of spectacle cobra, which is Nagarahau, athwa Kodagu, which is Russell's viper, Kadambalka, which is common crate, Garagasamandla. You have so many people. Onde dinakke there's like multiple people, you know, getting bitten. But in case of king cobras, it's just the size which is concerning. Size not that this we think. But they're very docile snakes, and if we have them in the property, that's like the biggest. You're very blessed because they control all other venomous snake, which is quite risky for you. Okay, but king cobras are normally very docile. Okay, so second picture is the rat snake. King cobra feeding on the rat snake, which is Kerehau. Then we have king cobras feeding on Indian rough python, which is Hibbau. Okay, if it's feeding Hibbau, imagine how strong the king cobra could be. Intensivist is mostly restricted to Western Ghats. Kodagu, Matte, Agumbe, Kerala, Wayanad, all those people would have seen this pit viper. Coffee plantation, okay. And then we have monitor lizard. This is a king cobra which is feeding on a mortal lizard. All of this I've got videos which I'm going to present. Cannibalism, I'll talk. This is something to do with romance and intimacy, okay? Now, what happens in king cobras normally when they come into heat period? I'm sure Sham sir spoke about reproduction, like male combat agutte and all that stuff. Now, what do you think this is? This is a video. It's a question for all of you. Don't just think of king cobras. Think of rat snake. Nimmane hatra rat snake iddu ee tara nodibodu. Kere haudu athwa nagra haudu, you would have seen. It's commonly seen. Yeah. Now, you're free to answer. You can give any answers. Mating, okay? Any other answers? Hey, come on guys, don't make it boring. Come on, come on. Huh? Mating? Romance? Romance, huh? Bromance, okay? Okay. Like we have Gen Z kids, yes. Bromance is one. And mating is the second. Like first option was mating. Idu bittu bere yavadadu idya? Mating and bromance bittu bere another answer idya? Somebody said combat here. Yeah, combat there. And a couple of them, right? Even Shamsa mentioned combat. So this is actually two males fighting for a female. Okay. So mostly in case of snakes or humans, I think no matter how beautiful the male is or how handsome the male is, male has to struggle to find the female. Like right now, Gen Z kids have like, all of us have so many criteria. Of course, ಇಷ್ಟು salary ಬೇಕು. It's like if you go to Bangalore Church Street, like a couple of bloggers would go and ask people, ನಿಮ್ಮ future partner ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು salary ಬೇಕು? The lady says 40 ಲಕ್ಷ 50 ಲಕ್ಷ. It doesn't matter how beautiful or handsome the male is. It really matters how much money the male has, okay? So, here in case of king cobras, males are very massive. Males are very big, okay? So, all of the pictures and videos that I showed was of males. And females look more or less like a rat snake. Shamsa mentioned that Kerehavanna now unnonsati confuse king cobra ankutevi. A lot of times when we also go for rescues, video kalsaga, we are also confused. Kerehava, king cobra, okay? Because Kerehav tara female king cobras irutte, like thin and slender. King cobras male anna you can easily tell, okay, tumba dappa irutte, dodda irutte size. But females are very small and slender, okay? Now, iga idu jagala agtide appa. This combat, how long do you think it might go? Again, you can give random numbers. One day? One time? One will be killed is like you are giving your answer, right? One will be killed as sir's answer. Ondana ಕೊಂದ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು escape ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. Okay. ಎರಡು? ಎರಡು? What? ಎರಡು partnership. Okay. There is no threesome here. So, in case of king cobras or any snakes for that matter, nimmane hatra you would have seen Kerehavu, Nagrahavu. ಈಗ ಮಲೆನಾಡು ಭಾಗದವರು ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ you would have seen Kerehavu ಅಥವಾ Nagrahavu. Mostly, majority people ನೋಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ. Okay. So ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಈ ತರ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂದಾಗ like it's a very clear evidence ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಹತ್ರನೇ ಅಥವಾ ಅದೇ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದು ಫೀಮೇಲ್ ಇದೆ ಅಪ್ಪ. Because female ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ these two males are fighting. Now, what was I talking about? Like, why did I ask that question? How long do they fight? Okay. Now in king cobras, they can fight for about 3 to 4 hours easily. Okay. Now sometimes combat might end in 2 minutes or 3 minutes because naai adda bantu athwa manusharu disturb madilla anda 3 minutes alli combat end agbodu. But they'll come back and again fight. But normally a very aggressive fight or very defensive fight alli 2-3 hours ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. Okay. Now okay, ಈ ಫೈಟ್ ಆಯ್ತಪ್ಪ. Now all of these animals, all of these snakes have specific heat period. Sir was telling that okay, breeding season ಅಲ್ಲಿ ರಸೂಲ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಪಟ್ಟೆ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. Now ಈಗ ಮಾನ್ಸೂನ್ ಬಂದ್ರೆ they'll have a lot of juveniles, ಎಲ್ಲ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಚಿಕ್ಕವು. Now in case of king cobras, their heat period is March to May. Okay. ಈಗ right now the heat period is done. So what happens? Females, mostly in all snakes ಈಗ, generally I'm speaking, female heat ಬಂದಾಗ ಏನು ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ? He said there's something that they release, musk ತರ. So we call it as pheromones. Okay. And now let's say we have one female which is taking this route, like it has entered the door and the female has come. And the female has come. This is a female, okay, let's assume. The female took that route and female is here. Okay. Now, there is one male which is very close to it. This is one male. Okay. This is one more male. Okay. And then we have one more male there in the corner, let's assume. Okay. Ega, which male do you think is the closest to this female? E female, which male do you think? This is male A, this is male B and male C. Male A is closest, alli pheromones ide and female alli ide. But the interesting part is, ega E male ge female illi ide ante henge gottagutte? As I say, it's a musk or pheromones. So female heat banದಾಗ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿರುತ್ತೆ? ಈ ಡೋರ್ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ female would have come through the door. She would have released the pheromones ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿರ್ತಾಳೆ. And she is settled here. Okay. ಈ ಮೇಲ್ ಈಗ ಫೆರೋಮೋನ್ಸ್ ನ ಹೇಗೆ ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮೇಲ್ ಎ he randomly go ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ randomly ಹೋಗ್ತಾನಪ್ಪ. ಈಗ this male might randomly search this direction. Okay. Now male B, I might search this direction. So when I search this direction, where is the pheromone trail gone? Like this way. Though that male is close, males ಗೆ ತುಂಬಾ ದೂರದಿಂದ pheromones ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ಲ. Males also have to come through the same way. Okay, ಆ pheromone ಸಿಗಬೇಕು. Now even that male was close, he lost his chance because ಅವನು ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಹುಡುಕ್ತಾರೆ. Okay. Now male B, I took this road. Now I don't divert myself. I'll straight away go. Okay. At some point, male C. Okay. Male C random ಆಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಹುಡುಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Male C also met his pheromones at some point, and male C and male B meet. Okay. Now we both meet, and then what happens is combat. So to combat. Now after combat, ಒಬ್ಬ ಸೋಲ್ತಾನೆ, ಒಬ್ಬ ಗೆಲ್ತಾನೆ. Now again, how do you know ಇವನ್ ಸೋತ ಅಥವಾ ಇವನ್ ಗೆದ್ದ? Is mostly we believe that they're always, if you see the combat very closely, the tale mele madkondu they're pushing each other. Okay. When they're pushing each other, we believe that one that touches the ground is a loser. Adhikku always, the head is always up. They're trying to push each other. Okay. Now let's say male C won with fighting with male B. Okay. Male C approach. He's approaching. Let's say approach ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾಗ male A ಈಗ took some diversions and he found the pheromone trail. Now the male C has to fight with male A also. Now it's not that male ಒಮ್ಮೆ fight ಆದ್ರೆ combat ಆದ್ರೆ that he gets the female. No, that's not the case. He might have to fight with 2 males, 3 males, 4 males, 5 males sometimes. Let's say if a king cobra fights with 4 males or like 3 males, then imagine the amount of energy which is being drained out. Okay? And heat period bandaga, they don't eat or drink anything. Their only intention is to find partner, male or female for that matter. Okay. Now male C fought with male A. Male A won. Okay. Or like let's consider male C only won. ಈಗ male C ಎರಡು fight ಆಯಿತು. Now he has approached the female. Now next comes the romance or intimacy phase. ಈಗ male, the female which is there indicates male C that I'm not interested with you. There is chances, lot of times female ಗೆ ಆ ಮೇಲನ್ನ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇರಲ್ಲ. Now he is actually very big, huge, dominant guy, but female is not interested. It could be any animals. Okay, so what happens, king cobras really what's unique is if the female rejects the male, then she'll be eaten by the male, which like let's say male C ಅನ್ನ ಈಗ ರಿಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಂದ್ರೆ that male is going to eat this female. So the female's fate is either to accept the male or to be eaten. Okay, she only has two fates. ಒಂದು accept ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಥವಾ she'll be eaten. So this is one situation video. Incorrect. Yeah, ಅಲ್ಲಿ if you scroll one minute. Yeah. So if female actually, so this is a female. If female actually email ಅನ್ನ ರಿಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿತ್ತು. That's why that male is eating this female. Okay. Yeah, so that's a female which is being eaten by the male. Which one? Let's say female accept ಮಾಡ್ತಪ್ಪ. Let's consider ಇಲ್ಲ male ಅನ್ನ ರಿಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, the female accepts. Then the romance or intimacy can go on for like about 15 to 30 days. It depends on individuals or how good male or female is, their capacity. It depends on individuals. Now it normally goes 15 to 30 days. Okay. Otherly stages, the first few days is romance. Then they have the shedding period where they don't meet. Amele male on kade hogutte, female on kade. Now let's say male and female met. The romance is done. Male will go towards one direction. Female will go towards one direction. Now this one thing that I want to connect here is, we have this, I don't know, I was expecting that question, I don't know if you guys asked, which Sham said, Havina Dvesha 12 Varsha is something that we tell. Hey, how mane hatrane barutte, ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಹತ್ರನೇ ಅವಾಗ ಬರ್ತಿದೆ, ಬಟ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯವರು ಒಂದು ಹಾವನ್ನ ಕೊಂದಿದ್ರು ಅಂತೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ದ ಒನ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಹತ್ರನೇ ಬರ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಫುಡ್ ಇದೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಹತ್ರ, ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಕಪ್ಪೆ ಇದೆ, ಇಟ್ ಕುಡ್ ಬಿ ಒನ್ ರೀಸನ್. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು, ಹಾವಿನ ದಿವಸ 12 ವರ್ಷ is mostly a myth, because this male which was with the female will forget the female after 30 days, or the female will forget this male to like 30 days. Male is on one direction, female is in one direction. Okay. So ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಬಾಯ್ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಗರ್ಲ್ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ನೆನಪಿರಲ್ಲ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ. Do you think they'll remember your home, you kill? No. That doesn't mean I tell you that you have to kill the snake. Of course not. But that's a general myth. Okay. Now romance has happened, intimacy began, they mated, done. Okay. Now one more interesting thing is, after meeting, now this is king cobra following the central, which is a male, and then male combat, this is mating and nest building. King cobras are the only snake in India. We used to tell king cobras are the only snake in the world to build nest in the healthy way. But recently there was some Australian, some python, I might be wrong, please don't go with my words, some Australian species which is also building nest. So it's king cobras are now the only snakes in India to build nest. Okay. This is a video of a king cobra female which is building a nest. So female really has tough time. Okay. So after the mating, female goes and she builds nest. Yeah, so again, this process can also take about 7 to 15 days. Okay. Now female, iga heating bandadmele, when she's releasing the pheromones, she'll stay with the partner for about 30 days. Let's imagine 35 days easily. 35 days female has not eaten anything. Then she'll take 15 more days to build nest. Okay, almost 50 days. Almost 50 days females say nothing. Okay. But snakes generally they don't eat a lot. Since they are cold-blooded, they don't normally eat a lot, except for these rat snakes, cobras. They eat small meals normally, rats and frogs. But king cobras normally eat snakes, so they don't really feel hungry so early. Okay. So 50 days they can easily survive. Now I'm going to show you king cobras hunting. This is the last part. King cobra feeding on a spectacle cobra. King cobra nagarhavarna hege ಮಾಡಿ ತಿನ್ನುತ್ತೆ. So the first one is the king spectacle, and king cobra is basically following the spectacle cobra. Yeah, people who played PUBG, it's always headshot. So the king cobras always go for the head. Then king cobra video. King cobra feeding on Malabar pit viper. In Kurgi we call it as Manduli Babu. Okay, and then in Kannada it's called as Happatehav. This is a pit viper which you commonly see in Coorg, Agumbe, Kerala. So pit vipers are more or less like biscuits for king cobras because pit vipers are very small and king cobras are very massive. Video. King cobra feeding on a monarch lizard, which is a Buddha. If you notice, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ actually ಅದರ ಬಾಲನೇ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. Okay. Yeah. And this is a very big male. As I said, they will always go for the head. So Inna is trying to figure out which is the head. Yeah. Now the interesting part is that monitor lizard was already bitten by the same individual, so it was already paralyzed, half paralyzed. Okay, so it couldn't really escape. So that's the. Did I show you cannibalism video? Yeah, mating is done. Nest building. Ashlings, this is basically the end products after building the nest. And again, there's something very interesting with king cobras. Ivaru nest ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ, the nest is about 3 feet normally. Okay, so much of leaf it is. Imagine the effort that the female puts. But again, I'm not sure. Anybody from Shimoga, like Coorg, like native of Coorg? Very less people. One, sir. A couple of them. Like, I'm sure you would have heard Bhagavantla. Okay, and then Agumbe. Agumbe is one of the places which receives highest rainfall. Okay. Now, imagine the intensity of rain in Agumbe. Even on Hilde, the heat period of king cobra is during March and May. After that, she builds nest and she lays, which is in the month of somewhere in the end of May. And then the incubation period is in the month of June, July, August. So imagine the nest is actually tolerating so much of rain, like in Agumbe, and there's not a single drop of water which can go in. Okay, so that's how tightly packed they are. We don't really know how they do it because they just do it by their body, but it's very intricately packed. This is how they pack it. But there's not a single drop of water which goes. After that, these are the end products, which are hatchlings, which they can give birth to about. The clutch size is about 18 to 40 normally. Yeah. Thank you. Keep your eyes open to the wonders of the world. Yeah. So, this is about king cobras. So if you want me to talk about any other aspect, few questions, you are free to shoot.
Two poisonous snakes.
Yeah.
If it injects venom, one injects a venom to the other one, what will be the fate of the bitten?
Yeah. Okay.
Is there anything like that?
Yeah. So that's a brilliant question. I have not added it to my presentation. So if you're on social media, I'm also promoting my social media a little bit. So on my Instagram, I basically made a series of what happens in the breeding season that we observed. So e combat adaga, now one thing was inge sutkondo, they are like beating each other. Okay. Second situation can also be they can bite each other. Okay. They'll bite. Nagarhavalla aramse kachutte. Now they are mostly immune to their own venom. Like Nagarhavu is immune to Nagarhavu. King cobras are immune to king cobras. Now the way to kill is, if you have noticed, the female and the male it is actually bitten and he's trying to roll. Okay. Because there's no other way he can kill the female because venom doesn't really make much difference. So combatantly we have seen situations where they're biting each other, there's a lot of bloodshed, a lot of venom which is being pumped in from individual to individual. Okay. So nothing really happens here. Nothing really happens if Nagarhavu is biting Nagarhavu or king cobra is biting the king cobra. Yeah. Any questions? Yeah. Cobra bites. King cobra. Okay. Now that's again a good question. What if spectacle cobra? Nagarhavu king cobra kachidre enagodu kalinga sarpakke. Nothing really happens because king cobras are on the top of food chain. But there are situations where king cobras have gone slightly blank, because there is some capacity for the spectacle cobra venom which could impact the king cobra. So it's not that Nagarhavu kalinga sarpakachidre ಏನು ಆಗಲ್ಲ. There is, you've seen king cobras acting little blank and all that stuff. But nothing really happens. If king cobra bites Nagarhavu is gone. But if a Nagarhavu bites king cobra will be fine. Yeah, but there's very less chance for Nagarhavu biting a king. Of course it does bite, but king cobras will not let go of Nagarhavu. It's gonna bite back. Yeah.
Sir, which are other animals who are immune to king cobra?
Which are the other animals which are immune to king cobras? Now that king cobras only feed on, snakes, I can't really tell. Okay, mongoose is like fully immune. It's a very debatable question. Mongoose, if you have noticed, mongoose is very fast. Like Nagarhavu, if you look into the slow motion section, like the mongoose would have actually moved off. Ashtu speed is the mongoose could have. But they are immune. They are immune to an extent. I'm not sure if they are fully immune. But king cobras in the Kachidri, easily an elephant can die. Okay. So I don't think there's any other animals which could easily survive a king cobra bite.
This mongoose, they say mongoose skin is very thick, even the cobra, that skin will not be something like that. Is it true?
That's a valid point. Again, mongoose skin is thick. I don't know how many of you touched. But actually, hairs it might look very nice and soft, but it's actually hard. So again, ಈಗ monitor is a Buddha ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ, it's actually hard. Buddha ಸಖತ್ hard ಇರುತ್ತೆ. It is very hard. But the fangs can actually pierce through. So pierce through. Okay. So, they can get in. Venom can be released. Yeah. Any other question?
They release more venom in their pet or unpet?
Sorry, sir?
How is the severity of venomization? If the snake is fed or if the snake is unfed?
If a snake is fed, no, I think I did not catch your question.
Suppose if a snake scratches the animal, eats already fed or something, then it is fed.
Pythons? Okay. Oh, okay. That
is the severity of the venom, envenomation.
Okay.
Clinical symptoms of this.
Yeah. So now we were talking about Madras Crocodile Bank, venom extraction center. So there we basically shed Nagarhavu, all big four snakes ಒಂದು pot ಹಾಕಿಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ to extract venom. Now one thing that I practically saw was we say that venom is like saliva, like immediately being secreted. First time venom extraction ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ the quantity is really high. Second time if you do it instantly, okay, the quantity is quite less. It's not that venom baralla, venom bande barutte. Quantity has slightly gone down, but you give it couple of minutes or like couple of hours, like there will be equal quantity of venom which comes out. Now what are the complications? It will be the same. There is severe chances of, mostly people with pre-existing conditions have, severe symptoms. But king cobras are like much docile, as I said. So we are mostly on safer side because their chances of biting us is very less. We are useless for them. So no, that's how it is. We are really useless for snakes because we are not their prey. And even if now Kere how, Nagar how, so what happens? This is something that I wanted to talk about here in this conference. So now Nagar how kandre elru pujasti. For Shiva, this and all of that stuff. Even I do believe. Even my parents believe. Kodak madla kandre, gone, kill. You see a common crate, Nagar how kandre matra puja madu. Okay. Now only Nagar how is considered as Devaga. I'm not against that. Okay. We also pray. But I think it's high time that we also consider all other snakes or give respect to all other snakes in a similar way, because this is something to do with medical aspect, because now venom extraction martivalla. So only we get about 1,000 spectacle cobras, 1,000 common crate, 1,000 Russell's Viper, 1,000 Saskia. Now iga Kodakmandla athwa common crate anna kolta hodre, end of the day you'll only get Nagar how. Venom extraction madli Nagar how bekadu sigutte. You get everywhere because we praying, they're not killing. Kodakmandla sigode illa. It's like very less. But for us to produce or like manage antivenom, it's a polyvalent antivenom serum. ಈ ನಾಲ್ಕು ಜಾತಿಯ ಹಾವು ಕೂಡ equal quantity ಇರಬೇಕು. If there is 1,000 spectacle cobra, we need 1,000 Russell's Viper. Okay, it's not that changes ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಅಂತ. So this is the biggest problem. Nextly, I think it's high time that we respect all snakes because it's very important. Nagar how iddashte Kodakmandlanu ಇರಬೇಕು. Kodakmandla iddashte common crate ಇರಬೇಕು. Yeah.
The venom you are extracting, you are using only to manufacture ASV or for anything else you are using?
No. So our organization is only involved in extracting venom. The rest is taken care by pharmaceutical. We are only in venom extraction. Amale pharmaceutical is like they have the power. So it's actually the ground workers who get paid very less. Pharmaceutical makes a lot of money, like the middleman. Groundwork, you go to Madras Crocodile Bank, you see Irula cooperative societies, Irula's venom extraction marta. You go and ask them the salary. It will be very less. You go and ask a pharmaceutical guy the salary. It will be very high. But who is mostly at risk? Person who is actually extracting the venom. He should be paid more. But he is the one who is paid very less. Yaru venom extraction ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೋ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಸಂಬಳ. You basically get 250-300 rupees. And one who is actually working in pharmaceutical is paid bomb. Okay. So it's very nice. Even in any NGOs or any organizations for that matter. Role of NGOs in snake conservation and health. NGOs mostly you get paid peanuts only. Very less. Okay. It's not that you are highly paid or nothing like that. So people who do groundwork, yaru havanna editaro, they are mostly less respected. That's how a lot of us speak. Okay. But these are the people who should be given the highest amount of respect or salary. But unfortunately, giving money, they are like, you go to a mall, you buy anything, you go to IKEA or some other mall, you buy it for a fixed price. Nobody is going to bargain. But you go to a local tomato shop or like vegetable shops, everybody is going to bargain. Otherwise, you go to snake rescues. I'm not telling you that you're supposed to pay bomb to the snake rescuer. I don't think nobody gives. But at least pay some minimal sum for the fuel and the energy, okay, and the time that they've given to reach your place, okay. Yeah, so we don't have that courtesy at all. Like we just make use of rescue. So that's something, now I'm just starting. I'm at the starting phase. Nange ishtu abuse madidare andre I can imagine how abused these guys could be. Okay, so it's a very abused community. Nobody really gives a damn because you are 20 minutes late also, like people are cursing. 20 minutes late. So nobody really cares what is happening with your life like that. Yeah. So please respect. I think that's very important. When you have a rescuer coming to your place, I think it's very important for you to at least respect. Yeah. And shoes up. This is again something. Now elrigu onond mane ide. We go to some place. Mane havlogide. They tell shoes hakagilla. If you notice the videos, we are mostly in gumboots. Just to be on a safer end, we wear gumboots. You're better on a safer end. Some people tell, don't wear shoes only inside the house. They want snakes to be out, but they don't want us to be safe. They want themselves. Okay? A lot of times, be it any religion for that matter. So then they have snakes inside the house. They tell Havana hingade anta tagondogi mungade anta tagondogi. That's one. Recently we had one situation. Okay. Not mentioning any community here. The snake is in the kitchen. The backside hogake jaga. It's a big king cobra. They're telling Havana hingade anta tagondogi mungade anta tagondogi. So there was a big fight. That this. So that's how people act. Like all of us, including I think even my mom. Before, like when I said I'm going to catch snakes, it's like how? Like what is wrong with you? Everybody said, are you mad? Even people still believe we are mad. Okay, so that's how you're looked. Our video you're looked in a very different way. Okay. But that's a very life-saving job for a lot of people. Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah.
The snakes that the king cobra try to feed on, I never saw any of them try to fight back or escape. Is that actually the case?
Yeah, now as I said, king cobras are apex predators. They are on top of the food chain, so they don't really have a chance to escape. Your pit vipers, they're normally slow.
Like they seem very oblivious.
Yeah, they even if they try to move faster, they can't really escape because that's how fast. If a king cobra is feeding on a rat snake, imagine how fast the king cobra should be if it's able to catch a rat. Rat snakes is anyway very fast. King cobra should be much more faster.
We saw it in the water. Combat is in the water. I think it can easily hunt in that water.
Yeah.
It is maybe difficult.
Yeah, even in water bodies, like almost mainly a lot of snakes are also good swimmers. It's not just king cobras, it's actually good swimmers. So they can actually escape. Even combat can happen in water body. There's one situation where there's like a big stream and kitata, two males are actually fighting very bad in the stream, which is flooded. This is also one situation. So king cobras, the snakes have very less chance of escaping. So this is the role of NGOs. So you really need NGOs for you to know what exactly happens with snakes. Okay. We also have the biggest snakebite project. So this is one organization. Like Karnataka, it was not declared as snakebite as a neglected crisis. How Kadita Aktade, nobody really gave a damn. But now let's be proud that Karnataka is one among the states which is declared that snakebite is a neglected disease. But a lot of states, nobody really cares. And we also know that India is the snakebite capital of the world, losing over 60,000 people annually. Okay. So glad that we are at Karnataka. I think we are in a better position thanks to the policy makers and medical team. Yeah. Any questions? I think somebody had a question.
Sir,
I'll pick this one. Yeah.
As per food chain, we see eagles still fight with snakes and they eat sometimes. Do you think are eagles immune to venom?
Are eagles immune to venom? Again, quite debatable. I don't really have a 100% answer for that. But eagles, mostly in Maratha, eagles are again, they're very tricky. So, how to see the how hatra hogi kootu, they don't hunt. They'll come and directly pick it up. So it doesn't give a chance for the snake to bite. Kamme chance for it. I was talking about king cobras in Yaro hunt Padorilla. King cobras, if it's juvenile, if it's just born, of course, it'll be eaten by birds, it'll be eaten by peacocks. King cobras here, apex, if it's an adult, then of course it's on the top. But if it's just born, birds can all feed. It's not that they're immune, but they have a very different way of, acting on snakes. Yeah. Yeah, we had a question. Yeah.
So thanks for actively involving probably you are researching and asking the questions. I think I really don't know. Anyway, thanks everyone for actively participating and asking questions. Because of the shortage of time, probably we can take the questions during the tea break or coffee break. I don't know what is served. Okay, we will break for tea or coffee.
Yeah, I'll pick your question. Yeah.
So students, so please assemble as soon as possible. I know as soon as possible means for you people it's half an hour.
Hi guys, I'd like your attention for 2 minutes please. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕನ್ನಡ ಬರುತ್ತಲ್ವಾ? ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿರಲ್ವಾ? If anybody who do not understand Kannada, please raise your hands. Okay, just a handful. Okay, I'll translate you in English in a shorter version. Okay, so ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ಶಾಮ್ ಅವರು ಇಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ 47 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋ ಕೆಲಸದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ರಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. So this is an international documentary where we are filming him day and night, 24/7, 365 about his work. It's basically a biography documentary. So even the biography documentary ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಹಾಗೂ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ಬಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಜರ್ನಿ, ಇದೆಲ್ಲದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. And this is also one of the important moments in his life where he is providing awareness to students like you guys who are the future of our country. Thanks to you. So we may or may not include the footage that we have recorded here to the documentary, and it will reach streaming platforms like Amazon, Netflix, Hotstar, Nat Geo, or any other platforms. So even if we do include this footage in the documentary, are you guys okay if you're filmed? Are all of you okay? If somebody who's not okay, can you please raise your hands?
We are more than happy.
Okay, very nice. So we'll take a video. So we'll take a video release. Andre, as we have conveyed the message to you, I just want this row, all of you on my left hand side, to you it's the right one, okay, to give a thumbs up in the air. Thumbs up. Everybody, thumbs up. Here, this row. Left hand side. Thumbs up. Hold it for 30 seconds, please. 30 seconds. Done? And this row now. Thank you so much. This row. Thumbs up like this. All of you. Sir, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮೇಲೆ. Yes. And you both as well. There, that guy. Sir, you. Rithan, I need a thumbs up from you. Okay, thank you. And yeah, you can enjoy your tea break. And also, it's Shyam's birthday today, so let's all wish him a happy birthday.
That I normally make. So it's the last video, okay? So we basically have the signature position that we take, okay, all of you. And then I give 1, 2, 3 count, and you're supposed to hiss. Okay? That's not a fun. Ready? All of you, ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you guys.
I would like to invite the dignitaries to join us on the stage. First we have Dr. Lokesh A.J. Sir, Dean and Director, KOIMS Medically. We welcome you, sir. Next we have Srimati Rohini Kriya, Chief Administrative Officer, KOIMS Medically. We welcome her in her absence. Next we have Dr. Vishal Kumar Sir, Principal, KOIMS Medically. We welcome you, sir. Next we have Dr. Somshekhar H.K. Sir, Medical Superintendent, KOIMS Medically. We welcome you, sir. Next we have Dr. Nanjindaya N, District Surgeon, KOIMS Medically. We welcome him in his absence. Next we have Dr. Satish Kumar K.M., District Health and Family Welfare Officer, Kodagu District. We welcome him in his absence. Next we have Dr. Srinivas D.A., District Surveillance Officer, Kodagu District. We welcome him in his absence. We have Dr. Madhusudan A.R., Reproductive and Child Health Officer, Kodagu District. We welcome you, sir. It is our immense honor that we have Dr. Raghunandan BG Sir, Senior Specialist in Charge at NPSCU SSU CME. We welcome you, sir. Next we have Dr. Mohan Appaji Sir, Professor and HOD, Department of Emergency Medicine. We welcome you, sir. Next, we would like to welcome our beloved Dr. Purushottam DR Sir, HOD of Pediatrics Department.
President Kodagu.
दीपक ज्योति जनार्दन दीपो हरतु मे पापम दीपक ज्योति नमोस्तु
I would like to invite Dr. Rajanish KV sir, professor in the Department of Pediatrics.
I request our Dean and Director, Dr. AJ sir.
Dignitaries in the dais, our Dean and Director, and all other respected colleagues and all the staff, and all the guest speakers, eminent speakers who came from various parts, and my dear students and my colleagues. So, CME is conducted to enrich the knowledge. So on this occasion, the Pediatric Department is conducted the CME on prevention, control and management of snakebite, envenoming and snake conservation. So as casualty encounters many snakebite cases, it is very useful for the students and casualty medical officer or any other medical staffs to identify the whatever signs and symptoms, then how to identify the whether non-venomous or venomous snakes, type of snakes. Okay, so this kind of will definitely give a clue. And attended our first speaker, Mr. Popular known as the Sham snake. Sir is snake sham. So it was really wonderful, and even it is delighted for me to know the different types of many snakes. What we see, we feel it's a venomous snake, but many are non-venomous. And also by Mr. Rithan Bopanna's speech was wonderful. So similarly, the many speakers are there. So it will continue till the evening. So I hope that all the students, which is useful for you, will enrich their knowledge. And I wish you all the best for the Department of Pediatrics for conducting this CME.
Now I would like to request our Medical Superintendent, Dr. Somsekhar HK sir, to speak a few words on this occasion.
It is in the dais, our Dean and Director, Dr. Lokesh sir, CEO Madam and Finance Officer. Actually, very beautiful topic he has arranged, our Dr. Purushottam, because we know, I think many of the students basically from the agriculture family, what problems they are facing, I think everybody must be knowing. Still, I remember the bad things, because basically we are from the agriculture family, we have lost so many lives, because the olden days, especially in our high school I lost my own classmate, that a neighbor, because of the snake bite. And also, very bad thing, even my uncle also had, luckily survived. So that day, olden days, actually nowadays, say the venom is available, ARC is available, but in olden days, because of the lack of medical facilities and manpower, they are stick on to actually the traditional treatment, olden days. They don't know when to shift, how to shift the patient to the nearby, this thing, their lack of the knowledge. Nowadays, totally is improved a lot. So, it is a very good topic that especially our Dr. Purushottam HOD has got a very good communication skill. He brought all excellent speakers from different places, especially from Bengaluru. gratefully say, sir, you accepted this thing invitation to come over here to do this thing, deliver the lecturers. I'm thankful to you and all the very excellent speakers. Please, a very good topic. Please make use of the snake venom, because it includes all the departments, especially medicines and surgical and toxicology like forensic medicines. We know the different varieties of the snakes, neurotoxic and hematotoxic. Neurotoxic, suddenly you go to the medical department, and hematotoxic like a vapor bite, the sequel goes to surgical department due to cellulitis, and sometimes the patient may require amputation also. Okay, and toxicology concerned, our sir is there, it all comes to medical legal issues. So it's a very good topic. I'll thank you one and all to participate in this. Anyway, good luck.
Mohan Appaji sir, Professor and HOD, Department of Emergency Medicine, to share with us a few words of wisdom.
First of all, I like to congratulate Department of Pediatrics, especially HOD and his team, for having this program here in a very good platform and bringing NGOs also to this platform. It is a great occasion to meet NGOs like Sham, Snake Sham, then Bopanna, yeah, and many NGOs are here, but it was a wonderful beginning, eye-opener also, where I interacted with Sham also, and also with Bopanna also, and very good platform and very good speakers they are invited to this CME program today. Wonderful, thank you Purushottam for conducting this event, and I wish you a great success, and I wish similar programs will keep on going in this institution. Actually, in the emergency department, I am in casualty also, working in casualty also. I see, on an average, every day I see one snake bite coming to casualty, and almost they get very good relief, recognize whether it is a non-poisonous snake or a poisonous snake, then treat accordingly at casualty level, and then refer to medicine or surgery. That's what's happening, and every day I see one snake bite. It's so common because of coffee plantation and agriculture belt is here in food, and we see very common problem in casualty also, and we in fact treat those patients very effectively because we have got a good ASV, which is a polyvalent anti-venom. So I don't want to take much time. We have nice luminary speakers there waiting now, and dignitaries on the dais. We have our office people, Dean and Director is also there. And in fact, morning we discussed, Dean and Director, I discussed with him. Such CMEs we are going to have regularly from emergency department and casualty, along with medicine and forensic. HOD also was talking to me. So we'll all bring this similar program regularly in this institution. Thank you for giving me opportunity.
Now, I would like to request Dr. Raghunandan Vijay, Senior Specialist in Charge at NPSC SSU CMD, to address the gathering.
Good afternoon all. Respected dignitaries of the dais. First of all, I would like to congratulate and thanks to Department of Pediatrics, especially Dr. Purushottam, for arranging such a wonderful session on Snakebite Innovation Program. I am actually looking after this Snakebite program since almost 1.5 years, and our state government has, Health and Family Welfare Department has taken a lot of initiatives. Even though I think we are much ahead of other states, but I feel they are nothing compared to still we have long way to go, and this is such a very good platform. We had a lot of discussions with NGOs and snake rescuers. Everybody are doing a lot of works in their field. I think everybody has to integrate, and if we integrate and if do work, I think we can reach our goal at least to. Our main aim is to have the deaths and disabilities by 2030, that we can reach that goal with all integration of health and family welfare along with other departments and especially medical education also. And now recently, like only from few days, we are putting more interest on like it was included in neglected tropical disease in 2017. This Snakebite program came for establishment from 2023. Only from recent years, we are getting little importance for the snakebite, and even nowadays, our administrators like principal secretary, commissioner, everybody are reviving this snakebite program, especially very seriously. And still long way to go ahead. And here we have very good speakers from CMC Vellore and even Bangalore. It will be very good scientific sessions. Once again, I would like to thank Dr. Purushottam for arranging such a wonderful session. Thank you.
Now, I would like to call upon Dr. Krishnananda, President, IAP Kodagu, to share some thoughts on this occasion.
Dignitaries on the dais, my close friend Dr. Umesh, Dean and Director, and other dignitaries on the dais. It's a dream topic, my dream topic. This has to be taught to every medical student who is in final year, interns and postgraduates. They should know how to treat a snake bite, when to refer, how to manage. I want snake bite which comes to the hospital, mortality should be zero. Morbidity will be there, I agree. Mortality should be there as per as per our protocol. I think my colleague from department said we want to reduce it off. No, nothing sir. It has to be reduced to zero when it comes to hospital, not in the house deaths or field deaths. And also, everybody should know, ಈಗ ಯಾರೋ ಒಂದು ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ಬೈಟ್ ಬಂತಪ್ಪ ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ ಅಥವಾ ಕ್ಯಾಶುಯಾಲಿಟಿ ಬಂದರೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಸೇ ಸಿಗೋದು. ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಸ್ ಬಂದು ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ಬೈಟ್ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬನ ಕರಿತೀನಿ ಇರೋ. ನೋ, precious time is there. In this session, you learn how to differentiate a venomous bite and a non-venomous bite. Administer ASV in full dose without any fear of reaction, without any test dose. Administer full dose, same dose to pediatric patients, same dose to adult patients. Basic rules you should keep that giving the ASV in right time prevents the morbidities. So I request all of you, the budding doctors are there, consultants are there, other specialties are there, they should know the basic management. I don't want advances in the treatment, no need for them, everybody need not know that. But basic treatment they should know, especially in the PHCs, the medical officer should say, ಇಷ್ಟು ದಿವಸ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್, ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ಬೈಟ್ ಕಾಂಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ಸ್, ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಲೀಗಲ್ ಕಾಂಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ಸ್, ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಅಟೆಂಡ್, ಆಂಬುಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಕಳಿಸಿ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದ ಪೇಷಂಟು, ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಡೈ ಇನ್ ದಿ ಆಂಬುಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಆನ್ ದಿ ವೇ ಟು ದಿ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್. ಈಸ್ ಇಟ್ ದಿ ಪರ್ಪಸ್ ಸರ್ವ್ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ದಿ ವೇ ಎ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫೈಡ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿಲ್ ಡು. ಸೊ ಎವ್ರಿಬಡಿ ಶುಡ್ familiarize themselves with the medical legal aspects and the treatment aspect, and it is the beginning. I congratulate Dr. Purushottam for taking the lead in arranging this CME program. Thank you.
I invite Dr. Purushottam DR sir, Professor and HOD, Department of Pediatrics, to address the gathering.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dignitaries on the dais, my dear colleagues, students, and other staffs. So I'm very happy to say that this is our third CME program since 2015. The first CME program was office practice for pediatricians. The second was CME in primary immunodeficiency disorders. I don't know why I thought that first was best. I thought the second was the best, and third one, this is I don't know what to say. Extraordinary, I think. So I'm really happy to have this CME, and also. I'd like to share few of the kind of history behind conducting this CMEs. Okay, few of the incidents where I just wanted to reminisce here, because each day we'll having a very good experiences. Probably we'll have a very good memories or very good kind of good memories or good experiences. During our course of journey from almost 15 years, we had a very good experiences of saving a snakebite victim, And also we have lost couple of cases in the near past. It was in the year 2021 during our COVID outbreak. We happened to receive one of the snake bite. She was a 9-year-old. Okay, she was got from periphery. It has gone to some PHCs. They have given ASP, but it was given in a probably lesser amount, and immediately they are referred to our institutions. And right now we definitely have a very good PICU, NICU, and all those things. Even we have back then also we had, but with a limited space we had, and we used to function. So by the time the patient was shifted from casualty to the pediatric ICU, so we were about to intubate, the patient expired. I don't know, it has reached to our yesteryear DC madam, Anis Kanmani madam was there. We used to have frequent meetings with madam with respect to COVID equipment procurement, all those things. And she asked me personally, Doctor, the snake bite, she's just 9-year-old, she's expired. Can you give me the reason? Anyone, administrators, they will be looking out from the district administration. She told, she was literally worried actually. Thankfully I had done all my background work, and I knew what exactly the case when it came to PICU, what was the transit time to come to our casualty, and what was the time from casualty to our PICU. I knew it, and spontaneously I enumerated madam, and madam, she had got some other information saying that we have done some mistake at test or something like that. But after my words, she was convinced. That day I had a kind of this thing that no sir told, and everyone told, every trace. So no death should happen from snake bite, because technology improved, we are getting a sufficient stocks of ASP, especially in our government hospital. So that was in my corner of mind, probably in cerebellum it was there. So later on, that is one triggering point for me. Second thing is, previous also we had a snake bite. 3 kids were playing, and 2 kids had a snake bite and all those things. He was actually came for a trip with friends. Snake bite had happened. He was insisting not to inform to the parents. We were admitted to the casualty, and over a period of few hours, it the edema increased and pulsations decreased and all those things. So immediately we made a call to the parents, and we immediately referred the patients. Probably after we forwarded the point, we kind of took these things. He was fine. So it was a kind of traumatic situation to see the small kids suffering with a snake bite. This is a second triggering point. And recently I happened to meet Raghunandan sir in one of the training program which was arranged at State Institute of Health and Family. We were discussing each other. Sir happened to share few of his insights and thoughts about this. I discussed with sir. You don't believe, thank you very much sir. Just in a matter of 1 or 2 phone calls, that's it. All the program was, blueprint was given by Raghunandan sir. And he has given the resource persons details. I added some couple of resource persons, and the result is in front of you. Okay, and the resource persons, the Intensivist, my friends, colleagues, they also, just by a single phone call, they accepted the invitations, and they are here for our lucid presentations. So welcome resource person. Thank you very much, sir. And without wasting much time, so much to talk. I'll end it here. I thank our Dean and Director sir for supporting, like he is our backbone pillar to each and every one, including our department, and all the other administrators, principals sir, MS sir, and all the techniques for supporting madam sir. Please, I am not taking the names in the lack of time. I thank each and every administrator for hand-holding us and supporting us at every point of time. Thank you, sir. Thank you all the delegate students, supporting staff for thank you.
Now I would like to request Dr. Lokesh AJ sir, Dean and Director, KOIMS Medicare, to address the gathering.
Friends, I welcome all the speakers, active speakers. There are some doctors, there are some non-doctors who are speaking. Already some of the speakers have spoken to you. And I also welcome all the dignitaries on the dais, my dear colleagues and students. See, snakebite, sir has told there should not be any mortality. As of now, the mortality is between 4 to 5% per lakh in India. And snakes are, India is known for snake bites. See, snake not seen in very cold countries and all. And here also this average, see, doctors may think this average we are meeting, that means national average we are meeting in terms of morbidity and mortality. Because this area is also cold, we are getting only viper bites, where there is sufficient time to treat the patient. Maybe 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, or hematological complications will be there. That's the reason probably it is your mortality rate is improving. As far as cobra bite is concerned, you should be able to treat the patient within about 2 hours. And you should be able to give full dose of treatment. Sir has told you should not hesitate to give anti-snake venom. That means pre-hospital treatment is most important to reduce morbidity as well as mortality. Otherwise the patient will die in the transit itself. There are so many controversies regarding tying the tourniquet or removing the tourniquet, what is the dosage, that, this and that. Biggest controversy is if you don't treat the patient. That means mortality and morbidity will go high. That's why you should not, see, I've been telling all these points even one death is too much. That should be your idea, especially young doctors. You should learn more and more about snakebite. And in a way, this snakebite CME is a more meaningful because and it's more comprehensive treatment. You are learning here what the comprehensive treatment means. You have to conserve the snake and what pre-hospital treatment is a must or not. And then after snakebite, other doctors or non-doctors will take care. So in a way, it's more meaningful and comprehensive approach to snakebite. That's what I have learned now. And snakebite is accidental. Snakebite is homicidal also. And then if you don't know about snakebite, is suicidal. You cannot survive without treating snakebite because snakebite and even poisoning, patients will be young patients, so nobody will accept. That means society will not accept the death. That's why learning is continuous. Hope you understood the message. You should continue learning. Whatever the subject of interest. Thank you, one and all.
It's a pleasure that we get to celebrate the birthday of our esteemed guest, Mr.MS.Balasubramanya, also known as Snake Sham sir. So I request Snake Sham sir and the dignitaries on the dais to please come forward and join the cake cutting ceremony.
ಸುಮಾರು ಜನ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇಂದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ಸ್ ಫೋಟೋಗಳನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೀರಾ, ರಂಗೋಲಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ, ಬಹಳ ಖುಷಿ ಆಯಿತು. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಒಂದು ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಎತ್ತಣದ ಮಾಮನೋ ಎತ್ತಣದ ಕೋಗಿಲೆಯೋ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ ಮೈಸೂರಲ್ಲಿ 58ನೇ ಹುಟ್ಟುಹಬ್ಬ ಮಡಿಕೇರಿಲಿ. ಅದು ಇಂಥ ಗಣ್ಯ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳ ಮಧ್ಯ, ನಿಮ್ಮಂಥವ್ರ ಮಧ್ಯ ನನಗೆ ನೀವು ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಇದೊಂದು ಅದೃಷ್ಟ ಅಂತಲೇ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು, ಇವತ್ತು ನಾನು ಬರ್ತಡೇ ಅಂದಾಗ ಒಂದು ಮಗು ಬಂದು, ಇವತ್ತು ನಂದು ಅಂಕಲ್ ಬರ್ತಡೇ ಅಂತು. ಆ ಮಗು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಬೈ. ನಿನ್ನೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಡಮ್ದು ಬರ್ತಡೇ ಅಂತೆ. ಬಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ವಿಶ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪಿ ಬರ್ಡೇ. ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮೇಲೆ ಉಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. 15, 16, 17 ಬಾಕಂದ. ಸೊ 15th, 16th, 17th ಮೇಡಮ್ ನೀವು ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ.
Sir, this is our painting, sketching done by our own students.
Yesterday, Snake Satish Shah, I request the dignitaries on the dais to please honor and felicitate.
ಸತೀಶ್ ನವರು ಮೂಲತಃ ಕೊಡಗು ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯ ವಿರಾಜಪೇಟೆಯವರು 13 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಸರ್ಪ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣಾ ವೃತ್ತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಡಗಿಸಿಕೊಂಡ ಇವರು ಈವರೆಗೂ ಕಾಳಿಂಗ, ನಾಗರ, ಕಟ್ಟು, ಕೊಳಕ ಮಂಡಲ ಮುಂತಾದ 1000 ವಿಧವಾದ ಸರ್ಪಗಳನ್ನು ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಿಸಿದ್ದು ಸರ್ಪ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಶಾಲಾ ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ತರಗತಿಗಳನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇಂದು ನಮ್ಮೊಂದಿಗೆ ಪಾಲ್ಗೊಂಡಿರುವುದು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಖುಷಿಯಾದ ವಿಷಯ.
For the lack of time, we will be ending the inauguration program here. I thank everyone. Okay, we will now be continuing with the next session.
I would like to invite Dr. Rajanish sir, Professor in the Department of Pediatrics at Rajarajeshwari Medical College and Hospital, Bengaluru. So let's invite Dr. Rajanish sir to the stage for this session.
Switch the gears and let's come to our core areas. After having listened to 2 experts in the field of hepatology, let's try to inculcate those things into our guidelines. Coming to the first aid in the snake bite. So as a medical officer, you are in the front line and you need to educate the community and the health workers in providing the adequate and appropriate, simple to follow first aid to the community people. So as a resource person, as a medical person, few things you have to keep in the mind when you tell what first aid you need to give. One is size of the patient. Like obviously, if the patient size is small, for example, a child, the dose of venom per kg body weight will be obviously high and the effects of mortality, morbidity, everything will be high. And site of the bite, as experts pointed out, most of the bites will be in the extremities, but it is quite possible in case of crate or any other this one that even the chest and the head might be bitten. So if the site of the bite is something which is proximal, then you can expect more complications and instantaneous death, almost instantaneous death, because it will be more proximal to the circulation. And then what is the other factor? Exercise or exertion. If anyone is exerting himself, like running or driving himself to the hospital, all those things like exertion is one of the critical factors which will enhance the venom to get into the circulation faster, and we need to keep that in mind. So avoid exertion at any cost. And then next, like bite characteristics, like how many times the snake has bitten him, and it has bitten him through the cloth or any shoes, and what was the depth and everything. All those bite characteristics also will play a role. Also species, what kind of species has bitten the individual. And then if the snake is carrying any organisms in its mouth, introducing a secondary infection leading to a rapid cellulitis and all those things. And provision of the first aid. This is the most critical first step in the management of the snake bite, which will come, critical step which will come, and it will influence the outcome of the patient. So all these things you are well aware, it has been enumerated, which are the snakes which are poisonous and their actions. And these gentlemen you have been already introduced to. You are well aware of all these things. So these are the local symptoms and signs which even the community workers has to keep in mind, like local changes, blistering formation, fan marks and all those things. And also systemic complications like diplopia, dysphagia, dysphonia, dysarthria and paralysis. All these things need to be watched, because all these things they need to report to the doctor. So anyone who is aware in the village about these symptoms, they will be able to tell. And also the victim himself will be able to tell all these complaints. So these symptomatology and signs which they need to watch is quite helpful for them. So you need to educate these things in the community. And these are the core guidelines which is given by the expert consensus. These are the core guidelines which are given. And the basis for these core guidelines is they have found that the most likely path of the venom to enter into the circulation is through the lymphatic channels. Way back in 1941, there was a study by two scientists named Drueta. This is a Lancet journal which was published in 1941. What they did is they took two groups of rabbits, around 30 in each group, and one was the control group and one was the treatment group. In the treatment group, what they did is they ligated the lymphatic channels in the groin, and both the groups they were exposed to the certain venom of a snake called tiger snake, and they watched the outcome. The outcome was death. The time to death was the parameter which they saw, and what they noticed was in the control group, the average time of death was 10 minutes, whereas in the treatment group, which underwent a ligation of the lymphatic channel, lymphatic duct, was 1 hour, up to 1 hour. Medium time of onset of death was 1 hour. So that is a critical factor, is to prevent this entry of venom into the circulation. So physiologically we speak, what are the methods by which this lymph fluid gets propelled into the circulation is, one is endothelial cell, means like contractile smooth muscle cells are there on the lymphatic vessels which will contract, and this is the main mechanism by which the lymph will get propelled into the circulation. And the other method is skeletal muscle activity, like is walking around, is moving around, and all those things will definitely aid in the entry of the toxin into the circulation. And there is a system of valves in the lymphatic system also. There are contractile valves which will ensure that there is a one-way movement of the lymph. So all these factors will contribute to the entry of the venom into the circulation. So this is the basis of all the guidelines and everything which was given. So aptly named. So what they have done, it is do it right. So they have named the strategy of first aid as do it right. One is reassurance. As experts pointed out, most of the snake bites, 70% of the snake bites are by non-venomous snakes. So no need to worry. Only the rest remaining 30% are venomous snakes, and of those 30%, half of them are dry bites, or they don't lead to any clinical envenomation. So mathematically speaking, most of the times the chance of survival are there, and maybe that is the reason why the traditional healers have got the publicity that somebody went to somewhere and they got cured. So that is mathematically they stand a chance, and once the envenomation symptoms start, they will refer to the medical this one, and by then the valuable time is lost and we lose the patient. So this is one of a big challenge, like preventing them to go to alternative healers. So that is reassuring the patient, like calming him, don't panic, like increasing the heart rate and breathing, everything, like to make him calm. That will definitely help in calming down this one, and it will ensure the survival. And immobilize the limb. So that is the basic step. Basic step in this one is to immobilize with any rigid object, wood or anything, to immobilize. So as we discussed, the movement of the hands or extremities will enhance the absorption. So by using some bandage, cloth or something, we can immobilize the limb, and also we have to make the victim as still as possible. He has to lie as still as possible. Don't make him move around a lot. Unnecessary movement is discouraged, and if he is vomiting or if he is a little bit drowsy, it will be helpful to make him lie in the recovery position, that is in the left prone position, head slightly high, so that in case if he vomits, he will not aspirate into this airway. So that is securing the airway. And if he is wearing any tight constricting cloth or jewelry or some rings or anything, that needs to be removed immediately. And get to the hospital. That is, the transport is the main crucial thing which will ensure his survival. Whatever the means of transport is available, like in bikes or boat or any means of transport, they need to get him to the hospital, making sure that his body movements are to the minimum. He should not move around a lot. So strongly discouraged is running or walking or any kind of physical exertion is discouraged. And D. What is D? Tell to the doctor any appearance of any symptoms. So if you know the list of symptoms which need to be watched, we can report it at the earliest. So the immediate action should be the victim, as soon as he reports, one is reassuring, and then taking him to the hospital will be the basic thing. And the most important principle of the first aid in the snake bite, in the case of snake bite, is do no harm. One is preventing the venom to enter into the circulation will be the basic strategy. And the another thing is do no harm by going to other traditional healers or tying a tight tourniquet, as one of the dignitaries also pointed out. Tying a tourniquet is a controversial thing, but it has been proved in many of the studies that it is more harmful than useful. But many of the times people come with a tourniquet to the casualty, and there is a particular method to deal in the emergency which will be covered later. That is a practical. In the real world, it happens that they may end up with a tourniquet. So how to remove it? Before removing it, what to take care and everything, it will be discussed. And just to enumerate a few disadvantages of the tourniquet, if it is tied too tight, the arterial supply is gone and the limb will go into gangrene very fast. So maximum is 40 minutes. If the tourniquet is there for beyond 40 minutes, then definitely the limb will go for amputation. And it is not effective, like the venous return is still there. Like even if arterial blood is blocked, the interosseous venous return will still be there, and therefore it will enter into the circulation. And also local complications are definitely going to increase with the tourniquet. So a lot of studies say that. So this is just reiterating the same points. This is the famous picture you would have seen in many manuals, like how to immobilize. Just grab any of the rigid object and you immobilize the entire limb. And also we have to take care to immobilize or to make the patient not to move around. Immobilize the patient also. And this is one more method called as pressure immobilization. This pressure immobilization has found to be effective, but the problem is this pressure immobilization using a crepe bandage. Some elasticized bandage can be put throughout the limb where it is affected, but it has to be done only by a qualified medical professional. And the pressure, they say, should be between 50 to 70 millimeter of mercury, and it should not be too tight or too loose, and it should just allow one finger to pass beneath the elastic this one. So this method is called as pressure immobilization method. So if the anticipated delay is around more than 30 minutes or less than 3 hours, a qualified medical professional can apply, just like how you apply for a ankle sprain. So that much pressure is needed. So that pressure is applied for the whole limb, starting from the toes and also covering the bite side And additionally, it is immobilized by using a scale or a rigid object. So it is pressure immobilization method. So there are other methods of immobilization like a pressure pad on the site, which is not going to be of much help because applying it in our settings is very difficult. So these are the don'ts in the first aid, very important don'ts in the first aid, like applying a tourniquet or trying to catch the snake and trying to kill the snake, wasting the time, or applying some cut, everything, you know all the methods which they use in the community. So everything is a waste of time. So these are the few photographs showing some things which need to be avoided. And it is always helpful to have a photos to show for identification, species identification. Although it is not very much necessary, it may be useful to recognize the species. And one more thing is, if there is any secondary changes at the bite site, like the blister formation, wound, it should not be washed. By washing it, we will be providing more harm than use. So it should not be disturbed. So washing is discouraged. So in summary, prompt and appropriate first aid can save lives. First aid is the first critical step in the management of the snake bite, and avoid traditional and harmful practices, and early administration of antivenom is critical. So we need to take the patient to the facility where ASV is available. So time to start to ASV has to be minimized as much as possible. Children require special attention due to increased vulnerability. These are my references. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Okay, there is some controversy. Sir, also much. My point is, patient will tie the tourniquet, the patient will come to the hospital and you remove the tourniquet. You understand this point? What should we do? Sir?
Yeah, this is, I think, emergency. Means I dealt with 3 hospital settings. So removing a tourniquet can cause a lot of venom to enter suddenly into the circulation, and the patient might collapse. So emergency room preparedness is the most important thing. Establish a IV line, administer the ASV, and also should be confident to secure his airway. In case he goes in for a respiratory failure, you should be able to intubate the individual and start ventilating. And the preparedness is the most important thing.
Thank you. This is the thing. Because without being prepared, you will remove the tourniquet, patient will die. It was happening previously. I also heard one instance. It led to some mob violence. You remove the tourniquet, you give minimal dose of ASV, 1 or 2. Should give full dose. You should be prepared enough to give full dose of ASV before removing the tourniquet. Otherwise, you leave it like that, it's as good as it's loosened. Because by the time he comes to the hospital, it will be somewhat loose. That will save your skin, or it will save some violence against you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Do we roll the crepe bandage from distal to proximal, or is it from proximal to distal? So
Describe it as distal to proximal.
Will it not again push the venom through the lymphatics above?
Yeah, immediately after bite.
We should start from above and then go below.
No. From the bite, we can start.
So initial marking should be there, or then otherwise if the mark is not seen, maybe in between the toes.
But that's why generally it is not recommended to.
Yeah, still we have time.
Just immobilize.
Prevent.
That's why we don't, and usually first aid is given by the bystanders, some attenders, some friends only. So generally by the time they come to hospital, it doesn't.
Yes, WHO protocol, they have described it from distal to proximal.
Few references are also telling should be from the proximal to distal.
Yeah, as you told, theoretically, if it is a hemotoxin, if you tie from below, upward to below, local complications may increase. And if it is a neurotoxin, it might be helpful to distal to proximal. So it depends on the situation. But the WHO guideline says it is from distal to proximal only. We have to put the crepe bandage, and we have to include the bite side also. So the basic principle is to prevent the venom from subcutaneous to entering into the circulation, because most of the bites, they have analyzed, most of the bites is into the subcutaneous tissue, sometimes into intramuscular, sometimes directly into the vessel also. So the venom enters directly into the vessel, death will be almost instantaneous. Intramuscular also rapid absorption may be there, and only subcutaneous deposition of the venom, it will be delayed. We will have a valuable time to intervene. Thank you very much.
Dr. Rajanish sir, so I request Dr. Vishal Kumar sir, Principal of the KOIMS, to present. Involved in the training of the state nodal officers and primary health workers in snakebite management for the past 2 years in collaboration with the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. With extensive experience in clinical toxicology, Sir will deliver an in-depth session on the topic diagnosis, management and referral of snakebite patients. His work has contributed significantly to the field of poison care and emergency treatment in India. Now I invite Dr. Jambu Gulam Mohan sir to the stage.
So next session we will discuss about the most important aspect, that is diagnosis, treatment and referral mechanisms related to the snakebite. So my name is Dr. Mohan from Vellore, CMC. So thank you Dr. Purushottam sir and all the other administration at KOIMS giving me this opportunity and invitation. Thank you all. So without wasting time, we will move on to the discussion about this topic. So some disclaimers and declarations. So this entire presentation is prepared based on already existing guidelines, national and WHO guidelines. So all the clinical photographs that you will see are produced after taking informed consent. They are all anonymized. No other conflicts of interest. And I would like to acknowledge our Professor Dr. Ravikar Rao, who is the Chief at Poison Center CMC, for preparing this presentation. And this discussion is going to be a detailed discussion. It's rather a brief discussion, because snakebite management topic is a huge topic. There are so many things to discuss, so many concepts to discuss. So we'll try to summarize everything in the couple of 1 to 2 hours. So outline of my talk. So definitions, medically important snake species in India, clinical and laboratory diagnosis, treatment, referral mechanisms, outpatient follow. So these are the 6 headings on which we'll be discussing. So definitions, going on to the definitions. So the first question is, are snakes poisonous or venomous? Correct? So we have one broad term called toxin. Under the toxin, you have either poison or venom. So poison and venom are produced by the living organisms. Correct? Sometimes non-living organisms also contain poisons. But the broad term is toxin. But the question is, are the snakes poisonous or venomous? That is important to discuss and understand. If you look at poisons, so the first picture here, no? This is the datura plant that contains poison. When a child or adult ingests it, the poison will enter into the body through intact surface. So somebody has to eat it. So datura will be released. The toxic component will be absorbed from the intact stomach. Then it will reach the blood and it is going to cause anticholinergic toxicity. Correct? Similarly here, this is puffer fish. It contains tetrodotoxin. If someone eats that fish, the tetrodotoxin will be released in the stomach. From there, through the intact surface, it diffuses and enters into the blood and it causes toxicity. Similarly, this is a mushroom, wild mushrooms, which contains various poisons, which again can enter into our body when we cook them and eat, and they enter again diffusely. They just diffuses without breakage in the barrier. So you have to understand that the poisons, when you mention, they enter into our body without breakage in the barrier. You understand? So So organisms that produce poisons, they are called poisonous. So all are called poisonous. You are not calling them venomous. Okay? So if you just contrast with venoms, which are a different group of toxins, which are produced by, for example, these kind of animals, like snake. So snakes contains not poisons, venom. It contains venom. So what it does is it uses its fangs. So it has to bite. So there will be breach in the barrier. Suppose it bites here, there is a breakage in the barrier. So that through the fangs, the venom will be injected at the bite site. From there, the venom has to get absorbed through the lymphatics, then finally reaches the blood circulation and goes and bite to various tissues in the body, target organs, and it causes what is called envenomation. Understand? Similarly here, scorpion which has got a telson at the tail end, with which it can sting the victim. It's not the bite, it can sting the victim. Again there is a breakage in the barrier, so the venom will be injected and venom can cause autonomic storm and all those different grades of envenomation. Here this is a wasp, this also has got a stinger, it can again come and sting, so there is a breakage in the barrier. So what you need to understand is, when you call a venom, the venom has to be injected. There should be a breakage in the existing barrier. Whereas poisons, there is no breakage in the barrier. They can easily get absorbed through the barriers and enters into the systemic circulation. But venom has to be injected. There should be a breakage in the barrier. So all the organisms that produce venom, they are called venomous. They are not called poisonous. So when you refer to snake, you have to use this term venomous always, not poisonous. The snake is either venomous or non-venomous. You don't call it as a snake as a poisonous or non-poisonous. So that is very, very important. So just to depict again through the picture, if someone eats, so in this example, a person has ingested a frog that is poisonous, containing poison. So this is called a poisonous animal and he got poisoned. Whereas here, the snake has bit him, the venom has entered through the breakage of the membrane and he developed, this is called a venomous animal, he developed what is called envenomation. Okay? So when you deal with a snake bite case, when you are presenting in the ward, emergency, wherever, you have to use this term called snake bite envenomation, not the snake bite poisoning, because they are not poisonous, they are venomous. Okay? That is very, very important when you present a case. This is a universally accepted term to describe the case and discuss the case. Okay, so what is snake bite envenoming then? So we know that the venom, when it is injected at the bite site, where beneath the skin, beneath the subcutaneous tissue, the venom is deposited there. So there are a lot of structures will be there initially here. Muscles are there, neurons are there, blood vessels are there. So initially the venom is going to act on those surrounding structures. Followed by, the venom has to be absorbed through the lymphatics and gains access to the blood circulation and reaches various target sites systemically. Understand? So initially it is going to cause a local problem, then it is going to affect various target sites systemically and it is going to cause systemic problems. So varying combination of local and systemic effects resulting from injection of venom into the prey during a bite by snake. So can progress rapidly from local features to systemic features can progress very, very rapidly. Sometimes can even result in death. So these features, that local features and systemic features, also called a local envenomation, also called a systemic envenomation. So which are appearing as a result of the spread of the venom is called envenomation. So you have to refer a case like a snake bite with envenomation. Snake bite with local envenomation if they have only local effects, which we will discuss. If they have a systemic envenomation, snake bite with local and systemic envenomation. If someone doesn't have local envenomation, only systemic features, you have to say snake bite with systemic envenomation. So that is how you have to present the case of a snake bite. Everyone is clear? Clear? Yes? All are how much? Which are all year students are there? Only 5 year. No other students. Interns? Interns, PGs? Okay. So please stop me whenever you don't understand these topics, these concepts. Very, very important, because we were all not taught snakebite, management, all these things in detail. So very, very lucky you are that all these speakers are invited to discuss. So please use this opportunity. If you don't understand any concept, please stop me. We can always discuss. Keep it like interactive. It's not just a lecture. Understand? No? Anyone has doubt so far? Venom versus poison, venomous, poisonous, snakebite, envenomation. Everybody's clear? So let us move on to the next one. Briefly, medically important snake species in India. Already other speakers have mentioned. We know that these are the most important 4 snakes in India. It's also called a big 4 snakes. Why they are called big 4 is these contribute to more number of snake bites in India, leading to more number of deaths from snake bite. So we all know the first one is what is this one? Indian cobra, Naja. What is this one? Common crate. What is the scientific name? Bungarus cerilius. What is this one? Russell's viper, Daboia russeli. What is this one? Saw-scaled viper, Aegis carinatus. So you can see here, these snakes are distributed across the India, everywhere, every part of India, these 4 are present. Hence, they are contributing to more number of snake bites, hence they are called a big 4 snakes. Where already previous speakers have mentioned. But some parts they are not present, okay? And we also have other snakes present in these parts of India also. Understand, no? So these 4 snakes are present. If you look at the number of snakes that we have, almost 310 species are there in India. 66 are venomous, majority are non-venomous, correct? So these 4 are present everywhere. But along with these 4, there are so many other venomous snakes also. Like in Karnataka, not only these 4, we have other venomous snakes also. So like if you look at, these are the various snakes which are present along with these 4 snakes in different parts of India. That is why they are called a range restricted species of medical importance. Because not only big 4 is going to cause envenomation, these 4 also can cause envenomation and even death of the victims. So for example, this is called a northeastern hill crate, this is called a mountain pit viper. So like that, there are so many snakes which are present in various parts of India, not only those 4 snakes. So these are the 3 snakes that are specifically present in Karnataka. These are called a range restricted species. So not only those 4 that we discussed, we have these 3 snakes also present in Karnataka. The first one is called hump nose pit viper, Hypnale hypnal. The second one is Malabar pit viper, Craspidocephalus malabaricus. Third one is bamboo pit viper, Craspidocephalus gramineus. So why we need to understand this? Not only the big 4, other snakes also are very important. Why we need to understand? Because sometimes when we get a snake bite, we don't know what snake it is. Whether it's a Russell's viper, saw-scaled viper, patient will just come with a hemotoxicity, will be bleeding. So we don't know what snake it is and how to manage, how much of anti-snake venom to be given. So that is why it is very important to understand that these snakes also exist. These snakes also can contribute to envenomation. Suppose you have given already 30 vials of anti-snake venom and still patient is bleeding, still 20 ml WBCT is positive, whether to give anti-snake venom or not 10 more vials. Understand? So these questions will arise. That is when, especially in a case where you don't know what snake has bitten. So you need to have an understanding about existing snake species in your locality always. Especially in India, we have not only 4, so many other snakes also present. Why we need to understand? One more reason is, we have only one type of Indian polyspecific antivenom that is prepared against the venom of only those big 4. That is Russell's viper, saw-scaled viper, common crate and Indian cobra. We don't have antivenom against these snake species. Even though these are very, very important, even though these are also causing significant snake bite with envenomation. Understand, no? So we have only problem is only one type of Indian polyspecific antivenom that can only neutralize the venom of only those 4 snakes. It cannot neutralize the venom of these snakes. So what do we do? That is why we need to have an understanding. Especially when you have already given so much of anti-snake venom. So for example, I'll just mention a case here. So this snake, mountain pit viper, It's very, very common in North India, like Nagaland. We got a call. Patient was already given 106 vials of anti-snake venom. And already 1 week over. Still 20% WBCT is positive. INR is still prolonged. They don't know. They thought anti-snake venom will cover this particular snake. On 7th day when they called us, they sent the pictures. Then with the help of herpetologists, we identified that this is a mountain pit viper. We don't have mono-specific antivenom. We don't have an antivenom against this. Only we have is an Indian poly-specific antivenom. We told them, please do not give any further anti-snake venom. Just wait and watch. So finally on 35th day, 20-minute WBCT become negative. Every day they were kept on monitoring for bleeding manifestations. On 42nd day, patient was discharged from the hospital. You understand, no? So that is why very important as a clinicians, we are all budding clinicians. Not only the big four, there are other snakes also exist, and anti-snake venom covers only those big four snakes. So remember, these three are very important for Karnataka especially. So like that, there are so many snakes. I am not going to. These are all present in the Rajasthan. These are all again present in Rajasthan and North India. This is also again in North India. These are present in various places. Across the Western Ghats, we have so many green pit vipers. So this is the redneck keelback. I will not be going in detail. This king cobra is present everywhere, even in Karnataka also present. Again, today we had a detailed discussion about that. I will not be going in. Okay? So far we have discussed definitions, medically important snake species. Okay, any doubts you have? Very, very important that remember, not only big four, other snakes are also present. Okay. Now we will move on to the discussion about most important topic, that is clinical and laboratory diagnosis. So there will be a lot of concepts will be there. I will be using whiteboard also to write and explain to you all. Okay. Okay. So let us start with discussing a case. So where a 42-year-old lady, farmer by occupation, was bitten by a snake in the right ring finger at 9 p.m. while sitting and having dinner in her field. She experienced mild pain and got up to see what had happened. Got the case? Okay? She immediately flung her arm to see what has happened, and she witnessed a small snake which was later immediately killed. And this is a snake they brought to the hospital. Okay? So she was bitten by a snake. Okay? Then she suddenly experienced pain, got to see what it is, and she saw the snake. What snake do you think it is? Crate. How many say it is a crate? Just raise your hands, no problem. I don't even know your names. So crate. Okay. Let us see whether it's a crate or not later. So after seeing the snake, she experienced pins and needle sensation in her extremities. She felt giddy and she fainted in the field. Okay? Immediately this has happened. She saw the snake, she had pins and needle sensation, paresthesias, she felt giddy and fainted immediately. Within a minute she woke up and regained full consciousness, and she was made to drink water, and they immediately reached hospital, and which is located a kilometer away, and the doctor is present at the emergency department, and he has done an examination. Okay, history over. Okay, symptoms you remember. Now we are going to the examination. On examination, fang marks were noted in the right ring finger. So they said, doctor, that I got bitten by a snake. This is a snake I brought. So now doctor is examining. First what he did is a vital C check. Pulse, BP, respiratory rate, saturation, whether the patient is stable or not, he examined. Now he is looking at the local site where the snake bite has happened. So he noticed that there are fang marks are present. Then heart rate is 110 beats per minute. Is it normal or abnormal? Normal or abnormal? Abnormal. So elevated tachycardia. Normal should be less than 100. Blood pressure 90 by 60. Low blood pressure. Patient is having low blood pressure. Heart rate, respiratory rate is 20 per minute. Is it normal or abnormal? Abnormal. Correct? Mild tachypnea is there up to 16 to 18. So mild tachypnea is there. Systemic examination. Then he did a thorough examination. Cardiovascular system, respiratory system, abdomen, neurological system examination from head to toe. Everything is normal. Then he immediately did a first first test, that is at the bedside test he has done. After this initial assessment, systemic examination, he did a test called 20-minute whole blood clotting test. Okay? Then the test is become negative. That means there is a normal blood clotting is happening. That is the first simple test he did at the bedside. Then he immediately, what he did? He immediately infused 10 vials of anti-snake venom over 60 minutes. Okay, so this is a case scenario. Patient had this history, came to the hospital, doctor felt that she needs to be given anti-snake venom and he immediately gave 10 vials of anti-snake venom. So let us see whether it is correct or wrong later. What do you think? It's correct or wrong? How many think it's correct? Doctor, what doctor has done? No, just raise your hand, no problem. No problem. Correct? Oh, very good. Not correct. Not correct. But remaining in between people? Okay, so let us see. So for a discussion, so after this case, so when you are in emergency department, whenever you see a case of bite, unknown bite or a snake bite, witnessed a snake bite, after you assess the patient, initially vitals, stabilize the patient, and you have done a 20-minute WBCT, the first question that should come into your mind is, does this patient have clinical features of envenomation from the snake bite? You understand? That is a question we discussed, no? Envenomation, concept of envenomation. So this is the question we should always ask, whether this patient is having envenomation from this bite or not. Without answering this question, you should not progress further. So the doctor, maybe he has not asked that question, so immediately give anti-snake venom. Whether it's correct or not, we don't know. Before that, what are the features of envenomation? That we should know, right? To answer that question. So, in the another term is, what are the clinical manifestations following snake bite? So, most of the time snake bite, when it happens, patients can have non-specific symptoms or signs they can have. Correct, no? Like if you see snake, immediately you can have some non-specific symptoms like palpitation, sweating, tremulousness, nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, headache. In this case, she had a pins and needles, paresthesia she had. Right? When you see the snake, what will you do? You will run away. Your heart rate will be pounding. Pins and needles, fainting, giddiness, all those things can happen. Like somebody sees the blood and faints, right? Like that somebody sees the snake and they may faint. Correct. So these are all non-specific symptoms and signs which she might have had, the person who had a bitten by snake. On examination, they can have, when they develop the snake bite and come immediately to the hospital within few minutes, they can have these features: tachycardia, tachypnea. They can have sometimes elevated blood pressure, cold extremities. When you are tensed, what will happen? Your extremes will be very, very cold because catecholamines are very much present. So they are causing a significant vasoconstriction. So cold extremities will be there and paresthesias will be there. Correct? So these are all non-specific symptoms and signs. These are not related to the envenomation at all. That is very, very important. That lady immediately gone to the hospital. Doctor thought it is a probably envenomation and he gave anti-snake venom. But it may not be envenomation. So it may be just related to the anxiety. So these are all non-specific symptoms and signs that can be seen in victims who present very early to the hospital, especially when they don't have other features of envenomation. This is very important to remember. Why? If you don't understand this, many doctors think, oh, this is envenomation, let me give anti-snake venom. So immediately they will give anti-snake venom. So the guidelines, the indications for anti-snake venom is very, very clear. So if patient doesn't have envenomation, you should not give anti-snake venom. If they have envenomation, only you should give anti-snake venom, because anti-snake venom is very, very precious resource we have and it causes significant anaphylactic reactions in India. So that is why empirically you should not give. That is why you should know what are the non-specific symptoms and signs patients can present with, so that you can avoid unnecessary administration of anti-snake venom. But sometimes these features, these non-specific features can come later, like 2 days, 3 days later also they can come. But that time you cannot think it is anxiety. It may be related to the complications like kidney injury, uremia, acute pituitary bleed can happen, intracranial bleeds, or even anaphylaxis secondary to the anti-snake venom. If they appear later, don't neglect. If they come very very early, within minutes of snake bite, think it is not an envenomation. Okay, so we are now at envenomation, non-specific symptoms and signs we discussed. Now let us move on to the specific symptoms or signs related to the local and systemic effects of the venom. So we discussed already that when the venom is injected at the local site, when the fangs are deeply injected into the skin and subcutaneous tissue and even up to the muscle plane, the venom is injected there. So the venom is going to affect those tissues around the bite site. So it is going to cause first local features, local reaction also called. This is called local envenomation. Once the venom reaches the blood circulation, it can go bind to the neuromuscular junction, specifically neuromuscular junction. It can cause what is called neurotoxic envenomation. Similarly, some certain snake species like Russell's viper, soft-scale viper, it can affect the coagulation and vessel wall. So coagulation will be affected, blood vessels will be damaged. That can lead to what is called a hemotoxic envenomation. Next, it can sometimes the venom components can also affect the skeletal muscle fibers. So it can lead to what is called a myotoxic envenomation. So this is how you classify the envenomation from a snake bite, from local, neurotoxic, hemotoxic and myotoxic envenomation. This is how you should use the term whenever you describe the snake bite cases. Okay, let us move on to the local effects, local envenomation. What all the venom can cause. So we already discussed previous speakers mentioning that venom, if you look at the venom of a snake, in general I am speaking, like, so the venom is made up of 90%, more than 90% it is actually proteins. Okay? Venom is mostly 90%, above 90% is protein. Very few, less than 10% only it is non-proteinaceous. Like it contains carbohydrates, lipids, nucleosides, so many things will be there. In the protein component, they can be enzymatic, enzymes. Certain enzymes can be there. Certain non-enzymes also can be present. So that is how the venom of a snake is made up of. Especially those can cause envenomation, right? So these enzymes and non-enzymes only contribute to these envenomation. Correct? So suppose if you look at local envenomation first. So local envenomation, the venom components that are present in it, like one is called hyaluronidase. Have you heard of that, hyaluronidase? So this allows the venom to spread into the tissues around and even into the lymphatics. It also contains what is called phospholipase A2. What it does is it causes damage to the surrounding muscles, surrounding connective tissues, and it initiates inflammation. And it also contains cytotoxins. So what these toxins do is they cause necrosis of the tissues around that, the local site. It also contains what is called snake venom metalloproteinases. Snake venom metalloproteinases. So what they do is they cause damage to the blood vessels and they even dilate the blood vessels. So there will be extra vessation of the plasma at the bite site. So there will be extravasation of plasma and there is increased swelling. So also it contains various histamine, serotonin, all also contribute to the significant vasodilation and increased permeability. So all together, when they are injected here at the local site leads to what is called local envenomation. Okay? So if you look at local envenomation here, it can cause what is called, the first thing is called local reaction. Okay? You are with me? Local reaction. So in this picture you can see one patient with a snake bite bitten over the dorsum of the right foot. You can see here there is a swelling of the foot, dorsum of the right foot, and ankle is involved, and even leg up to the below knee level it is involved. Compared to this side, this lower limb is quite normal. Okay, so there is a pain, there is a swelling, there is a redness, and when you touch it there will be warmth. It's all because of the venom components that have acted locally and started to damage the tissues around that venom that is deposited there. So this is called first reaction. The description about a first local effect, it's called a local reaction. characterized by pain, swelling, warmth and tenderness, which is classically seen in vipers. All the vipers, you take, so all the family of the snakes, like we have two families in India, what is called Viperidae. Viperidae. So in this Viperidae family, we have what is called subfamily, it is called Viperinae. Under that only we have Russell's viper, saw-scaled viper. Okay? There is another subfamily called Crotalinae. Crotalinae, which contains all the pit vipers. Like in Karnataka we have those three pit vipers, right? Malabar pit viper, green pit viper, hump-nose pit viper. They are all pit vipers. All pit vipers are in this subfamily. It is called Crotalinae. Whereas regular vipers that we are seeing, Russell's viper, saw-scaled viper, belong to this subfamily under the main family called Viperidae. Okay? So all the vipers, Viperidae, Crotalinae, known to cause local reaction. Please remember. Okay? Then we have another family called Elapidae. Under Elapidae we have two important snakes, that is cobra, Indian cobra we have, and common crate we have. Okay? Indian cobra and common crate, and other family is called Colubridae. I don't think we should, it's not very important to discuss. All keelbacks will come. There are different types of snakes. So we have three families in India, Viperidae, Elapidae, Colubridae. That's all based on their anatomical structures, we don't have to worry about it. But all Viperidae family snakes that belong to this family can cause local reaction. This is very, very important to remember. Okay? Whereas local effects are characteristically absent in crate bites. This is very, very important. So, in Elapidae, Indian cobra can cause again, but crate never causes local reaction at all. Like sometimes, victim doesn't even know that he got bitten by a snake. Suddenly, he will develop neuroparalysis when he comes little later. So, they usually get up from the sleep when they were sleeping on the floor, because crate likes to come, nocturnal animal, in search of its prey. Those who are sleeping on the floor get bitten by this snake. They may witness a mild pain, okay, and they wake up from the sleep, but they can't see any snake, and when they come to hospital, they'll be extremely sick and they already would have developed neuroparalysis. When doctor examines, there will not be any local reaction at all. Okay, so when you see a case like this, patient was sleeping on the floor, bitten by a snake, came with an acute onset neuroparalysis, requiring intubation, and no hemotoxicity. When you examine, there is no local reaction at all. You can't even see the fan marks, because it has got a very, very small fans, the crate, common crate. So then that is very, very likely to be common crate bite. So this description is important for you to understand, so that you know, oh, if it is a common crate, what I am supposed to be doing. Understand? Whereas somebody was working in the paddy field, rainy season, okay, he got bitten by a snake. He has seen a brown color snake, or he is not seen only. By the time he came, he had a significant local reaction. And 20-minute WBCT is not clotting, positive. INR is elevated, and mild ptosis is present. You know what snake it is. What snake it is? Russell's viper, or saw-scaled viper maybe, but not saw-scaled viper, Russell's viper only. Russell's viper only can cause mild neurotoxicity, that is ptosis. You understand, no? So patient with a local swelling, he was working in the paddy field, local reaction is present, hemotoxicity is present, mild neurotoxicity, think of a Russell's viper. Somebody working in the paddy field, local reaction, bitten by a snake, local reaction is present, hemotoxicity is present, no neurotoxicity. Think of probably saw-scaled viper or any other pit vipers. Understand? Somebody was again working in the paddy field, developed a local reaction. I'll come to that. Local reaction, developed a neuroparalysis. 20-minute WBCT is negative. Okay, local reaction is present. 20-minute WBCT is negative. Neuroparalysis getting intubated. So what snake do you think? It is a Indian cobra. Correct? Crate, we know that there is no local reaction that you see. So this kind of description about each case scenario is very important, so that you know what complications that can occur and how to manage. You can decide on that. So only you have to do in these cases when somebody comes with a local reaction is keep monitoring for compartment syndrome, intense pain, anytime intense pain, abdominal sensations or cold pulses, immobile limb present. then we can consider compartment syndrome. So before that, how do we manage this local reaction? So many snake bites we are seeing, interns, registrars, correct? Any of you manage snake bite here? Only one person? Please raise your hand so that I'll have understanding. Very few. Okay. So when you see a snake bite with a local reaction, the management is very simple. What you have to do is just only immobilize the limb. Immobilize and slightly elevate. So the management is gently, slightly elevate in a comfortable position. Elevate in a comfortable position. Very important. Don't elevate like this. Very important. So it has to be comfortable. Second is what? No antibiotic should be given. Empirical antibiotic should not be given. It's again very common practice, thinking that that local reaction is actually infection. So what you need to understand is this is actually an inflammatory reaction that is happening because of lot of enzymes that are released that is causing damage, and secondary inflammatory response is happening. So you can call it as a cytotoxic reactive edema. It's not the cellulitis, please remember. So the common practice is immediately give empirical antibiotics number first stage, sir. Please do not give empirical antibiotics. That is number one. Second, third is what? Don't apply magnesium sulfate ointment. No Maxelf ointment and dressing like this. Wrapping it, applying Maxelf, you should not do that. If it is only cellulitis, you can do that. That is for the other causes. Because the reaction is happening deep, muscle plane, so many things are involved in it. Maxelf is not going to work at all. Another reason is what? Daily you want to inspect the limb. How is it progressing? Are there any blebs that are forming? Are there any features of necrotizing fasciitis happening? Is the patient still bleeding? Or how are the pulses? All to do that, you need to have a limb that is uncovered. If you cover it with Maxelf, with fully bandaged, that is not going to help you. So please do not use Maxelf and dressing, all those things. Fourth is, you don't have to use steroids. Steroids, antihistamines, all are not going to help. Okay? So for pain management alone you can give, because it can cause extremely pain. It can be extremely painful. For the pain management alone you can give paracetamol. Severe cases you can use opioids like tramadol, you can use morphine, you can use, unless the patient has not gone into kidney injury already. Okay, and obviously you are going to give anti-snake venom as part of other envenomation, which is going to reduce the local reaction. Understand? No? Because the anti-venom that you are going to give, it is going to neutralize the venom that is present there. So slowly it is going to reduce the local reaction. Sometimes this local reaction will take many days, weeks, and even a month, 2 months also. Persistent swelling can be there. On top of that, sometimes they may develop necrosis, all those complications can come. So what I am trying to say is, initially, please do not treat with antibiotics. Only if they have systemic fever, daily fever is present, high spiking fever, counts are very much elevated, total counts are very much elevated, and obvious signs of necrotizing fasciitis when you see, okay, then only you are justified to give antibiotics. In CMC we don't treat at all with any of these that I mentioned. We just elevate the limb, wait and watch, make sure you have given anti-snake venom, that's all you have to do. And pain management. Usually they improve. When they get discharged within 3-4 days, there will be mild edema still present. We educate them and we keep following up on the OPD basis to look for any other complications later they develop. Okay? So you're okay, you understood now? So these are all...
Initially, if hospital setup is not having access to cough profile, we only have to see whether the blood is clotting or not with 20-minute WBC. So how many times we can repeat and how much duration?
We have not reached there.
Okay.
We will come to that. We are only discussing about local reaction. I'll come to that.
Okay.
I'll answer that question. Sorry, this session may take 1 to 2 hours to discuss. I hope you all have patience for that. Usually we take these sessions for the state nodal offices for 2 to 3 hours. We go to every state. Doctors like you all will be seated and will be taking in detail and discussing, because every aspect is important. Because the management of this particular problem has many controversies. Doctors have their own ideas. understand now. So this is not a simple topic that we can quickly finish it. We can do it within 30 to 40 minutes, but it's not going to serve any purpose. So please bear with me for some time. We will try to discuss and try to finish it. Okay. So again, compartment syndrome. The problem with the snakebite with compartment syndrome is often misdiagnosed. The diagnosis of compartment syndrome in snakebite is misdiagnosed. Please remember that. Second is, patient with a snakebite with a significant local reaction, it is very difficult to clinically monitor the features of compartment syndrome. Okay, that is why guideline says that you have to confirm the intracompartmental pressure by using the monitor, pressure monitor, by inserting the cannula into the fascia compartments. Then only you have to make the diagnosis that it is a compartment syndrome. Then that is why what is happening is many doctors are not using like this, and they just make the diagnosis of compartment syndrome and taking the patients for surgical debridement, and patients are bleeding torrentially after that. Because all these vipers also have a coagulopathy. Correct? On top of that, you are making the diagnosis of compartment syndrome, which is actually not correct. And you are going to operate them, they will bleed so much so that they will die because of surgical complication. So please remember, compartment syndrome is not a very clear diagnosis. You have to use that manometer when the pressure is more than 40 centimeters, where you have inserted the cannula. Then once you have corrected the coagulopathy by giving anti-snake venom and blood products, then only you have to carefully take to the theatre for the debridement. Please remember that. And whenever you are making this kind of diagnosis, it's better to discuss with the senior colleagues, and even you can contact poison center. We can all discuss and then make the then proceed properly. Okay. So next local reaction is necrosis. So certain snakes, the necrosis is the next important one. So here you can see one patient had a snake bite like this. What you can see here is a faint bluish bruising, okay, as an early sign of necrosis. This is called an early dermonecrosis, which is characteristically seen in cobra bite, Indian cobra bite, because it contains cytotoxins, which typically causes local tissue necrosis that gives this kind of faint bluish bruise discoloration. That is called the early dermonecrosis, which you have to pick up. So there will be swelling, there will be faint bluish bruise discoloration. So the same patient, when we followed from the first day, look at this, how it has become. So on day 6, entire tissue is dead, there is a blood formation, and day 8, you can see a lot of dead tissue and secondary infection, and day 12, he underwent a debridement. So all Indian cobra bites victims eventually can develop this from early dermonecrosis to significant necrosis and secondary bacterial infection, where they eventually require surgical debridement. So all the cobra bite, we have seen almost everybody with Indian cobra bite requiring surgical debridement finally. But sometimes vipers also can cause, Russell's viper especially can cause this persistent local necrosis, and later they will require necrosis, surgical debridement. Okay. So with that we have completed local envenomation. So we discussed about definitions, we discussed about medically important snake species, then we went on to discuss about a case where the question came is, does this patient have a clinical feature of envenomation? Under that envenomation, now we are discussing local envenomation. In that local envenomation, we discussed about local reaction and early dermonecrosis. And we also discussed about how to manage local reaction, and the compartment syndrome also we discussed. Sorry.
So I have a question.
Yes.
In case of treating local effects, say derivating the limb movement, but wouldn't that cause spread of venom?
That's what I said, sir. I said don't elevate too much. In a comfortable position, you have to keep it, sir.
But even then,
no, sir. That's what. See, if somebody like if you are lying down like this, what is a comfortable position will be just elevation of your upper limb. Like you just put a 1 kilo and keep it. That is not going to affect the spread of the venom, because by then you would have anyway given anti-snake venom to neutralize the already existing venom, circulating venom. The only thing is you should not elevate too much. Like some people put a sling like this and hang it like that. You should not do that. That will affect the blood circulation also to the distal part of the limb. So that's why described term is just elevate the limb in a comfortable position. That's all.
Elevation only after ASV, not before that.
Yes, sir. See, by then immediately you would have already given anti-snakebite. Correct.
Because
Yes.
before ASP nothing which is below the heart level.
Correct.
After the ASP.
Correct. See, in emergency department, immediately we will not be worried about local reaction immediately. What you would have done is you would have given anti-snakebite for the systemic envenomation. After you shift to the ward, then you have to keep it in a comfortable position. Okay. Okay, so now we are going to discuss about important concept, neurotoxic envenoming. So this is called descending symmetric neuroparalysis. So far what we should remember is the Viperidae family, Russell's vipers, Oscar viper that we have, and pit vipers are known to cause local reaction and hemotoxicity. Russell's viper alone can cause a mild neurotoxicity. Okay, whereas Elapidae family, cobra and crates can cause neurotoxic envenomation and local reaction plus or minus. Crate doesn't cause local reaction, and cobra and crate not going to cause any hemotoxicity. Please remember that. So what we are going to discuss, neurotoxic envenomation, is pertaining to only cobra and crate that we are going to discuss. Okay? It is not going to cause, so this is very clear in India. Those come with the hemotoxicity, we know what snakes. Those come with the neurotoxicity, we know. Never cobra crate is going to cause hemotoxicity. Please remember that. Never viper, Saskia viper is going to cause a full respiratory paralysis. Please remember that. So we know that we have neuromuscular junction, pre-synaptic neuron. Pre-synaptic neuron, and this is a muscle end. We have post-synaptic neuron. Sorry, pre-synaptic neuron, post-synaptic neuron. At neuromuscular junction, I am talking about. Okay. So we have nicotinic acetylcholine. Nicotinic acetylcholine receptors are located at the post-synaptic neuron. Correct. And we have synaptic vesicles storing the acetylcholine. Correct. So when the calcium enters through this presynaptic neuron, the synaptic vesicles will come to the membrane and release the acetylcholine in the synapse. So this acetylcholine binds to the nicotinic acetylcholine receptors. Correct? We have read this. So by doing this, it induces depolarization, and finally muscle contraction happens. So this is a normal physiology. Once the acetylcholine function is over, this acetylcholine will be degraded by the acetylcholine esterase. Okay? Acetylcholine. So this we know that. This physiology we have read in physiology department itself. Okay. So physiology times. So now we have two snakes that are going to cause neurotoxicity, that is cobra and crate. Correct? So let us take cobra bite. So Indian cobra or naja. So it contains certain venom components that are going to specifically target the neuromuscular junction. That is what we discussed, right? So Indian cobra contains what is called alpha cobra toxin. Alpha cobra toxin. It's also called three-finger toxin. Okay? Alpha cobra toxin, three-finger, because the structure resembles like a three fingers when you put like this. Okay. So what it does is, when the snake cobra bites here, the particular venom component has gone to the lymphatics and reached the blood, and finally it reaches the neuromuscular junction. Very specific affinity it has got. So once it enters, it typically goes and binds to the post-synaptic neuron, not the presynaptic neuron. So in the cobra venom component, alpha cobra toxin specifically binds the post-synaptic neuron, where it binds to the nicotinic acetylcholine receptors. Okay? And it inhibits them, and it also doesn't allow the acetylcholine from binding to the nicotinic receptors. Okay, you are with me? The venom component alpha cobra toxin, by binding to the nicotinic acetylcholine receptors at the post-synaptic membrane, it is going to inhibit it. It is going to competitively antagonize the receptors, so that acetylcholine is not able to bind to the nicotinic receptors. So that leads to lack of depolarization current in the postsynaptic neuron. Hence, there is no muscle contraction that happens. So when there is no muscle contraction, what happens? So muscle paralysis. That is called a neuromuscular paralysis that is happening. So this is how cobra bite typically acts. Okay? So So what is happening here is there is a lot of acetylcholine there, but it is just that it is not able to bind to the nicotinic receptors because already the venom component has come and competitively antagonized. It is binding so much, not allowing the acetylcholine to bind. So, but acetylcholine is there in the synapse, correct? So by increasing the levels of acetylcholine so much, maybe we can overcome this antagonism. So that is where we use what is called neostigmine and atropine, which are going to activate the acetylcholinesterase. They are going to inhibit acetylcholinesterase. Sorry, they are going to inhibit the acetylcholinesterase. You read this one, no? Neostigmine, correct? Anticholinesterases. So it is going to inhibit the acetylcholinesterase. Acetylcholinesterase, we know what is the mechanism. It is going to hydrolyze the acetylcholine. No more acetylcholine. But here we are going to increase the acetylcholine by inhibiting the acetylcholinesterase by giving neostigmine and atropine. So in patients with cobra bite, okay, where only postsynaptic neurons are involved, okay, and acetylcholine is keep coming because presynaptic neuron is intact. Synaptic vesicles are containing acetylcholine is keep coming there. Only we are trying to do is increase the levels of acetylcholine by giving the neostigmine and atropine. That is why in patients with cobra bite, by using neostigmine and atropine along with the anti-snake venom and other resistive measures, we can reverse the neuroparalysis and we can even prevent patients getting intubated. You understand, no? So that is why in cobra bite alone there is a role of neostigmine and atropine comes along with anti-snake venom and other supportive measures. So how much we give neostigmine and atropine? So suppose a patient comes with a established cobra bite. That means either he has brought the snake, cobra, Indian cobra to show you, and he has got a local reaction and there is a neuroparalysis has started, okay? Then established cobra bite or suspicion of cobra bite. Okay? You can give neostigmine and atropine as a challenge to see whether this patient is going to improve. So what is the dose of neostigmine we will give? So we give injection neostigmine. First we give injection atropine. Always atropine has to be given first. Why we have to give atropine first? Along with neostigmine, anyone? Final year students. By giving neostigmine, what is happening? There is increased levels of acetylcholine, correct? That you understood, no? So acetylcholine is increased everywhere now. It is not only increased at the nicotinic receptors at the neuromuscular junction, it is even elevated at the muscarinic receptors also. So myocardium can be involved. Patient suddenly can have bradycardia, bronchoria can happen. So to stabilize the cardiorespiratory complications, to prevent it, we have to give atropine always whenever we use anticholinesterases. Okay? So we give atropine first 0.6 mg for adults. If it is a child, we give 0.05 mg per kg bolus. Followed by you give neostigmine, injection neostigmine. In adults 0.02 mg per kg IV. If you don't have IV access, you can even give IM also. In children, you give 0.04 mg per kg IV bolus. Okay? First you give atropine, then followed by neostigmine immediately. Then you wait for 30 to 60 minutes. Understood? So by 30 to 60 minutes, this neostigmine would have worked and it would have reversed the neuroparalysis. Suppose patient has come with a ptosis, facial muscle weakness. You know that he is going to develop a respiratory failure. So you have given neostigmine, atropine and anti-snake venom and you waited for 30 minutes. If the patient's ptosis is improved, that means the patient is going to respond to the neostigmine. Then you can continue the neostigmine maintenance dose. So what is the maintenance dose you give? 0.5 to 2.5 mg or same dose only you can give 0.02 mg per kg IV every 1 to 3 hourly you have to give. Maximum you give 10 mg in 24 hours you have to give. Up to 24 hours you can give. Whereas children again same dose 0.01 to 0.04 mg per kg IV every again 2 to 4 hourly you can give as a maintenance dose in children. But preceded by every dose with atropine. Please remember that. Okay, so when do you give neostigmine and atropine? When there is established cobra bite or suspicion of cobra bite. That it may be cobra bite. Let me try. Okay. Sometimes they may not have a local reaction. He has come with a neuroparalysis, but still you want to try. Because you don't know what snake it is. You can always do that. That is called a neostigmine challenge test, where you are giving atropine followed by neostigmine and waiting for the response. If they respond, so what do they respond with? The reversal of the neuroparalysis. Whatever the neuroparalysis features they have come with, that has to be reversed. And ventilation also should improve. Okay, forced expiratory volume, all those ventilative parameters also will improve. Then you know that patient has a positive response, so let me continue the maintenance dose of neostigmine atropine. Okay? So whereas if you take crate, common crate, so it contains what is called beta bungarotoxin. This is called alpha cobratoxin, 3-finger toxin. Crates contain what is called important neurotoxic component is beta bungarotoxin with phospholipase 2 activity. Okay? So beta bungarotoxin with phospholipase 2 activity. What it does is it mainly goes and binds to the presynaptic neuron only, not the postsynaptic neuron. So by binding to the presynaptic neurons, what it does is this phospholipase damages this phospholipid layer that is present in the presynaptic neuron. It's phospholipases, so it damages the entire phospholipid. So this entire presynaptic neuron will be completely destroyed, and including synaptic vesicles, everything will be fully damaged. In the cobra bite, it is only competitive antagonism, just binding to the receptors. Correct. Which we are trying to reverse it by giving the neostigmine atropine. But here, there is a complete damage of the presynaptic neuron. It's hydrolyzed, fully lysed. Correct? Unless this presynaptic neuron regenerates back, we will not have a normal functioning presynaptic neuron. So because of this damage, it follows what is called a triphasic phenomenon. Triphasic. So there will be inhibition of acetylcholine first, then followed by increased release of acetylcholine, then followed by complete suppression of acetylcholine. So finally there will not be any acetylcholine. So this is called a triphasic phenomenon, because initially completely damaged, no acetylcholine. Once the synaptic vessels are damaged, there will be excessive release of acetylcholine. Then finally completely presynaptic neuron will be damaged, so there is no acetylcholine at all in the synapse. So when there is no acetylcholine at all, what is the point of giving neostigmine atropine to reactivate acetylcholine esterase? Correct? So that is why in crate bite, established crate bite or suspicion of crate bite, or if the neostigmine challenge test is failed, there is no point of giving neostigmine atropine. Somebody brings the crate bite, or somebody was sleeping on the floor, comes, there is no local reaction, only neuroparalysis is there, you are suspecting crate bite, but still you want to try neostigmine atropine, you can try. If there is no response, there is no point of continuing maintenance dose. But if they brought the crate to show you this is a common crate, confirmed, clinical features also fitting in with, there is no point of giving neostigmine atropine. It's a waste of resource. It's not going to be, because we know that presynaptic neuron is completely damaged. It may take days to weeks for it to regenerate. So that many days only treatment is ventilation. And along with that anti-snake venom anyway you have given, that I will discuss now how much to give. So you have to wait and watch. There is nothing you can give. Some people say that let me give calcium gluconate, because calcium entry is important, right, for the presynaptic neuron. By giving calcium gluconate, I can increase the synaptic vesicular function so that more and more acetylcholine can come. I can reverse the neuroparalysis. That is theory behind, thought behind. But so far, no big trials, no randomized trials or big trials have shown that calcium gluconate is beneficial or is effective in reversing neuroparalysis in crate bite. But those cases where it had shown improvement is because of not only the calcium gluconate, maybe anti-snake venom, maybe mechanical ventilation, there are so many factors. So people have not studied all those things. That is why guidelines says that no routine administration of calcium gluconate in crate bite or any neurotoxic bite. There is no role. Understand? No? So that is what it is given to remember. So next one thing is very important is, so this neuroparalysis is called descending symmetric neuroparalysis. This term is very important, you have to understand. So when this neuromuscular junction is involved because of these neurotoxins that are going and binding the neuromuscular junction, ocular muscles are more susceptible. Please remember this point, ocular muscles are more susceptible to this nerve transmission blocking at the neuromuscular junction. So that is why the first group of muscles that will be involved are ocular muscles. Okay? So it always starts from head to toe. The first clinical feature will be ptosis. Please remember, not the lower limb of paralysis. How it starts is always starts with the ptosis. Please remember that, because of more susceptible to this neurotoxins of these extraocular muscles and ocular muscles. So always they start with ptosis, eye movements will be affected, pupils will be affected, then slowly it will progress. So facial muscles will be involved. There is no facial expressions at all. Then finally jaw muscles will be involved. You cannot open and close the mouth. Then tongue muscles, we cannot protrude the tongue out. Then neck muscles, slowly neck muscles. You ask him to lift the head off the bed, he cannot lift. Okay, neck muscles. Then finally what will happen is sternal bulbar muscles, then finally respiratory muscles. So neck muscles, immediately respiratory muscles, that's what you can see here. So ptosis, eye movements, so neck muscles are involved, immediately diaphragm will be involved. Later only upper limbs and lower limbs. Many of the time what we think neuroparalysis means, only upper limb, lower limb has to be paralyzed to call it as a neuroparalysis. We'll be waiting for that. But you have to pick up at the earliest sign. When there is a ptosis itself, you should pick it up, saying that there is neuroparalysis. Soon he is going to develop all this muscle involvement, eventually diaphragm, then he will suddenly develop respiratory compromise, respiratory paralysis, and he will have a respiratory arrest if you don't act. So at this point, when the ptosis is there, eye muscles are involved, that is when you should immediately give anti-snake venom and a trial of neostigminatropin if it is indicated. Don't wait for the complete neuroparalysis to happen. This is very, very important to understand. So here in this case, where child is having ptosis here, correct? Facial muscles are involved. Child is not able to open the mouth, and doctor came and lifted the boy at the head end of the table. The neck is just falling off because all the flexor muscles of the neck is involved. Soon you know that when the neck flexion is involved, diaphragm is going to be involved. Correct? So you don't want to wait. Immediately you have to act. So this is very, very important examination finding which you have to pick up early and act promptly. Okay? So this is again, so they develop like this: ptosis first, diplopia, blurred vision, followed by dysarthria, drooling, dysphonia, dysphagia, neck, respiratory and limb paralysis. So classically seen in crates and cobras. But sometimes Russell's viper alone, in South India alone, can cause only mild ptosis because it contains weak neurotoxins. But Russell's viper never causes complete neuroparalysis, never causes full respiratory paralysis. It can cause only mild ptosis. That is also a sign to help you that it is probably Russell's viper. Okay? So again this, so crate, it is going to affect the presynaptic neuron, cobra affects the postsynaptic neuron. So in this onset of neurological manifestations, if it is a crate, it will take time, 30 minutes to 16 hours. So patient may have bitten by snake crate bite maybe early morning, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. But suddenly by evening he may develop respiratory paralysis because the venom has to act on the presynaptic neuron and the enzymes have digested, and it will take some time. Immediately it is not going to cause neuroparalysis. Whereas in cobra what is happening, it just have to go bind and competitively antagonize, compete with the acetylcholine and bind to the receptors, that is enough to cause neuroparalysis. Hence in cobra it's early neuroparalysis that happens. Whereas respiratory paralysis, again same, it will be delayed in crate. So that is why any snake bite or unknown bite that comes with, even if they don't have any features of envenomation, especially unknown bite, suspicion of a bite, don't discharge them immediately because of this reason. Especially crates can cause delayed envenomation. It may take 16 hours to cause neuroparalysis. So you don't want to take that risk and sending them away home early. Especially children, while they are playing, they'll say that thorn prick has happened, stone, it may prick them. But children will come and say that I am having pain. Mothers, they tend to notice and say, oh, it is nothing. Or when they bring to the hospital, we may think it is just a stone or a thorn prick and neglect it and tell the mother to go away. So we have had cases where they immediately came back with a neuroparalysis. Because children, especially as sir mentioned already, they are more prone to develop envenomation. Small body, so large venom. So any unknown bite, do not discharge them. 24 hours is better to monitor. Unless they brought the snake, non-venomous snake they brought, no features of envenomation, maybe you can discharge. But unknown bite or a suspicion of a bite, please do not discharge them. Wait for 24 hours, then only you make a plan to discharge. And similarly, time to recovery also will take long time in crate, because all the presynaptic neurons have to regenerate back. It has to get the acetylcholine back, so it may take days to weeks sometimes. Whereas cobra, very early they improve. Just that the venom has to be metabolized and it has to come out, the antagonism has to be removed, either by giving neostigminotropin or body has to metabolize and they improve immediately. So response to neostigmin in crate, there is no response. In cobra, it can reverse the neuroparalysis. That's all. Okay, so we have discussed so far definitions, medically important snake species, then we discussed about a case scenario. In that we have asked the question about, does this patient have envenomation? In that we have discussed about local envenomation. In local envenomation, local reaction, early dermonecrosis we discussed. Then we moved on to the neurotoxic envenomation, where we try to discuss about presynaptic, postsynaptic neurons, how they are involved in crate bite and cobra bite, what is the difference, then what is the descending symmetric neuroparalysis, what is the role of neostigminotropin, all we have discussed. Any doubts you have before we go for lunch? No, it depends, ma'am. Especially if they have a hemotoxicity, if they have bled, then that can lead to abortion. That is one. Second is if they develop anaphylaxis to the ASV, that also can cause abortion. So these are the two things. When there is a large bleed, they can have abortion, or when there is an anaphylaxis, they can have an abortion of the fetus that can happen. But management is the same. The dose of anti-snake venom, everything is same. And you can give adrenaline. I'll come to that. Neostigminotropin you can give. All you can give same management. Okay, any doubts you have?
Sir, the time taken from development of doses to...
Sir, it varies. It varies from one person to another person. How susceptible their neuromuscular junctions to the neurotoxin, how much of venom has entered into the body. There are many predictors that will be there. It's very difficult to predict. That is why carefully we have to clinically monitor them continuously.
Fan marks, is there any differentiation between fan marks?
So that is not going to help at all, sir, in terms of managing a snakebite victim, because if you see, no sir, classically the snake doesn't cause it two exact puncture marks as you think of. Rather, it just causes only abrasion. If you carefully see them, it is not like when a needle you take it and just prick it, just two pricks. It's not like that. So there will be abrasion. Sometimes only one fang marks can be present. Still, it could be venomous snake bite. Sometimes no fang marks will be there, like crate bite. So that is why we don't waste time on looking at the fang marks and trying to see whether it's a venomous, non-venomous bite or which species has bitten. That's not going to help us. So clinically only we have to monitor, sir. That is more reliable than these markers. Clinically monitor them, sir. And whether there is a envenomation or not, that question has to come. If envenomation is present, then we have to give anti-snake. But anyway, I will talk about anti-snake venom indications, all the reactions, everything is there. What we discussed. Before we go on to hemotoxic envenomation, 2 points I want to highlight. Number one, neurotoxins in crane bite and cobra venom, it doesn't actually cross the blood-brain barrier. It only affects the neuromuscular junction. That is very important. So no neurotoxin has an access to go into the brain. So all the effects are mainly because of the neuromuscular junction involvement. So when they have all the muscles are paralyzed, they appear like coma. But they can actually hear you. They know everything. Just that they are not able to move any muscles in the body. Even a facial muscle, nothing they can move. So in that scenario, it is very difficult to use GCS as a marker to say that their sensorium is very low. So that is one thing you have to remember. Second is neostigminotropin. It is better to give before they go on to develop intubation. Before they get intubated, we can give neostigminotropin to prevent. But once they already paralyzed and intubated, The role of neostigminotropin we don't know. Whether it will reduce the duration of ventilation, we don't know. No large studies have been done. But some doctors continue to use it after they have intubated also. But ideally, neostigminotropin should be given when the early appearance of neurotoxic features, so that we can prevent them from progressing to neuroparalysis. So with that, I will go on to now hemotoxic envenomation. How exactly they cause this coagulopathy? So we have intrinsic pathway where we have 12 factor becomes 12A, then activates cell 11 to become 11A, then 9 will become 9A. Okay, so 9A along with factor 8A activates 10 to 10A. We know that, right? That is the intrinsic pathway. Then we have extrinsic pathway. Factor 7 becomes 7A, and that activates factor 10 to 10A. So this is the intrinsic pathway, this is the extrinsic pathway. So 10A with the help of 5A converts the prothrombin to thrombin. Prothrombin to thrombin. Okay. This thrombin, what it does is, we know that with the help of so thrombin, what it does is it converts the fibrinogen to fibrin. Okay, thrombin converts the fibrinogen to fibrin. With the help of 13A will be formed. So 13 stabilizes the fibrin clot. So fibrin thrombi will be formed. Correct? We also have fibrinolytic pathway here where plasminogen becomes plasmin. Okay, plasmin, what it does is it breaks down the fibrin thrombi. Whenever there is a excess fibrin thrombi that is formed, it breaks down it corrects the fibrin thrombi. So in pathological state, the breakdown of fibrin thrombi can lead to what is called fibrin degradation products. So we know that this is a normal clotting pathway, that is the intrinsic pathway. This is the extrinsic pathway, this is a common pathway, and this is a fibrinolytic pathway. Okay, so we need an intact clotting pathway to maintain this clotting. So in hemotoxic envenomation, like Russell's viper, typically Russell's viper, what it does is it contains what is called procoagulants. So the word itself is very important. Procoagulants. Pro for coagulation. So that means it goes and stimulates certain clotting factors. So Russell's viper venom typically stimulates factor 5, factor 2 and factor 10. So again, procoagulants goes into the blood. Already clotting factors are circulating. So it goes and stimulates the factor 2, 5 and 10. So there is an excessive activation of these clotting factors. Leads to excessive utilization of these clotting factors. So finally what is happening, more and more thrombi, more and more thrombin will be formed. Russell's viper also stimulates 13A. So more and more fibrin thrombi will be formed in the blood. When the venom is entered into the blood, within half an hour it utilizes all the clotting factors, especially these. So everywhere fibrin thrombi is formed in the entire systemic blood circulation is going on like that. So clotting factors are continuously getting used up. At the same time, it also activates the fibrinolysis, Russell's viper venom. So there is a breakdown of these fibrin thrombi. One side, more and more utilization of clotting factors, more and more fibrin thrombi is formed. Other side, there is a breakdown of this fibrin thrombi. So that leads to a state where the procoagulants of Russell's viper, so it's a venom, okay, venom that is there, it is inducing consumption of all the clotting factors. Okay, so that leads to everywhere fibrin thrombi is formed. At the same time, it is broken down. So there will be a state, there is no proper thrombi will be formed, and patient will have a spontaneous bleeding everywhere. Secondary to the coagulopathy that is developed. So the venom is inducing consumption of clotting factors that is leading to a state called coagulopathy. So it's called a VICC, venom induced consumptive coagulopathy. So the Russell's viper venom also contains anticoagulants. Anticoagulants will be there. Second, anticoagulant. So it activates the protein C, antithrombin 3. So clotting will be inhibited. It also has factors like phospholipases. So phospholipases damage the blood vessels. It also contains snake venom metalloproteinase. As I already told you, it damages the blood vessel wall. Endothelial cells will be damaged. So there is excessive bleeding into the cavities. Anywhere bleeding can happen. And it also has inhibitors for platelets. So platelets will be inhibited. So platelets counts will go down. Okay. So if you take this patient where bitten by a Brussels viper has come and he has developed VICC, venom induced consumptive coagulopathy. Okay. And that blood, if you collect it in a long dry new glass tube. Okay. The patient has come with a Brussels viper bite, for example. Now patient has developed VICC. That blood you draw it with a syringe. Put it on a long, dry, new glass tube. This is very, very important. These 4 terms I am saying: long, dry, new glass tube. So in that 2 ml you have to collect it. 2 ml of the blood you collect it. Keep it for 20 minutes you have to wait. In between you should not take it out. You should not check whether it's clotted or not. Don't do that. Just up straight you have to leave it. 20 minutes you have to wait. At the end of 20 minutes, you tilt the test tube to 45 to 90 degrees. Okay? Normally what is happening, if there is no VICC, all the extrinsic pathway would have stimulated factor 12. So stable clot will be formed. The clot will be very, very, very strong clot. It doesn't move at all. Correct? So normally what will happen, the test is called negative. Test is negative, that means no coagulopathy, no VICC. Okay? Whereas somebody with the VICC's blood, if you tilt it 45 to 90 degrees, what will happen? The blood will be either fluid, still fluid at the end of 20 minutes, or the clot is very, very loosely formed. It is breaking and moving from the edges of the test tube, starts to move as you tilt it 45 to 90 degrees. Then the test is considered positive. That means there is VICC, because the blood is not clotting, right? In the body itself it's not clotting, it is bleeding everywhere. So same blood, if you take it out, then this is what you do, a simple bedside test that is called 20-minute whole blood clotting test, not time. Please remember, these terms are very, very important. Some senior most doctors also still will be using 20-minute whole blood clotting time. It is 17 minutes, 16 minutes. You should not say like that. At the end of 20 minutes, the result has to be either positive or negative. If it is positive, means the blood is not clotting. That means there is VICC. If the blood has clotted, the test is negative, that means no VICC. Understood? So that is a simple most test that has to be done. If you use plastic syringes, it inhibits the intrinsic pathways. So it activates the pathways actually. So false positively can happen. False positive. Sorry. It inhibits the factor 12. So clotting does not happen. Falsely it can become positive. So that's why plastic syringes should not be used. Plastic vial should not be used. If you are using normal antibiotic vial, fine. But you have to wash it with normal saline, dry it and keep it ready. If you don't have a long dry new glass tubes, you can use an antibiotic vial. But preferably you should have used it and dry it and kept it ready. If it is a wet glass tube also, it can alter the test. And if somebody has used the detergent, somebody has used the other anticoagulant in that as a preservative, all can lead to false positive reports. So the term is very, very important. Long dry new glass tube, 2 ml blood. Why I am repeating this is a very, very important test. Like a resource limited setting in India, small hospitals, and even sometimes we do. In CMC, every patient we do, even though we have all the tests. Okay, so that is one. Second is what? Second test that we are going to do is after the 20-minute WBCT, if you have access to PT-INR, what will happen? PT-INR definitely it will be prolonged, correct? All the clotting factors are utilized. APTT, what will happen? Will be prolonged, correct? So at the same time, what is happening? There is a excessive thrombin, excessive fibrinogen is used up. Fibrinogen levels will be very, very low. Fibrinogen levels will be very low. At the same time, what is happening? We also discussed that Brussels viper venom also activates the factor 13, and there is a fibrin thrombi is stabilized, and at the same time, fibrinolysis pathway also activated. So breakdown of the fibrin thrombi leads to more and more fibrin degradation products. So one such product is a D-dimer. D-dimer is nothing but a fibrin degradation product. So because of the excessive activation of fibrinolytic pathway, D-dimer also will be elevated. Okay? So 20-minute WBCT will be positive, PT will be prolonged, APTT will be prolonged, fibrinogen levels will be very low, D-dimer levels will be very, very high. So this is what you see laboratory test when you perform in a patient with hemotoxic envenomation. Okay, so this applies to Russell's Viper. Whereas SAW Viper similar, but SAW Viper mainly activates the prothrombin. SAW Viper mainly activates the prothrombin mainly. So prothrombin will be used more. So prothrombin utilization will lead to more fibrinogen will be used up. So hence in SAW Viper patients alone, fibrinogen levels will be almost zero in SAW Viper. When you are seeing a hemotoxic bite, you don't know whether it's a Russell's Viper or SAW Viper. One thing that will help you is fibrinogen levels will be very, very, very zero, negligible in SAW Viper because it's close to the fibrinogen pathway. Whereas in Russell's Viper, fibrinogen level will be like 30, 40, 50, like 90, like that. Understand? So that is what will help you to differentiate between Russell's Viper and SAW Viper. What about pit vipers? So we have so many pit vipers. We have 3 pit vipers in Karnataka. So how do we identify? Suppose somebody bitten by a snake come with a hemotoxic envenomation. We have given 30 vials of anti-snake venom, 10 vials, 10 vials, 10 vials. Still patients 20-minute WBCT is positive. Okay, so we will be scratching our head whether to give anti-snake venom or not. So that time what will help is, so if you look at pit vipers, they contain what is called thrombin-like enzymes. Thrombin-like enzymes. They are different type of components that mainly acts on the fibrinogen. Okay, that leads to defibrinogenation. It lyses the fibrinogen. Fibrinogen will be completely used up. So there is no fibrinogen levels at all. At the same time, it doesn't stimulate factor 13A. It doesn't activate the fibrinolysis in pit vipers. Correct? So there is no stable thrombi is formed. There is no breakdown. Fibrin degradation products will not be formed. I hope you are all with me. Okay, because of the thrombin-like enzymes, which are not like a procoagulants that are present in Russell's Viper, where it directly affects the fibrinogen. Fibrinogen levels will be completely used up, but other pathways are not activated. Hence, patients will have 20-minute WBCT positive, PT-INR will be prolonged, APTT will be prolonged, fibrinogen is very low, but D-dimer will be normal. D-dimer will be normal. So it's in pit vipers, 20-minute WBCT is positive, PT will be prolonged, APTT will be prolonged, fibrinogen is low, but D-dimer will be normal. So D-dimer will help you there, whether it is a pit vipers that we are dealing, especially Karnataka where we have a pit vipers also. If you know Russell's Viper, ask people they bought the snake, that's fine. But in a scenario where you don't know whether to give further more of anti-snake venom, this will help you with that. Okay, you understand? Any doubts with this? So you have, I hope you have D-dimer also, sir, fibrinogen D-dimer. Yeah. So that will help you in arriving diagnosis. So when somebody comes with a hemotoxic snake bite, first, so they can have either obvious bleeding will be there sometimes. Obvious bleeding, local swelling, obvious bleeding will be there. Then you know 20-minute WBCT should be done. Because you know that already if they are bleeding means there is a VACC is present. There is no point of doing again 20-minute WBCT. Any bleeding, gum bleeding, nasal bleeding, mucosal bleeding, skin bleed, hematuria, if it is present means VACC is there already. You don't have to prove it again by doing 20-minute WBCT. So you will be doing 20-minute WBCT if no obvious bleeding. No obvious bleeding is there. No bleed. Only local swelling is there. Then you do the 20-minute WBCT. I hope you are understanding. So if suppose somebody comes very early to your hospital, initial 20-minute WBCT can become negative. Okay? Because even though he is bitten by Russell's Viper, if he has come very early, before even it has caused VACC, the 20-minute WBCT can be negative. So in that case, according to the guidelines, every 1 hour you can repeat 20-minute WBCT. So this is the third scenario I am talking about here. First scenario is obvious bleeding, no 20-minute WBCT. Second, no obvious bleeding is present, local swelling present, do the 20-minute WBCT. If they have come very early presentation, where 20-minute WBCT is negative, According to the protocol, every 1 hourly at least 3 times you have to do. Because we have to wait before the VACC develops, then only 20-minute WBCT can become positive. Understand? If it is positive, 4. If it is already positive, 20-minute WBCT is positive, okay? No bleeding, but 20-minute WBCT alone positive. What do? You give the ASV, correct? 10 vials of ASV you give. And you wait for 6 hours for repeating the 20-minute WBCT. If it is again positive, again you give 10 vials of ASV. Okay? Again after 6 hours you have to keep repeating 20-minute WBCT. If it is again positive, again you give 10 vials of ASV. So 10, that is what is supposed to be given for hemotoxic snakebite. But finally, after 6 hours also if it is still positive, then you have to think whether it is a Russell's viper, soft scale viper, because the anti-snake venom may not be neutralizing. The snake may be different. Where in those cases these tests will help, D-dimer especially, fibrinogen, D-dimer, all these tests will help you. In that case it's better to discuss with a senior consultant. You can even call poison center and we can see whether to 10 more, whether more than 30 to be given or not. That decision has to be made clear. Understand? No? Whenever 20-minute WBCT in between is negative, you don't have to give further anti-snake venom. You understand? No? Everybody is clear? So these are the various scenarios you may face. But if somebody comes with already bleeding is there, you don't do 20-minute WBCT, you give directly ASV. Correct? You don't have to do 20-minute WBCT. So then what you wait? You wait for at least 2 hours for the bleeding to be stopped. If the bleeding is stopped or resolving, you don't give ASV. If bleeding is worsening or bleeding is persisting within 2 hours, you again give ASV for 10 more vials. So like that here every 2 hourly, if the obvious bleeding is there. If bleeding is not there, only 20-minute WBCT you are dealing with, every 6 hourly you have to keep monitoring. Understand? So patients can have clinical bleeds they can have, or without bleeding only 20-minute WBCT they can have positive. So they can have mucosal bleeding, they can have bleeding, major systemic bleeding, and they can have if no obvious bleed but only tests if you do, they can have all these tests can be positive. So it is caused by mainly vipers, Russell's viper, soft scale viper and pit vipers, and sometimes keelbacks also that are present in Northeast India can cause. So you can see in this picture. So you can see in this picture non bleeding obvious, ecchymosis, hematuria patient is having. Okay. So next one is a thrombotic microangiopathy in patients with hemotoxic snakebite, especially in Russell's viper. Okay, especially in Russell's viper. Fibrin thrombi is formed everywhere, correct? There is a procoagulant activity, all the clotting factors are utilized. There is a fibrin thrombi is deposited everywhere in the blood vessels, especially the micro blood vessels involving the kidney, brain. So what will happen? This fibrin deposition can activate series of events that can lead to what is called thrombotic microangiopathy in certain group of patients only, which is typically seen after the 72 hours post-bite. After the coagulopathy is resolved, once the 20-minute WBCT is becoming negative or no more bleeding, you have given adequate amount of ASV. After 72 hours, they develop this complication called thrombotic microangiopathy, where small blood vessels are involved, secondary to the fibrin deposition. That attracts more and more platelet. So thrombi will be formed. So there is a narrowing of the blood vessel. So kidney will be involved, acute kidney injury, and sometimes pituitary also will be involved. So when the RBCs pass through this thrombi that is formed and accrued in the small vessels, RBCs will lyse. So hemolysis can happen. Okay, so that is what you can see there. So they can have pallor because hemolysis anemia. They can have jaundice. So when there is a hemolysis, indirect hyperbilirubinemia, jaundice can happen. So hemoglobinuria leads to dark urine passage, and hypertension because thrombosis and ischemia of the renal glomeruli, renal cortex can lead to involvement of the renin-angiotensin pathway, and hypertension can occur. And finally, the kidney injury is so severe it can even lead to oliguria, anuria also. And if there is a hemolysis, if there is a RBCs are lysing, no, you can see this characteristic red blood cells called cystocytes on peripheral blood smear. Okay, cystocytes on peripheral blood smear. And also LDH will be elevated. So all can be seen in particular group of patients which are classically seen in Russell's viper and hump-nosed pit viper. Hump-nosed pit viper is present in Karnataka. Hypnale, Hypnal. Okay, remember. So in these two cases it can happen. Why only this Russell's fiber, Hummus pit fiber patients develop this complication, nobody knows. But the reason is fibrin thrombi that is forming. Adam TS levels are normal. Adam TS13 is normal. Similar pathophysiology you see in TTP and HUS also. Correct? But there the Adam TS13 levels are low. When it is low, large polymers of 1 milligram factors will be retaining and it will attract more and more platelets that can lead to thrombin formation and microthrombi in TTP HUS. But here nobody knows why, what is the reason. Adam TS13 levels are normal in these patients. That is why in these patients when they develop severe kidney injury, only treatment we can offer is hemodialysis. No role of plasma exchange. Whereas in TTP HUS the treatment is plasma exchange because you have to replace the Adam TS13 levels. But here research, they have done so many studies, Adam TS13 levels are normal. So there is no point giving plasma exchange. But still many doctors consider plasmapheresis thinking that it will help. But it doesn't actually. So we manage patients only with hemodialysis, conservatively. Blood pressure management, electrolyte management, renal functions daily we monitor, hemodialysis and wait and watch. So they develop anuria, hemodialysis, then polyuria phase. So it may take 1 month to 1.5 months also. Till then we have to wait. Plasmapheresis is not going to help. Especially it is very expensive. Resource limited setting, we don't have to consider. So this concept has to be very clear again because we see this Russell's fiber and Hummus pit fiber. Okay, so myotoxic, so hemotoxicity, any doubt you have?
Sir, in the cardiac patients, those who are taking antiplatelet drugs, should they continue the antiplatelet drugs or they
Should not be, sir. Should not be.
Should not be used?
Yes. Very good question. So we should not use anticoagulants if they were already on antiplatelets. We should not continue. Till the normal coagulopathy is restored, entire snakebite treatment is finished, then only we can restart. While they come with envenomation, we should not. So this is a myotoxic envenomation which is classically seen in sea snakes and Russell's fiber. Russell's fiber can cause rhabdomyolysis. So we don't have to deal that much unless we deal daily with sea snakes. Sea snakes can cause severe myotoxicity. Management is only supportive care, rhabdomyolysis management and sodium bicarbonate infusion, hemodialysis, all based on the standard indications. Okay, acute kidney injury. So patients, certain patients can present with shock, especially Russell's viper, Saskell viper, copra, crate also. They have cardiotoxins, so they directly cause myocardial injury. So they can present with shock. So snakebite can also present with just a shock. No need to be neurotoxic, no need to have a hematological manifestations, just they can present with shock. Other reasons for shock is bleeding into the pituitary gland, acute pituitary insufficiency can cause shock. Urinary sodium and water loss because of the kidney injury. Vasodilation, sometimes activation of autocoids, serotonin, histamine in the body because of the venom. So there is severe vasodilation that can cause distributive shock again. Then it can also cause plasma extravasation, snake venom, metalloproteinases, SMVPs, damages the endothelial cells, there is a plasma extravasation. So then there is a excessive bleeding, again that can also lead to shock. Because of shock, patients can have acute kidney injury because of the pre-renal failure, acute tubular necrosis. There are other reasons for acute kidney injury whenever you see in a snakebite, not only because of the shock, because of the hemolysis, heme pigment nephropathy, platelet or fibrin microthrombi because of this, or venom directly can cause tubular damage, like Russell's viper, Saskell viper can directly go and cause tubular damage. And immune mediated glomerular damage, especially you give anti-snake venom and venom together, the complexes can cause glomerular damage that can lead to acute kidney injury. So these are the various reasons why patients with snakebite develop acute kidney injury and shock. This is one of the favorite questions of consultants, professors in the grand rounds to the PGs and students. Even in the short notes also it may come. So this slide is very important to remember why they have these two complications. Okay. So remember, snakebite may not be a witnessed event. It can just be unwitnessed. Especially in maybe patient may be sleeping on the floor, nobody would have seen, and sometimes these bites may be mistaken. People may think it is a puncture, a sharp stone has punctured him, or a thorn prick maybe. So they may ignore initially. Children, especially bitten by high venomous snake, if we don't address that any bite, then suddenly they may develop rapid cardiovascular collapse and unconscious and death can happen. So in children, please don't take it easily and admit them and monitor 24 hours. So if anybody present in an endemic area where snake bites are common, unexplained sudden onset of seizures, if somebody comes to your casualty, unexplained loss of consciousness, loss of unexplained seizures, systemic bleeding, unexplained bleeding, absolutely alright before, unexplained shock, cardiovascular collapse, acute flaccid paralysis, all 4 limbs are paralyzed, he's in coma now, acute kidney injury, and unexplained abdominal pain because of the bleeding, retroperitoneal bleed, please think of snake bite as one of the differential diagnoses. Don't ignore that. Because we are living in an endemic area, along with other organic causes, other differential diagnoses, snake bite also has to be considered and to be addressed appropriately. So initial management, admit all patients for 24 hours, perform airway breathing circulation, resuscitate, stabilize. That is very, very important. That is as per the standard guidelines. Reassure clinically stable patients, those who are stable. History, you should ask, where were you bitten? Okay? When were you bitten? What time you were bitten? Because if they have come very early, you may have to wait for some more time for the manifestation to appear. Which part of the body you were bitten? Or where did it happen? At house it happened, outside the house, in the farmland it happened, during the sleep happened. All this will help you arrive at diagnosis what could be the snake. What were you doing when you were bitten? Where is the snake that bit you and what did it look like? They can briefly describe you about color of the snake, patterns. How are you feeling? What symptoms you have developed? These are the initial questions we should ask. And also ask, are you on any medications? Alcohol are you taking? Or any antiplatelets, anticoagulants you are already on? Those all will affect the clotting tests. Do you have any pre-existing cardiac, respiratory, renal, allergic diseases? Because when you give ASV, they are prone to develop anaphylaxis. Suddenly they can have cardiorespiratory compromise. All those we should ask. So local examination. After you do this, examine for any ligages, tourniquet, ligages, wound incisions, cauterization, local application of herbs, minerals, any fang marks present, what is the extent of the swelling, any bleeding, bruising, blisters, any fangs are retained or not. So all that you should notice. If somebody comes with a tourniquet, already morning discussed. So very, very simple. If somebody comes with a tourniquet bitten by a snake, if they have already neurovascular compromise, already gangrene is coming, ischemia is there, immediately you have to remove it. We cannot even wait for another minute because we are going to lose a limb. Provided you make sure that the ASV is there, whether it is there or not, next step. It's already gangrenous, ischemia, color is cyanosed, you don't want to wait. If the neurovascular compromise is not happened, but tourniquet is there, at least keep the ASV ready, load it, keep it ready. Understand? If tourniquet is applied, but already envenomation is there, first you start the ASV. One line, other hand. As the ASV is going, then this one slowly you can remove it. Another practice is you apply the BP cuff here, proximal to it, slowly you can release it. You remove this tourniquet, then slowly you can release it. So these are the various 3 scenarios, but sometimes it can be challenging. I had only one case. Like we don't see very regularly a lot of patients coming with tourniquet and it's not that complex, but sometimes you may face, but you have to be logical. But neurovascular compromise is there, you have to remove it. Okay? And envenomation is there, neurovascular compromise is not there. Start ASV one other arm and this one you can remove it slowly by applying the BP cuff. Slowly you reduce the systolic pressure minute by minute and side by side ASV make sure it is going, then you can remove it. But the problem is if you suddenly release it, as we discussed, suddenly it can depress the myocardium because cardiotoxins can suppress the myocardium. Patient suddenly can have cardiac arrest. So that we have to be very, very careful. So as we said, venom spreads to the lymphatics, so lymphangitis can happen. Lymph nodes can be palpable. And this is a case scenario where fang marks were retained and they were later removed. So you have to look for. So this is a local examination. Then you look for neurotoxic envenomation. So look for ptosis, extraocular muscles, pupillary size, symmetry and reaction. And assess the ability to mouth, ask him to open mouth, protrude the tongue, pooling of saliva in the oropharynx, gag reflex you have to check. And examine the muscle power and reflexes. These are the simple bedside 3 tests to see whether this patient is developing neurotoxic envenomation. The number 1, single breath count. Ask him to exhale and tell him to count. After exhalation, 1, 2, 3. You should count like that. Usually, we all can do more than 30. But victims with a already diaphragm, other muscles are involved, they cannot perform. Second is breath holding time. Ask him to take a deep inspiration and hold it. We all can hold more than 45 seconds, but those victims cannot do it with neurotoxic envenomation. Ability to complete one sentence in one breath. As they are talking, they will be gasping. they cannot complete the sentences. So these are the 3 simple bedside tests to tell you whether this patient is developing impending neuro paralysis. Next is a hemotoxic envenomation. Measure the blood pressure. In supine position you have to measure first, then make him sit up and measure the blood pressure. So you cannot make them stand because they are very very sick. So supine in a couch trolley. After that you make him 45 degrees or 90 degrees sit up. Then again you check the blood pressure. If the blood pressure dropping more than 20 systolic blood pressure from baseline or diastolic more than 10 it is lost, 10 lost, that means there is a massive systemic bleeding is happening somewhere. Patient is losing blood. Orthostatic hypotension is positive. So then immediately we have to search for bleeding and we may have to act properly. Examine nose, gingiva, oral cavity for any mucosal bleed. Look for subconjunctival retinal bleeds and papilledema, and look for any CNS lateralizing aphasia, any hemiplegia, asymmetrical pupils suggestive of intracranial bleeds. Then look for any pericardial bleed or a hemothorax. Okay, then abdomen, if there is an abdominal tenderness, that may be because of retroperitoneal bleed. Then examine the skin also, petechiae, purpurocumenosis. So this is very very important. See, you may be thinking that snakebite means what? Just give ASV. Oh, snakebite has come, but my role is what? Just administer ASV. It is not. So what you should understand from this discussion is, this is like any other case. In emergency, you should approach systematically. Then only you will not miss out anything. Then only you will be able to manage appropriately. Okay. So then next test is you do the 20-minute WBCT, which we have already discussed here. We have collected. This is a solid clot that is formed by 90 degrees when tilted. That means the 20-minute WBCT is negative. Test is negative. That means VACC is not there, no coagulopathy. But here you can see the clot in another patient. The clot is easily breaking from the edges. Clot is very very soft. That means the test is considered positive. That means there is coagulopathy. That means there is a VICC. That is an indication to give anti-snakebite. Okay, so this we know. If somebody has local reaction, coagulopathy, neuroparalysis, think of Russell's viper, which we have already discussed. I am just basically repeating. Local necrosis, neuroparalysis, think of cobra. No local effects, only neuroparalysis, think of crate. Local reaction, coagulopathy, no neuroparalysis, think of Saskia viper and other pit vipers. Russell's viper causes ptosis also. So by identifying, by making clinical diagnosis, help you to anticipate complications. What complications patients may develop. Okay, you all with me? Final part. Another 10-15 minutes I am closing. Treatment. I am rushing, sorry, because we don't have much time. There are so many speakers to speak. Okay, any doubts you have so far? Post lunch will be very very difficult, I know. Some people's eyes are, Bell's phenomenon is happening. Ptosis is happening. Okay, all the neurological manifestations are appearing now itself. I hope you all not bitten by a neurotoxic snake. Okay? Just bear with me. I think you can do it. I hope you can do it. Correct? Yes. Okay. So what are the indications of anti-snake venom? Okay, this is based on the standard existing guidelines. If someone with snake bite comes with shock or presence of spontaneous bleeding, or if 20-minute WBCT is positive, or if any sign of neurotoxicity present, okay, any of these 4 present, that is an indication to consider anti-snake venom. If they don't have any of these, should not give anti-snake venom. Okay, if they have only non-specific symptoms and signs, like that case, you should not give anti-snake venom. If they have these, then only you should give. Okay, there is another indication, only local envenomation. Patients will not have any of this, but only local envenomation. It happens at the dorsum of the hand, rapidly progresses to involve the entire arm within 6 to 12 hours. Sometimes we can consider that may be an indication to give anti-snake venom. But that is very rare, that indication. But most of the time when they have this, they will have any of these indications also. Okay? Okay, so what is the initial dose? Anti-snake venom. So if patient comes with a coagulopathy plus or minus neuroparalysis, that means we are dealing with a viper bite. So treatment, initial dose is 10 vials we have to give. Okay, how they have come with this 10 vials? Initially low dose, high dose, all they used to discuss. Do you remember? See, please remember this dose of anti-snake venom. No studies have done so far to accurately say that this is exactly the correct number. It is always an estimate. Okay, so On an average, Raj's Viper can inject 63 mg of venom into the body. So one vial can neutralize 6 mg. So that means if you give 10 vials, it is expected to neutralize 60 mg. But what is the range? From 5 mg to 145 mg it can inject into the body, in this range. But on an average 63 mg. That is why 10 vials it is started. But maximum can be 145 and more than that also. So that is why maximum they are saying 30 vials. I will come to that. 10, 10, 10. I hope you are getting. But these are all only estimates. Please remember. Still studies to be done to find out what is the exact dose of anti-snake venom that is required. But this is a crude estimate that we are following across standard guidelines. But before that we used to have a low dose, high dose because soft-scale viper usually injects less amount of venom. So they used to say you give 10 vials then followed by 2 vials every 6 hours. Low dose. Or high dose means 6 vials every 6 hours. That we no longer follow. Follow always 10, 10, 10. It's a standardized across. But if you have only few vials, I have sir only 4 vials. Remaining vials not over. Should I give? Please give. Please give. Then refer maybe. But don't say that I don't have 10 vials. If I have 10 only then I will give. Don't do that. If you have how much ever, please give. If it is required then you can refer. Okay, so similarly for neuroparalysis, initial dose is 10 vials and the end point is neuroparalysis should improve. Here end point is 25 W should become either negative or bleeding should stop. So always intravenous, don't give IM. No IM, no subcute. Okay, because bioavailability of anti-snake venom through IM is very, very poor. But in a case where you have tried multiple times, no IV is available, maybe you are justified giving IM. Or patient is somewhere, he cannot reach hospital, they couldn't get IV, at least let me give IM, maybe you can try. That's what WHO guideline says. But actually you have to give by IV always. And same dose for adults and children and pregnant women. There is no difference in terms of ASV dose because the snake that bites and it's going to inject the same amount of venom into the body. Either it is a child, pregnant lady or adult. Snake doesn't say child, let me inject only small amounts. So it's the same amount only. So to neutralize that we need that much amount of antivenom. Only thing is the dilution varies. In adults we take...
Child means if it is a child is only 1 month old.
Yes sir, 1 month. The same dose sir. Same dose. Doesn't vary. Only the dilution. Dilution normal sir. 5 to 10 ml per kg per children you have to take. Adult maximum you should not cross more than 200 for children usually at each time. But adult we take 250 ml bolus or 500 ml bolus also initially. 500 ml also we can take. That's what sir, these are very, very rare scenarios. People have not looked into it. But good best one is IV because we want immediate neutralization. So repeat administer. After you give the first 10 vials, if the patient come with a bleeding, okay, and bleeding has not stopped within 2 hours of initial dose. So you have given ASV, 2 hours you have waited, the bleeding has come with the gum bleeding, still it is bleeding, 2 hours. You can repeat the ASV. You remember that's what I have written there? 2 hours. If it is only test positive, 6 hours you have to wait. If the bleeding is present, 2 hours you are expecting the bleeding has to be stopped. If he has come with a hematuria, the hematuria has to clear by 2 hours. Very, very dark hematuria it was. Now it is clearing. Oh, okay, let us wait. If it is not clearing, still having hematuria, I will give 10 more vials. Understand? No? So like that. So bleeding persists or cardiovascular signs. Patient come with hypotension that is not improving by 2 hours. Again you have to repeat ASV. Weakness, if come with a neurotoxic snake bite, weakness is persisting. Is come with a ptosis and another sign he has developed within 2 hours. Then again you have to give ASV 10 more vials. And 20 WC is still positive after 6 hours. Then again you can repeat 10 vials of ASV. So you just dilute it, start it over 30 minutes to 60 minutes. Again there is no guidelines on how much time is correct time. 30 minutes is safe, you can give. Okay? So just have to remove the fluid. 500 ml means you remove the 100 ml first, then 10 vials you have to take, dilute it. Each vial is 10 ml. 100 ml, pour into this and start the infusion over 30 minutes. Okay? So maximum amount of vials should be given is coagulopathy 30 vials. Whereas neuroparalysis 20 vials maximum. That is what this again estimate. Please remember, it is only estimate, and people have come to the consensus saying that if patient comes with a hemotoxicity, that is Russell's viper, Saskia viper only we are dealing. We are not talking about the pit vipers here. Maximum that is requested is 30 vials. After 30 vials also, if the patient is still having bleeding or 20 WFCT is positive, then you have to think about other alternatives. Neuroparalysis, 20 vials is maximum enough. So Cobra bite has come, you have given ASV 10 vials, he is intubated, you give again within 1 to 2 hours 10 vials, that's all. No point giving again 10 vials, 10 vials. Now you are continuing ventilation, he has to improve. You are giving new treatment up to atropine. Whereas Snakebite also same, you are given 10 vials already, but he has already developed neuroparalysis, he is intubated, and the entire presynaptic neurons are fully gone. There is no point giving another 10 vials also. Even if you give also you can give, but this is not going to help because already presynaptic neurons are fully damaged. So please remember that don't waste ASV. That's what I am trying to say, because it's a very, very valuable resource that we have. People have worked so hard to develop that. Okay, monitor for anaphylaxis once you start ASV. See, this is very, very important. I'm finishing. So, all doctors who are working in government setup everywhere, private hospitals also, they have this fear. How I am going to manage? The most important is the ASV by giving, because in Indian anti-snake venom can cause severe anaphylactic reactions. Okay, so in Sri Lankan study, they have found out that 81% have developed anaphylactic reactions, of which at least 40% were severe reactions. In India, we have reactions ranging from 5 to 55%. Then you can understand what is the quality of Indian polyspecific antivenom. Correct. So that is the reason, and people don't know how to give it. And another reason is people don't monitor also. Because of these reasons, we have this fear of starting anti-snake venom. So why these anaphylactic reactions happen? One is, so if you look at anti-snake venom, that is made from IgG. Okay, IgG. So this is a light chain, this is a heavy chain, this is a FC, this is a FAB, antigen binding site. So in ASV, we are removing this FC. We are taking this FAB, so that's why it's called FAB square. That is what present in the ASV. But sometimes what is happening, this FC will be retained as an impurity. That FC is what induces anaphylaxis. By activating the complements, by activating the basophils, mastophils, there are no Ig involved. Please remember, Ig is not involved. So that is why you should not do sensitization test. So still many doctors follow, let me give a skin sensitization test. Administer small amount of ASV and see the response, then they are doing. Please remember, it has no value because anaphylaxis is not mediated through the IgE. It only mediated through the complements and activation of basophils and mast cells because of the presence of these FC fragments. So please don't do routine skin sensitization test. Okay. So once suppose if they develop anaphylaxis, first anaphylaxis that they develop is, so in this case, we'll come back to the anaphylaxis. In this case, so what you still think it's a crate, right? Let me see, doctor has given ASV. After giving ASV, she developed anaphylactic reaction. So she developed scalp, itching scalp. This is the first sign she developed, which has progressed to the rest of the body. Then she had a vomiting, then heart rate increased, BP remained like that. Then doctor immediately stopped the anti-snake venom. So started within 10 minutes. Okay. So the question, so always remember anaphylaxis starts with itching first. Anaphylaxis means no hypotension shock should appear. It always starts like ptosis, like neurotoxic inflammation always starts with ptosis. Here anaphylaxis starts with itching. Then only it progresses to urticaria, and if you don't identify, they can develop bronchospasm, angioedema, shock, and they will die. So you have to pick up here itching. Okay? If you pick up that time, then you have to immediately, what you have to do? Immediately you have to stop the anti-snake venom. So stop the anti-snake venom. So when do you think anaphylaxis will start to appear? Within minutes it will start. Within minutes to 180 minutes. That is why when you start anti-snake venom, please don't go anywhere. Bravely you start the anti-snake venom, be there with the patient or see another patient in the ward. But don't leave the ward and go to the restroom or you go to the dormitory and stay. Because within minutes they develop anaphylaxis always. First reaction that comes with the ASV is anaphylaxis. So you have to pick up early. When there is a itching, when there is urticaria, you have to pick up. Don't wait for the hypotension shock to develop. So when there is that happens, itching, you stop the ASV. First dose of injection adrenaline has to be given. Stop the ASV, adrenaline 0.5 mg. IM you have to give. If it is a child, you give 0.005 ml or mg per kg. IM start you have to give. Okay? Then you start based on other findings. You can start IV fluids, nebulizations, beta-2 agonists, chlorpheniramine, steroids, hydrocortisone, all you can give. Understand? So after this, if patient doesn't improve within 5 to 10 minutes, still having anaphylaxis, you can repeat again dose. 2 to 3 times you have to repeat. When they don't respond to repeated dose of adrenaline, 3 doses, 4 doses, then they will require ICU admission. Patient need to be on adrenaline infusion. And probably they may need to be referred to higher center, or they should go to ICU where they will be on adrenaline infusion, elevate the head end because blood pressure has to be maintained, give IV fluids. Once the BP is maintained and anaphylaxis is improved, then you have to restart the ASV. ASV should not be stopped completely. You have to again somehow you have to restart back. So we have done that. Sometimes when they don't respond to adrenal multiple doses, we have admitted to the ICU. One side we are giving adrenal infusion, BP is maintained, then other side we have completed the ASV slowly. Initially we have given 30 minutes, now we make it 1 to 2 hours. Understand? So you're all okay now to manage anti-snake venom? Very, very important this is. Most important is stay with the patient. Don't leave it to the nurses, don't leave it to the intern and go away. Especially registrars. Please stay with the patient. Very, very important. So okay, so anaphylaxis happens, then how do you prevent it? Can we prevent it? We know how to manage. This is a standard management, adrenaline, hydrocort, everything we can give. But can we prevent it before it appears? So that is what they found out. In Sri Lanka they have done studies again, where they have given a pre-medication, where they have compared hydrocortisone, antihistamines and adrenaline. In that study what they have found is, by giving injection, this is management of anaphylaxis, this is prevention of anaphylaxis, pre-medication. So injection adrenaline, they gave 0.25 ml, okay, 1:1000 dilution. Subcutaneous stat they gave. Please remember, this is to prevent anaphylaxis. Before we give anti-snake venom, in every patient, that is what we follow as a poison center CMC toxicology, every case, child, pregnant lady, anybody, every time when you give ASV, we advise to give injection adrenaline 0.25 ml, subcutaneous stat followed by 5 to 10 minutes later, you give the ASV over 30 minutes. In this study, adrenal arm alone, that arm that received adrenaline alone, anaphylaxis has reduced by 40% compared to the other arms. So that is why WHO guidelines clearly mentions adrenaline has to be given every time. Unless patient had a uncontrolled blood pressure, recent intracranial bleed, you should give ASV, adrenaline as a pre-medication in every case. But no hydrocort, no Avil should be given as a pre-medication, because in that study, hydrocortisone actually reduced the efficacy of adrenaline. And it will take some time also. Hydrocortisone Avil is not going to act immediately, whereas adrenaline immediately can act. We are giving subcutaneous so that it can act for long time. If you give IV, immediately within few minutes it will be metabolized. So that is why subcutaneous. Please remember that. So please feel comfortable, confident to give injection adrenaline as a pre-medication to prevent anaphylaxis, and learn to monitor the patient and manage anaphylaxis boldly with confidence. Okay, so that way, once you manage, you will be very, very confident in managing snakebite victims. So next is pyrogenic reaction. Because of the pyrogen sometimes present in it as a contaminants, after 1 hour later they can develop fever, rigors, vasodilation, hypotension, and manage symptomatically with antipyretics and IV fluids. So many of these anaphylactic reactions we can prevent it by giving ASV appropriate with the appropriate indications. If you give unnecessarily, even with a non-venomous snake bite, these are all non-venomous snakes. See, the snake that I showed in the case is actually not a crate bite. It is a wolf snake. The picture I showed you, you all said crate. No, it is not a crate. It is actually wolf snake, this variant. But people assume this is a crate bite and give ASV. People assume this has a cobra, this has a viper. So that is why don't go by the picture, don't go by the snake, don't waste time you're identifying the snake. Go by envenomation is there on. If you need a help, ask the herpetologist or call the poison center. You can ask them. But don't unnecessarily give ASV unless there are standard indications that are present. If you avoid, then anaphylaxis also can be avoided. Okay, that we already discussed how to manage. I will not go into it. Pyrogenic reaction. And this we already discussed about neostick-based and surgical debridement. I will not talk about fasciotomies. Okay, finally, 2 minutes I have. So when do we refer? Any doubts you have so far? Okay, so finally, referral mechanisms. When do we refer a case? So tomorrow you may complete here, you may go to the small hospital or you may go to the district hospital posting. So whenever patient develops shock, hypotension, unresponsive to fluids in a snakebite victim, you have to prepare to refer. Flaccid quadriparesis, respiratory failure requiring intubation, severe local necrosis or compartment syndrome features, or 20-minute WBC is still positive after 6 hours after the initial dose, persistent bleeding, progress paralysis or respiratory difficulty, you have to refer. Or if there are any features of kidney injury, reduced urine output, CV, coronary syndrome, wound infection with sepsis, anaphylaxis. Okay, and always remember to refer them in a safe way. So if you have started ASV, complete the ASV. Don't send them on ASV. That is very, very important. Make sure vitals are stable when you are referring. Please keep them in a left lateral recovery position. Otherwise, if you keep them, they may aspirate if they develop neuroparalysis. Make sure ambulance oxygen is there. Okay, all those. And make sure patient is sent in ambulance. Don't send in a two-wheeler. Don't send in a bullock cart. Then God only knows where they will reach. Understand? This is all you have to take care of. And document the vitals. And inform the doctor also whom you are referring, the status of the patient when referring. Okay? That's all. Okay, finally, outpatient review. Once they get discharged, they may develop what is called a late antivenom reaction after 1 week later. They can have any manifestation that you name it, like urticaria, joint pains, neuropathy, encephalopathy, vomiting, diarrhea they can have, which needs to be managed with antihistamines and prednisolone for 5-day course, to which they will improve. And long-term complications they can have, some persistent disability they can have, musculoskeletal problems that you have to monitor and manage. Psychological issues are very, very important for snakebite victims. So they can have weird dreams, psychosis, depression they can have. So some patients can have 6 months to 1 year of this depressive episode. Nightmares they will have, they cannot sleep, palpitations. So please address that. You can use a PH12 questionnaire also, screen them, send to psychiatry and appropriately manage. Renal, they can have a chronic kidney disease, sometimes they need to be on hemodialysis. Endocrine, like chronic pituitary insufficiency they can develop. So this is a lady developed, Russell's paper developed persistent swelling, finally diagnosed as a tenosynovitis, which we have managed. She had after 1 month persistent swelling. Okay, so just to summarize, bites from venomous snakes can result in bleeding, paralysis, long-term disability and death. 20-minute WBCT, remember, which is a very simple and bedside test to screen for and monitor coagulopathy. Assess vital parameters, initial resuscitation measures if the patient is clinically unstable, with signs of bleeding, shock, paralysis, respiratory distress. Intravenous antivenom is recommended in patients with systemic envenomation. Okay, so please remember what we discussed from beginning. Okay, so this is where I work. It's Poisons Information Center. This is our toll-free number. Okay, in CMC located. So we get calls from all over India, from Kashmir to Kanyakumari daily. Around 70 to 80 calls we receive. So physicians only call us, 95%. Doctors only call us. So we discuss every poisoning case, not only snakebite, every poisoning. So we guide them, doctors, about if they have any doubt, management related to any poisoning, pharmaceuticals, agrochemicals, plants, all the venomous bites, mushrooms, anything. In fact, chemical incidents, anything that you name it related to toxicology, we deal with heavy metal poisoning. So we get calls. That is our Poison Information Center. We also have a toxicology unit. We also have a lab. So we have a poison control center. This is our number. Please, if you have any doubt in the future, you can always call us. 24 hours into 7, toll-free number. So thank you for your patient listening. I think I have taken 2.5 hours. No, 2 hours I have taken. That's all. So you've given me 2 hours and I completed. So sorry, other speakers are waiting. Thank you for patient listening. If you have any doubts, you please either call that number or mail me. I don't think we have any time to discuss. Thank you.
So thank you, sir. Thank you for your. You told it's a brief thing. For us, it was an exhaustive kind of talk. Thank you very much, sir. And from our department side as well as institution side, sir, from your poison information centers, actually I discussed yesterday also, probably sir is also there, Raghunandan sir. We have our NPSC group, sir. We can add sir as one of the. Sir is already there. Sir is already there. So what we kind of want from you is, sir, every day is a learning point. You know, every patient is a kind of learn one of the things. I want. Yes, thank you very much, sir. So what we expect, sir, please guide us in kind of treating the patients in near future. And probably you will be the one person, first contact person. Maybe you will be getting so many articles. Many articles will come. Research with thousands of articles will be there, and probably we will not be knowing which article to exactly kind of follow this thing. Please kind of when you are in the group, please kind of send it so that probably we can download and we can keep it in our pediatric intensive care units, and we can make some protocols and we can practice it.
Yes, sir. So ideal solution is 5D, sir, according to the standard guidelines, but you can use normal saline also. No problem.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and engaging session. It was truly enriching. Now I request Dr. Somsekhar HK, sir, Medical Superintendent of KOIMS, to present memento and certificate to Dr. Jambu Ghulam Mohan, sir. Sir brings clinical experience from pediatric intensive care and will share fascinating real-world cases under the topic Interesting Cases and Intensivist Perspective. Now I invite Dr. Surendra sir to take his seat.
First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Pushparam sir. He is my good friend and he has invited us. Thank you, sir. But I am wondering, what shall I discuss with you guys? When already one speaker spoke to you for almost more than 2.5 hours. Yes, touched all the corners. I prepared so much slides in a busy schedule. We had so many sick patients to handle in PHU. In spite of that, till 1:30, 2:30, I was preparing slides. I thought I will share my experience with all young guys. But sir left nothing to discuss. I was waiting, at least they would have put mine first, then sir could have taken. And other option was, whole day the session would have been only Mohan sir only. Actually, so many speakers was not required. Yes? No, sorry sir. It was extensive. I don't know what to discuss. Still, I will try to discuss. My talk will be only for 10 minutes. Only interesting 2 to 3 cases is my own personal case experience. See, you heard so many theory and knowledge. You know all intrinsic pathway, extrinsic pathway, common pathway. You know how neurotoxin works, how hemotoxin works, why myotoxin, how works. You all in depth you know it. But when it comes to the practical, it's always a challenge. Again, you will get confused whether to give ASV or not, whether to give neostigmine or atropine, or whether to intubate and ventilate the child. You will always have this query. Always you will have query. See, we might have treated so many pneumonia cases. Still, each and every sick pneumonia, their response to treatment is different. So, you all understood, okay, case has come, I will admit, I will give ASV, but when it comes to practicality, it is difficult. This I will just go through. See, only thing, why still in India, high fatality rate? Recently, I had traveled to Azerbaijan actually. After traveling there, war started, but we didn't have any news to watch, but I was watching some international news. Happened to see the Kenya news channel. They're still struggling to manufacture ASV. Still, there are more poisonous cases in African countries. Like we have only 4 poison and we have all polyvalent ASV, easy for us to treat. But in South Africa, there are so many poisons, not like only 4 what we have in India, but in African countries there are multiple venomous snakes where still they are struggling to treat. Still high mortality in African countries, but in India still high mortality in spite of thing looking simple. The main causes are still ASV stock are out of stock in most of the PSCs. Even in the district centers still ASV like out of stock. The reasons are many. Then comes the delayed and inappropriate administration of ASV. Already sir discussed. Sometimes we give ASV to the non-venomous patients also. Because in the fear we administer. That's why we should look into whether it's venomous or non-venomous. Then lack of standard protocol for the management. Then most of the time what happens, inexperienced doctor, because not the MBBS doctor, in many centers there may be Ayurvedic, allopathic doctor, they don't know what to do it. For them most of the treatment would be give ASV everywhere. Most of the sir shared the previous case where just with non-venomous the patient had high fatality or high morbidity because of the ASV. So another thing is, and Cobra bite, simple, within 24 hours they can go home just by giving ASV and ventilation. Most of the, I will say my experience about all these cases, because of non-availability of ventilator, child may die. So already they discussed the clinical presentation severity varies. See, 90% of the case you manage either in the ER, either in the ward, but the case what we get is only sick patient. The 10% very critical multi-organ failure, those critical cases only we get it. Not the simple snake bite what you see. What we discuss, okay, yes, we give pain management. No, the case what we get is all complicated cases what I manage. The severity of the complication depends upon the species of bite, season of the bite, whether it's a snake is fed or unfed. You know, unfed they will have a more venomous. Site of bite, that is bite on the face or head. I have seen the bite on the face also. They are more poisonous. Or envenomation or more. Area, if it is covered with like jeans pant, the envenomation is less severe. Whether it's a dry bite or incomplete bite, even multiple bite, the envenomation is more. And venom injection into the vessel accidentally on the dorsum of the foot or dorsum of the hand, if it directly injects to the vessel, the spread of the venom is faster. And weight of the victim. So somebody asked 1 month child what to do. Your snake doesn't read Nelson or any other book. It doesn't know this is a small baby, I have to give less venom. I will going to give only 6 mg. Not like, okay, it doesn't know. What it knows is whether it's adult or a pediatric or a newborn or a pregnant lady, the amount of venom injected to the patient is same. So the ASV dose is also same. Then one more thing is, this is the very important and we say golden hour in cardiac and even in stroke, even in this, any critical care, the golden hour is first 60 minutes. The moment there is a snake bite, you reach to the hospital, start the ASV either within 30 minutes or 60 minutes. If you start ASV after 2 hours or after 6 hours, after 12 hours, once the envenomation is there or already there is a amtotoxin or neurotoxin, already patient is complicated, then where is the venom is left to antagonize. So within 60 minutes of the bite you start, even in any case, see even in septic shock, if you delay antibiotic by 1 hour, the mortality doubles every hour. If you give antibiotic now, the mortality comes down. If you give delay because of patient may not get immediately or system may delay, what happens? The death rate. See, you guys are not involved in clinical management of the patients. Still you are in like, okay, writing history and all. So you are writing history and all, still you will not be expert. See, in my PJ, I did in KIMS Supli, but never we had a seminar on snake bite. For me, we don't get in cases snake bite day to day like what I get in district hospitals. In a corporate, very less cases. But this is not like our regular cases of management. But we get only complicated cases. That's what I mentioned. But I wondered, Purushottam sir, why you have selected this topic? For us, it's like encephalitis, septic shock, refractory seizures, or DKA. Such exhaustive real sick kids management is like our topic. Still I accept it because I will share some of the insight. Already these are all over. This is like, sir, whole talk of 2 hours is comprised in slide. Remember, cobra will have only local pain with neurotoxicity, where neostigmine and atropine works. Whereas in crane, only neurotoxicity, no other things. Whereas in vipers, just remember, they are for a simple thing. C is for CNS, K is for also CNS. C and K, that is Cobra and Crate, CNS related. Viper is just hematotoxicity. This is easy to remember clinically. Don't scratch which is combination and all. Ultimately the treatment would be ASV. See, management of snake bite for any intensivist, the management of any snake bite is always airway breathing circulation. See, once the patient comes, we told snake bite and all, what you need to do in a ER, you are there, patient comes, what you have to do first thing? First check for the airway. That is, secretion is there or not, or section you have to do it. Breathing, look at the breathing. If child is able to breathe, that is fine. If child is not able to breathe, either you support with oxygen or may require bag and mask ventilation, either child may require intubation. So always remember ABC is very important. Anyway, because when a patient comes to ER, you are there, and because you may do while doing internship or fellowship or PG, you don't know how to start the case. So always go by ABC. And if breathing is okay, just start oxygen. If breathing difficulty is there, intubate and ventilate. See, come to the circulation, whether how is the pulse rate, how is the CRT. I have two sick patients in ICU where they are really sick with multi-organ failure. So check for the pulse volume. If CRT is prolonged, put a IV cannula, start IV fluid. Then, very important after all these things, keep monitoring the vitals. When the patient arrives to you, may be stable, but not next 1 hour, but not next 2 hours. They all. I had a patient currently in the PICU. Whole night I was getting full phone calls. Just came with history of loose motion for 3 days. Consulted one of the pediatricians and started on antibiotic. But child started to have irritable cry from the middle of the night. When he came to our hospital, it was posturing. So child was intubated because airway was not maintaining, breathing was inadequate, child was in shock. Child intubated, ventilated, circulation. So initially child was okay, but after 6 hours of ventilation, this child started deteriorating and pulseless. So immediately we had put central line, arterial line, the BP was like 30/20. So started on inodrops. So child started improving. What I am telling is, monitor the patient, don't leave it. Initially it may be stable. What happens, you will admit at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, you will go take rest, by 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock pain, either they die, either they arrest. So monitor, so immobilize the bite site already over, remove constricting, administer ASV, supporting care like pain management, develop real pain, you can go with PCT. So I already said about manage shock, respiratory distress, this you should look for the complication of these things. So I thought of discussing about the AHV reaction, you already mentioned, but what I want to stress is there is no role of hydrocortisone in AHV reaction. So since I am a pediatrician, I will be stressing about only pediatric dose of adrenaline, that is 0.01 mg per kg IM. Okay, it's not like CPR we use 1:10,000 dilution IV we give, but in anaphylaxis we use. You might have seen in many of Tom Cruise movie. In anaphylaxis, they use adrenaline pen, right? Which we don't have adrenaline pen in India still. So we use IM undiluted. In CPM, we give 0.25 mg. No role. And very important, like stop ASV, but restart. The only proven treatment in snake bite is what? ASV. One girl is sleeping nicely. She's smiling now. Okay? I know because after. You know why T20 cricket came? First test was there, people used to see, then lost interest, then 50-50 came, 50 overs came, then people lost, then came the 20 overs. Now people are losing interest, who will watch 20? Now they have in England 10 overs match. Correct? Now there is one more study, movies they were moving like 3.5 hours, then they made it 2 hours. Now they cut short into like 1.5 hours. English movies, most of them are 1.5 hours. All Western countries, they will not have a time to watch. Now, why TikTok or Reels are famous? They have done studies, more than 30 seconds they can't watch any videos. Correct? Even you watch one video, then you will start scrolling. Go do Googling today, what is the attention span of any person? Okay? So, that's why any talk for a longer duration, you lose interest. So I made sure that my talk is only very short, like reels. Okay, 10 hours match only. Sir did test batch. Okay, mine is only 10 hours, not 50, 20. I think sir is planning, I don't know, 5 hours or 20 hours, but mine will be 10 hours. Yes. That's already I have discussed. See, case 1, only 3 cases. Each case lasts for 2 minutes. These are all my own experience. See, 8-year healthy boy. Remember this, healthy boy. Brought to our ear, morning gets up with severe epigastric or umbilical pain, vomiting persists for 3 to 4 hours, weakness of the limbs within next 4 to 6 hours. No, it's just snake bite. When you examine, the heart rate is 140, saturation is 60, shallow respiration. Guys, anybody want to tell what you will do? You heard snake bite, ASV. What you will do? Anybody? It's for discussion. I want everybody to wake up. Now I am seeing that little bit smiley faces. Anybody want postgraduates? What you will do? No. Airway first. Okay. Next, breathing inadequate. You will intubate and ventilate it. Circulation wise, I have not put CRT and all. Circulation is okay. So airway is inadequate, breathing is inadequate. So you will intubate and ventilate. What do you think? Pain of the abdomen, vomiting, weakness of limbs. What do you think, guys? Diagnosis. But there is no snake bite. You all like, there is no snake bite. Only because snake bite. What you will do? What do you think? Airway, breathing, circulation taken care.
Intestinal obstruction.
Huh?
Get done on ultrasound. Intestinal obstruction get done on ultrasound.
Okay, but why weakness of limbs? Only persistent vomiting, yes. But weakness of limb is there. Postgraduates? Sir, available postgraduates, sir. PG Silva. Okay, one is following pain of the abdomen and vomiting, acute appendicitis, but we can rule out there is no weakness. Okay, persistent vomiting, hypokalemia can cause weakness. But one more diagnosis, what? There was an epidemic of Guillain-Barré syndrome, correct? In Pune, a lot of cases. One is Safi is telling, yes, I diagnosed the GBS, correct? You told the diagnosis, sir? So these are the differential diagnoses: GBS, acute appendicitis, grade bite, AG with hypokalemia. Okay, my register called me, sir, patient has come in, I have intubated, ventilated, it looks like a GBS. Shall I do NCB, LP, shall I start IVH? Patient is not so affordable. I said, I gave permission actually. Okay, there's a classical history. Weakness, everything, reflexes are absent. Then I said, you manage the patient. Okay? I told after my OPD I will come and see. Then I went, I examined, like patient was intubated, ventilated, the reflexes are absent. So, sir, we don't know. Healthy child suddenly coming with weakness. What do you think? First diagnosis would be for us is GBS, correct? Okay. The thing is, GBS, what happens? It's always a ascending paralysis. First lower limb, then comes the upper limb, then respiratory paralysis. Correct? It's an ascending type of paralysis. Whereas, case of a great bite or cobra bite, it's a descending. You all heard ascending, descending paralysis, correct? You couldn't able to put that knowledge here. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Theory is different, practical is different. When a patient comes without any history, you all stuck. So I took a history, what happened? Then they told, like child was unable to move the upper limb first. Then they told breathing problem, then the lower limb. Only like we could by pinpoint, because we already had an experience, that's why by the history we could able to. Otherwise this patient we would have done MRI, NCB, CSF analysis, IVAG. Imagine for 8-year-old, if it is 30 kg, how much age? 2 mg per kg, almost to 10, okay, so much cost of IVAG, which is costing around 2 lakh. So remember, unexplained respiratory distress in a children in the presence of ptosis or sudden onset of acute flaccid paralysis in a child are highly suspicious of in endemic area crate bite. So in crate, what you understood is, I am trying to put your theory into practical. Crate, there is no, on examination also you don't see any frank marks, there is no local reaction. What you see only, they come like this only. They don't come always with a snake bite history. Because night you will be sleeping, usually that's a nocturnal. So remember, always sudden onset of any respiratory distress with weakness is a crane. So this child was like, we started ASP. So within 24 to 36 hours, child came out of ventilator, went out nicely. Okay, we saved a lot of money also. This already I discussed. Case 2. So it's a 5-year-old boy was bitten on the dorsum of his right hand by a snake. Child had severe pain in the hand and progressive swelling over the right dorsum of the hand. There was ecchymosis and local swelling was there. Okay. Child was conscious without any breathing difficulty. There was no hypoxia. Airway was maintained. Adequate ventilation. Alternate tachycardia was there. CRT little prolonged hypotension. This child had shock. What poison do you think? Which envenomation? Okay, which snake? Well, Russell viper or a sasquatch, don't worry about that. But you are ruled out. Most of the time, what? It's not a cobra and crane bite. Correct? Okay, this was a local swelling. Why I am putting this straightforward case is, when the patient came, it had a local swelling. So you will give AHV or not for this child? There is only local swelling. You want to give AHV or not? Huh? How many want to give AHV? First raise. How many want to give? Okay, how many don't want to give AHV raise? 2 people raise for AHV, 2 people raise for not to give AHV. Remaining? You don't want to treat, only refer. Yes. Why I am trying to insist you guys that I am giving you a test. What are the indications for snake bite? There should be signs of envenomation. That's why you heard the extensive 2.5 hours of snake bite theory, and he told indication of snake bite. There should be either envenomation signs like shock. Whether this child has shock or not. Huh? Tachycardia is there, 5-year child. BP is 74/36, CRT is prolonged. When there is a shock, what you will do? Now also you don't want to give? Then you have to do special classes, yeah. At least you want to give or not? Yes. So, you guys understood? Theory is different, practical is different. When we completed MBBS internship, we had a degree before our name, doctor. We still can't able to treat single. Only after post-graduation, we thought, okay, we got some feather, okay, I'm going to manage. After I completed even in the government medical college for 3 years, still I thought I've done MD, I can manage. Still at some corner, oh, there was a deficit. After doing fellowship in critical care, we realized there is a thin line where we can make marginal difference. So, putting your theory knowledge practically, it is only by experience and working. Okay. This is swelling. See just how case goes. Investigation, there was already, child was progressing, thrombocytopenia, coagulation, the hemoglobin was normal, echocardiography was normal. This child had shock, so we gave IV fluid, started an adrenaline infusion. We started antibiotic because the counts was high. Started on ASV, that's the main corner of treatment. 1 hour after, child was admitted to PHU because child had a shock because of distributed flux. There was increase in the pain, progression of the swelling till the shoulder, and the radial pulses was not palpable. Here comes the role of our sir, pediatric surgeon. He is going to tell this child had a, because I never, compartment syndrome, sir morning told, I have never used any measurement of the compartment syndrome pressure more than 40 centimeter of water. I don't have that instrument. Even rarely people we use for a rice ICP, still it is not widely available except in a very big corporate hospital because these are not day to day. We assess compartment syndrome on a clinical basis. That sir is going to tell. We did fasciotomy, then platelet FFP given. After 48 hours, sign out of Trayford and stopped. Child went home well after a week to 10 days of hospital stay. Yeah, this is the last case. This was really good experience. I think even Purushottam sir knows, I think this was a case in 2015. Even first experience for me, I don't know whether sir remembers or not. One day, early morning, around 5 o'clock, I was in charge of ICU in Rajanish Medical College. One day morning, I got a call from our PG. The 3-year male child was healthy, was brought to emergency room with unresponsive. Child is unconscious. Okay. At admission, heart rate was 136, saturation is 32, BP is okay, marginally lower side. There's no spontaneous breathing. Pupil dilated and fixed. His Jesus is 3/15. What you will do? Any postgraduate? Okay, first airway. Always go. That's what happens. No, lot of times many patients comes to us, sir. Any patient comes with pain of the abdomen. What you will do? Okay, acute gastritis, you will give some antiemetic and this. We lose that. There is a card in general examination. There is called pickle, pallor, icterus. When you start practicing, you will forget that. So this patient was seen by not this. Came with pain of the abdomen and vomiting. The 2 doctors have seen, but child persists to have pain of the abdomen and vomiting. But the child turned out to be hepatitis. Child had jaundice. Nobody has noticed this. Okay. So what I'm telling is always go in a methodical order, because when you become busy practitioner, your eyes and hand should check what all important for that child. These are the soft skills to practice. Okay, you are going to practice and see patient right. These soft skills only you will learn by practicing with good pediatricians. Okay, what you will do? Postgraduates are in Vasarili? Okay. Postgraduates, hands? Only one PG. Eh? What you will do as a PG? Just I want to make it interesting. I have taken only 15 minutes talk. This is. Sir has given 45 minutes, but I am compensating for previous talk. Okay, I will take 2 more. Yes, doctor. What do you want to do? What is? See, I am not testing your knowledge or capability. You are in a ER. This patient has come. What you will think and what you will do? Intubate. Okay. But pupils are dilated. No spontaneous breathing. No gag reflex. Okay. Pupil dilated, fixed. No spontaneous breathing. What do you think, guys? Yeah. Finally, PGs will tell. Okay. Dilated, fixed pupil tells what? Brain dead. Somebody said. Who? Huh? Broad dead. Hey, look at the heart rate, yeah? 136. Okay, broad dead is different, brain dead is different. Okay, it's mimic like a brain dead, correct? Jesus is big, 3/15, pupil dilated fixed, no spontaneous breathing, saturation is low, heart rate is okay. Correct? So, our PT called. So even I don't know anything. 5 o'clock if they call, I sleep at 1 o'clock. If he calls at 5 o'clock, what I will say? Okay, intubate, I told, give 3% NSA, lignocaine, raise ICP, with rapid sequence intubation, I told dose and all you intubate. They intubated, ventilated. So I went around 10:30. Okay, air was not maintaining, so inadequate when intubated, and bolus was given because little BP was marginalized. So almost a brain dead, what to do? I went there. So what to do? Now we have only one thing, brain, sudden healthy child. Why suddenly it became unconscious? People dilated, fixed. What next, guys? What you will tell parents? So we are like stuck, what to do with? Then I thought, okay, we'll do after 24 hours. We thought we'll do brain death examination. And unknown thing also, we can't advise them to go for a organ donation. So I did the apnea test. I removed the patient from the ventilator. There was no spontaneous breathing. So I didn't do cold calorie test. I did only apnea test. I did suctioning. There's no gag reflex. And pupils fully dilated and fixed. I'm just done. What investigation next you will do, guys? PGs. See, theory is different, practical is different. Laboratory investigation normal, except ABG was metabolic acidosis, brain dead, but unknown etiology. After 6 hours, there was no improvement. So plan to do MRI brain to know what is happening in the brain, correct? There is a bleed, some trauma, some assault, what is there? But those three are discussing something. About case? No, that's why. You answer. Expect. From back side, you want it. Hey, tell what you are discussing. About case, tell, diagnosis. We will give prize, answer, Madhya. No, those three are in deep discussion about the case. Okay, we plan to do MRI, EEG, toxicology screening, but they were not affordable. Okay, organ donation was planned after counseling, but unknown etiology, again we don't do it. Again we stuck here. Correct? Then one of our sister told, sir, there is some swelling, small swelling is there, see on the map. I thought I examined, there was a cannula prick site. I thought it was a cannula prick. Okay? There was just a small prick mark was seen. Then suddenly we remembered our experience. Okay? I did EEG, simple EEG. EEG was suggestive of encephalopathy. Whereas in brain dead, what happens to EEG? It is a flat wave. Whereas in encephalopathy, there will be waves, but it's in a suppressed manner. So it was, I got an answer that it was not a brain dead. So there is a brain activity. Where do you see such condition? Cobra bite or crate? Actually, it's a diagnosis of cobra bite with locked-in syndrome. That is, they mimic like a brain dead, but they are not brain dead. It's a temporary phenomenon. So we started ASV, we gave neostigmine and atropine. Within 6 hours, child woke up, we extubated by 6 hours. We were planning to declare dead. It was the first experience for me that never saw a locked-in syndrome. So it's a locked-in syndrome, secondary to crate bite. Okay. Even cobra also they mimic. So due to severe neurotoxin envenomation, it's a reversible condition, just ventilation, ASV saved, and child went to well. So very simple, always keep your eyes open, look for the small things, always take opinion of the expert. I don't already atropine, this all discussed, Dr. Mohan left nothing to us. Still I try to make something interest out of it. Take home message, golden hour I already said, first 60 minutes always try to give ASV, no matter, don't worry about reaction. It's easy to manage. I have not seen any patient dying of ASV reaction, but reactions are severe, but they respond very well to the adrenaline CPM. Just go ahead, just treat. Okay, early appropriate ASV, monitor the vitals, identify the complication, and there is good outcome. I have not seen any mortality due to snake bite. Still in periphery, I hear this. But you guys know one of your friend died recently 2 months back in Tumkur Medical College. On the day of graduation day, diagnosis is easier. On the day of graduation day, the family, I think they are from Kerala, it seems. Parents all came and the graduation got over by 9 o'clock. He was trying to, he has parked the car somewhere in the corner. He took the car and they went home, and by morning he was found to be dead. But when he went to take the car, he's in Tumkur last 2 to 3 months back. There was a snake bite, it was cobra bite, and nobody noticed. It was a joyful moment for the child, the student and parents, but by morning he was found to be dead in his room. Okay, so that's why simple things, make sure any sudden onset of some illness, always some poison or envenomation, always think of this. Okay, I will complete my talk. Thank you very much.
Reproductive and Child Health Officer to present a memento for Dr. Surendra sir as a token of respect and gratitude.
So
had a very good time during our Rajanish Medical College days. So I happened to learn so many skills when he was in charge of PICU. One of the things I want to recollect probably is this case was admitted in MICU first bed. If I remember. Yes. I still remember. I do have a good memory. So we thought it's a case of suspended animation kind of things. We had a very strong this thing. It was a very cute kid. But somehow, see, this is the thing. You whatever you do, say or experience, you should always discuss. High index of suspicion is very, very important. And also, out of sight is out of mind. You should always be kind of thinking about these things in and out. So this is what it's a take-home message. And with respect to Dr. Surendra, he was as a youngster, he had come from JJM Medical College, correct now? JJMMC, Davangere, so one of the premier institutions in pediatrics. So he came as our previous HOD, Dr. Adarsh, called me and introduced Dr. Surendra to me. So he is a soft guy, look after him very well, and we were all seniors, almost 2 to 3 years seniors. Later on, he took a break and he went to Kanchi Community Child Trust to have his pediatric critical care fellowship being done. So after he came back to Rajashwari, we had a very good time. So he gave me procedures like central venous cannulations, arterial cannulations, and so many procedures I kind of learned from him. Thank you very much, Dr. Surendra. In this platform, I just wanted to convey this to everyone. And one more thing is, I still remember, I was on duty. The child was in the first decade of life, probably some 7 or 8 years old. Fever since almost 4 or 5 days. Fever is not subsiding with antibiotics, not subsiding with antipyretics. We did battery of investigations. It was not duty. Once again, it's the PIC first bed. I still remember. So he just walked in. He did take not much of a time. Just took 1 or 2 minutes, not even a minute, I guess. He came here as the history, so high grade fever, not subsiding with this thing 5 days, and he checked for tongue and peeling of skin. He diagnosed it as a case of Kawasaki disease. We clicked off this thing. That is experience, that is exposure. The first case of Kawasaki disease, you are the one who showed me. And another case I just want to
remember this case, good do you remember? I don't remember. Sir has got good memory. Actually, I want to tell one thing about sir. He's a Jammape person. Apart from this, we have a wonderful personality. Wonderful personality. I have put lot of leave because of travel. I came all the way only for Purushottam sir. Not to share knowledge, that was there after coming. But only for Purushottam sir, we all have come.
It's a match fixing. Okay, and one more thing, I am not taking too much time. I just want to impress upon you how the keen observation will make you pick up the things. That's why I just wanted to impress upon you. And one more case is a kind of 14, 15, 16-year-old. Probably 8th or 9th standard. Once again, she was on the first bed PICU. She was a little bit of obese, and she was having some issues with respect to menstruation and all those things. So once again, we are kind of no man's land, and immediately came, did the rounds for a couple of minutes, and it's a very case of PCOD. Please have a look at it. She's having hirsutisms and all those PCOD signs. He easily kind of picked up the PCOD. Okay, so these are some of the things I just wanted to share with respect to Dr. Surendra. So many things to share, to be frank. So arterial line monitoring, he kind of handhold us, and I had assisted and also assisted in ventilation, assisted in ICD insertions. I still remember one dengue case. I want to share, this is one of the most challenging cases we have ever witnessed. So one dengue case was there. At that time, dengue hemorrhagic fever is there, dengue shock syndrome is there. That when I was doing post-graduation, it was a kind of era of dengue hemorrhagic. Most kind of the patients, they used to end up having petechiae, hemorrhage, ecchymosis, hemorrhage used to happen. Luckily, when I was in Rajanish Medical, after some 3 or 4 years, we happened to see dengue shots in a more rampant manner. Once again, this child was around 12 or 13-year-old. That was the last bed. Okay, four beds were there. This is the last bed. So he came. He had a kind of hypertension was there. I just called him. He was not on duty, but he was working along with us. I called him, sir, Surendra. We used to call by name itself. See, we have got a case also. This thing, patient is like this. He is bloated. And sir, he immediately told that please catheterize him, let him monitor the urine output. Depending on the urine output, probably we can titrate the fluids. He told. Okay, I told bolus is given 10 ml per kg per hour. Whatever the dengue protocol is there, no? Severe dengue warning signs with severe dengue, we are given the protocols. I called him what to do next. And he's sinking. And pleural effusion is there. So I called him what to do. Shall I insert ICD and tap the fluids? Then he cautioned me, don't ever do the ICD insertion, should never be done. Please monitor the urine output. He told to, this is the first time I happened to infuse MXL. We gave MXL and catheterization, we titrated kind of balanced it. If you give too much of this thing, definitely you go for ARDS. And if you go less means, once again you go shocking. You will be in shock. So that night was quite challenging as well as nightmarish. But after 1 or 2 days, critical period will be there for 1 to 3 days. So I'm very happy to say that after his guidance, after his so patient came out without any resistance. By second or third day, diuresis was there, and all those edemas, effusions decreased. We titrated the fluids and gradually reduced. And child was almost within a span of 5 or 7 days, child was discharged. Just imagine if I would have given the leak and ICD insertion, then probably would have had a very kind of bad impact. These are some of the couple of cases I just wanted to share. Thank you very much, Dr. Surendra, for having here. So, thank you.
Vijay Mahantesh sir, pediatric surgeon from Indiana Hospital, Mangalore. He is a proud life member of several prestigious associations such as the Indian Association of Pediatric Surgeons, Pediatric Endoscopic Surgeons of India, and the Society of Pediatric Urology. In 2018, he was honored with the Best Original Paper Award by the Asia Pacific Association of Pediatric Urology in New Delhi. I would like to welcome Dr. sir to present on the topic Surgical Management of Snakebite Victims, focusing on intervention strategies, case management, and recovery challenges from a surgical point of view.
At the outset, I would like to extend my gratitude and thanks to the administration of Kodagu Institute of Medical Sciences as well as to Professor and Head Dr. Purushottam for giving us, for me, this opportunity. So I'm also thankful for this small dais. Most of the time, I'll be just heard, not seen, so it will be like Akashwani. So today I'm seen as well as heard. Alright, so don't worry, my presentation is going to be short, concise, precise, surgical and non-escalatory. Alright. So, when is a surgeon required in a case of snake bite? So does he come later in the field or does he have to be in the initial management? So these are some of the questions we are going to answer. But like all major issues or major problems we are dealing with, it will be a multidisciplinary or team approach. So a surgeon is also part of the team who will be constituting his own role or he will be administrating his own role in the management of snake bites. Well, I should say the role of surgeon is maybe minuscule or minimal, but it is precise and the surgeon knows his role, and most of the time the surgeon comes into the field quite late in the management of these conditions. So with this background, we'll be dealing about snake bite. What are the interventions or surgical management protocols we should be having? Alright, so role of a surgeon, like we all know, pediatric, the snake bites are more common in rural or in village fringe areas. And since morning we have been discussing all these things. So my talk will be restricted to when is a surgeon needed in the management of snake bite, and if he is needed or she is needed, what is the role the surgeon needs to play. Alright. So the plan of discussion will be in this order. So one, like since morning we have been listening about how snake bites in children are different from adults. I will be just touching upon that again. Types of envenomation, since morning we have been listening that. Mechanism of injury, manifestations, and what are the management protocols. So our concentrate shall be on management protocol itself. Alright, so we all have heard in the morning, since morning, snake bites in children are going to be much more severe than in adults. The reason being, one, the amount of toxin that has been injected into the small body of a child per kg body weight is going to be much more. So that results in increased envenomation for the quantity to quantity basis. Now, considering the height of the child and height of the snake, so most of the times we see that in the adults it is either the toes or extremities or at the most middle or lower third of the leg. But children, there is a chance that upper part of the body might also be bitten by the snake, so that results in rapid envenomation. So there is a potent envenomation and rapid envenomation. Third thing is that children have very high circulatory flow, so the arm circulation time is quite rapid compared to adults. So the envenomation occurs more rapidly and potently. Okay, so when there is a local envenomation in the form of local tissue damage, for the tissue area to tissue area compared to the adults and children, the body surface area occupied by the trauma is much more. So a 3 inch by 3 inch lesion on an adult is not going to be of much severe value, but for the child or a toddler, 3 inch by 3 inch is a very good or a big size, almost occupying the dorsum of the foot. So these are the ways where snake bites in children are going to be little different. So we have already learned in the morning about the types of envenomation. So let's just concentrate on what are the things we are concentrating about. That is local envenomations. Alright. Sorry. So mechanism of injuries. So again, since morning it has been told, hammered again and again, so I will not be going into that. So there are basically 2 enzymes that are very potent to cause local tissue injury. One, hyaluronidase, that breaks the basement membrane of the tissue. So whenever there is a tissue damage or whenever there is a toxin, for the spread of the toxin there has to be a highway. Something has to create a highway, right? So that enzyme is a hyaluronidase. And there is phospholipase A2 enzyme also, PLA2. So that contributes to that. Then there is also direct cytotoxic injury with again snake venoms, snake venom metal coorgnews and other enzymes. So they cause direct injury to the subcutaneous tissue or the cytotoxin. Most importantly, whenever there is involvement of the muscle, myolysis begins. Why this is important? Whenever there is a tissue damage in that small area, it is bound to rise a pressure in that area. So it is like a dam that has been holding everything without the gates open. Alright, so the pressure keeps on building. So that results in what we call it as compartment syndrome. So whenever the pressure rises to a certain level, the first thing that gets collapsed is, which is pliable among the 2 vessels, artery or vein? Vein. So venous occlusion occurs. Then with severe damage or severe progression of the tissue, edema or pressure, there will be arterial occlusion as well. So what are the consequences of local tissue injury? So we have heard about local tissue injuries and all that, but what are the consequences? How do they manifest? First and foremost, there will be pain and edema at the bite site. So like in crate, since morning we have been hearing, there are less possibilities of finding a bite site or even the local pain. But more commonly in other hematoxic snake bites, there are high chances of local pain and edema. Then comes the blister formation. So at the site of tissue bite, cytotoxic injuries, release of various chemical mediators of inflammation as well as because of the cytolysis, tissue extravasation of the intravascular fluid results in hemorrhagic blisters. Then progresses to tissue necrosis. That is when we start seeing whitish or brownish patches around the skin, and ultimately the stage of compartment syndrome. So this is the way the order begins. It may take sometimes 3 days, 4 days, sometimes a week or 2 also for all these progressions to occur. So these are the ways in which it occurs. So the first slide is about the tissue and blisters formation. Then there is progression of the same tissue necrosis, local tissue necrosis. And ultimately there is severe inflammation and edema and swelling of the limb resulting in compartment syndrome. So when do we need to intervene? That is also equally important, right? So just giving the child on ASV and continuing ASV will not be sufficient. Sometimes we'll have to intervene. So the indications for surgical interventions are when there is a soft tissue necrosis, that is when there is a necrotizing fasciitis. The particular term for that, that's called as necrotizing fasciitis. Or in certain cases, infection and abscess formation. See, snake bites, snake also harbors a lot of pathogenic organisms. So whenever there is a bite, apart from toxicity, there is also chance of local sepsis in the form of abscess formations and all. But all these surgical procedures must and should be done only after constructing or after giving ASV. Then compartment syndrome, that is the one of the most common and most common reason why a surgical indication is sought. Then finally, when everything is healed, when there are non-healing wounds, we need to cover the area with skin dressings, or maybe we'll have to do skin graftings and all. Ultimately, very rarely we'll come to a point where there is a vascular compromise of the limb or the digit. Most commonly occurs in the digits. When there is no more vascularity left, that is the situation when we have to do an amputation. So surgical procedures, again I have already covered in that one indications, so we will not be going into that. Timing of surgery, when the surgery has to be done. Priority, like I said, is always ASV. ASV takes the priority, and surgical intervention is only done when we have corrected the basic ASV is given, coagulation, coagulopathy is corrected. Otherwise, majority of these children, like Dr. Mohan said, they will bleed on table to death. So that has happened. Alright. So wait for the localization and demarcation. In the images we saw, initially there was a blood, then came the swelling, then localization, tissue necrosis. Why this is important? Because will not be taking out unnecessary tissue, because tissue is a living organ which needs to be replaced by itself. The larger amount of tissue we are taking out, the longer time it takes to heal, and the longer time the child needs to be staying in the hospital. So early versus delayed surgery. Is there any role for early surgery? Any condition you can think about? It's in the bracket. So whenever there are intracranial bleeds, so they are common, they do occur. Intracranial bleeds do occur in cases of hematotoxic or when there is increased coagulopathy. So the patient may go in for sudden intracranial bleed, but even then ASV takes the priority. We cannot open or surgically do any intervention unless ASV is completed. So is there any role of preemptive or premature fasciotomy, like preemptive surgical strike? Is there anything of that sort? For these conditions there is no. So we don't do any preemptive or precautionary surgeries just to avoid any complication that is going to happen. We are going to take care only when the problem has arisen. The sequence of events you see, the first slide, there is a bite of the second toe. As the day progresses, a day or two, by the third day, there is some localization and tissue necrosis occurring on the dorsum of the foot. By 1 week, there is complete necrosis of the tissue, and this child has undergone already debridements, so there is localization. And by the final side, the child is already grafted. So this is the sequence of events. They go the local trauma. The most dreaded and most discussed and probably most overrated complication of snake bites is the compartment syndrome. Compartment syndrome, though it occurs in most of the kids, but it is not one of those where we have to readily, or in each and every case we have to operate or do a fasciotomy. One, it's a very disfiguring surgery. You have seen in the last slide how everything is laid open, muscles are exposed. So that's a disfiguring surgery, and majority of the times may not be needed also. Alright. So it is widely used and overused concept in the snake bites, and one of the dreaded complications of the snake bites. It occurs when there is local envenomation causes myolysis, and the necrosed muscles build up the pressure in the tight facial compartment. The fascia is non-yielding. Unlike our skin or this one, fascia is a very non-yielding structure and it will not stretch. So that is when the local pressure keeps on increasing. So how does the limb appear? It appears like tense, swollen, and maybe you will be unable to move the limb. It will be like the child will be holding in a solid position. We will come to that findings. So role of surgeon is very important to avoid debilitating and dangerous fasciotomies, that is to avoid unnecessary fasciotomies unless it is absolutely indicated. And for timing, this is what also important. So not to delay the fasciotomy so that the limb is lost. There should be a delicate balance between whether to operate and if to operate, when to operate. Alright. So compartment syndrome is classically described by 6 P's. So it is there in every surgical textbook. You can go through that one. P P1 stands for pain, or that is on passive stretching of the limb. The child doesn't move the limb by itself. But whenever you stretch the limb passively, without active movement, there is severe excruciating pain. The child will be holding the pain in a single solitary position. And the pain is out of proportion. So whatever the swelling you are seeing doesn't correlate with the amount of pain the child is having. Child will be having pain beyond its perception. There is pulselessness, so peripheral pulses may or may not be felt. Pallor, of course, whenever there is a snake bite or any of the toxicity, the pallor vanishes and it will be replaced by discoloration. There will be some other discoloration. So pallor may not be the classical finding in cases of this one. Then there is paresthesia, or there can be complete anesthesia. Child may not be able to feel any part of the limb, or there might be paresthesic feelings. And finally, paralysis. So the child will not be moving the limb, it will be completely held in a fixed position. So what are the techniques? How do we identify the intracompartmental pressures? So like Dr. Mohan said, we have to use intracompartmental pressures, lysine saline technique. That is okay, that is there in many of the advanced institutes, but in many of the times we will not be able to get those gadgets to identify or to measure the intercompartmental pressures. Then we will have to, by necessity, go by clinical appreciation of the condition. Now, whenever peripheral pulses are not felt or Doppler is showing absence flow, that does not necessarily mean compartment syndrome. However, there is a very high index of suspicion. Especially one thing, when the pain is beyond the proportion of what it is appearing. That is one of the indications, and appearance of paresthesia. These are two indications where we may have to intervene for fasciotomy. So these are the clinical images. One, we can see two different images by the way. So the one is one where the compartmental pressure within the forearm was risen beyond the whatever the limited pressure. So what we do is we will not just cut the skin longitudinally. We have to go deep into the muscles, splay open the intramuscular compartments and show that the muscle should pop out. So they will be coming out of the surgical field rather than just opening it. So similarly, one on the palm that has been released, and this is finally at the stage of grafting. So what are the criteria for fasciotomy as per WHO guidelines? One, hemostatic abnormality is must and should be corrected. There is no escape for this. So this I am repeating again and again. Hemocoagulopathy and ASP must be reconstituted, then they must be given, they must be completed. Coagulopathy must be addressed, only then we can go ahead with fasciotomy. Otherwise, the children will simply bleed to death on table. There is a clinical evidence of compartment syndrome, and if feasible, if better, we should be always using the intercompartmental pressure measurement, and when the pressures are more than 40 millimeters of Hg, this is in adults, and we can take almost similar values in children. The bottom line is, early treatment with antivenom remains the best way of preventing any irreversible muscle damage. So to conclude, surgical management, it is life and limb saving. Surgical interventions, they contributory, but we have to exercise caution, especially when we are dealing with hemocoagulopathies. They have to be addressed adequately and properly. Interventions such as some life-saving procedures and deployment should be deployed when it is required. Do not wait for them to deteriorate or do not intervene preemptively. There should be an appropriate time. Fasciotomy, though it was very widely used during our MS days, now we are sparingly using it for the reason that we now realize that the actual pressures are not that high, but with proper ASP and supportive measures, many of these pressures do come down and the limb is salvaged. Timely decision and proper preparation is very important. And surgical treatment is a part of comprehensive treatment. So apart from all the multidisciplinary things, surgical treatment is also one of the part of the treatment. And finally, early and effective antivenom therapy that lessens the risk of local tissue damage. So these are my references. So, and about all the anecdotes, previously doctors they were telling. So one similar thing was also there during my MS in general surgery. Although it was an adult patient, we had a patient with neurotoxic envenomation. So the patient was on ventilator for almost 3 or 4 days, something in locked-in syndrome. Ultimately, the decision was taken whether should be extubate. Then my HOD, Dr. Mallikarjun Desai, now he is in retired. He was at KOIMS. Then he said two things. For drowning and snake bite, there is always a role for prolonged resuscitation and prolonged ventilation. So these are two conditions. And after a while, maybe another 2 or 3 days later, when we could extubate the patient, the first thing he told us was, I was able to listen to you everything. I was listening to you for all your rounds. The only thing is that I could not talk. So those are the things. Those are the things that catch in our memories. Okay, thank you all. Thanks a lot.
Dr. Raghunandan sir to present a memento to Dr. Vijay Mahantesh sir.
Once again, thanks for inviting our invitation. We are just communicated through WhatsApp, no calls. Sir is very busy. And I am very happy to share that sir is my 1 year senior in Jawaharlal Nehru Medical College, Belgaum. And one more incident I just wanted to share. Yeah. Before that, I know here ragging means you will have a very serious thing. During that time, kind of this thing was not much. Sir and his team, they are very. So, sir's group was there. Nearly some 8 to 10 members were there. Whenever I used to see that group, I used to run from other side of the door. Okay. And sir has also ragged me. Yeah. And one interesting thing about sir is many of the times other seniors I go and get the biodata from that guy, this guy, they used to tell with the what do you say, sketch pens. I was a very shy kind of guy, like in Bopanna. During that time, I'm saying. Very shy kind of, very kind of highly introvert. Probably the prototypical example of introvert was me. Was me, not now. Okay, that was me. And after some 2 or 3 incidents, I was kind of shy. No, I never used to speak because I got sensitized. A little bit of this thing. I only used to approach many of the guys whom I used to like during that time. Okay. So, is it a lighter sense? And sir, one thing about sir was other seniors used to kind of brag, kind of, hey, come on man, dance, come on man, sing. He used to do ragging like this. Sir is the one used to ask about the topics, academic things. Come on man, you tell me the coagulation pathway. You tell me erythropoiesis, synthesis, all those things. I used to go mug up and I used to study. So after some 2 to 3 of years, you literally don't believe, we had gone almost some 6 or 8 years back, we had gone to Shimoga Falls, Joke Falls. You don't believe me, out of 15 members, I was the only 1% junior. Not even a single second they made me feel that I am a junior to this. That was the kind of bonding we had during our UG days. And I impress upon you also, you should also be having the similar kind of love and affection, respect towards juniors and seniors. With this thing, thanks once again for coming and accepting our invitation. We are not telling the series, that is very, very important. Sir has done his undergraduation from KOIMS and he has done UG from JMC Belgaum, PG surgery, general surgery from KOIMS and he has done his pediatric surgery from PG Chandigarh. And sir has done, he's into pediatric urology. Probably he is one of the very busiest pediatric surgeon as a pediatric urologist in Mangalore. This is the
Raghunandan sir, who is working in health and family welfare services since 23 years, senior specialist pediatrician at KC General Hospital, Bangalore, now on deputation to Arogya Sauda and working as in charge for National Program for Prevention and Control of Snakebite and Envenoming. He also has experience of training medical officers and specialists in many trainings such as state training of trainers for Dakshata, facility-based integrated management of neonatal and childhood illness and many others.
Since morning you people have heard about theory, practical things, everything you have heard. But still, once we started reporting the cases, presentations I will show that we have last year we have reported more than 100 deaths only in the state of Karnataka. But still, why we could not prevent all such things? And what is the importance of reporting and surveillance? And what are the challenges? And where is the delay? And how can we prevent such cases? Those things I have discussed. For me, they have allotted around 40 minutes for 2 topics, but I will try to cut it down. All of you know that there is some program for snakebite prevention. Only after coming here, I think. And that after she used that word, National Program for Prevention and Control of Snakebite Inauguration is there. After that, only you made have heard that there is some program in the National Health Mission. Snakebite inauguration is potentially life-threatening. Following bite of venomous snake that we know since morning, everybody has told about it. And venomous snake bites can result in medical issues which can be deadly or lead to permanent impairment if timely and appropriate treatment is not given. And majority of the snakebite inauguration deaths and catastrophic sequelae can be avoided with prompt availability of the snake and effective anti-snake venom, timely transport and referral. And incidence of the snake bites can be prevented by proper awareness of the community with IEC. And why it is so important is India is like we call it as a mother of all snake bite cases, where we have more than 50% of the snake bites occurring in India, but we are not reporting much. Even though it is we know that snakes are there and snake bites occurring since many centuries, but it was totally neglected, and it was included as a neglected tropical disease in the year 2017 by the WHO. And Government of India started implementing this program from 2022, and we got some financial assistance only in the month of from the year of 23-24. That too only for capacity building and monitoring evaluation. The unavailability of data of incidence of the snake bites, morbidity, mortality, socio-economic burden, non-following of the treatment guidelines, etc. are the major hindrance in planning for mitigation of the snake bites in India. And for effective implementation of the program, Government of India they have launched a National Action Plan for prevention control of snakebite envenoming, and they have issued some guidelines. In the same way, we have to follow that guidelines in the state action plan, and same way they have to plan for the district action plan. And in the morning only during our inauguration session, I told that the Karnataka government has taken a lot of initiations, and we are very much ahead of other neighboring states or other states, but still that is nothing compared to what we have to do. Like first of all, the first thing what we did was we made the snakebite deaths as a notifiable disease on date February 12th of 2024. Ours is the first state to do that. And many of the states, I think recently, maybe 2 months back, Tamil Nadu has declared it, and one more state, maybe Assam, last month they have declared it, and Government of India also, just recently they have declared it as a notifiable disease. And after making it as a notifiable disease, nowadays it is mandatory to report all the snake bites and deaths in IHIP portal. Have you heard of IHIP portal? It is actually even it is there for government health system and even private health system, medical colleges also it is there. It is a platform where all, not only snake bite cases, many of the cases and many of the even COVID, everything has to be reported there. It is integrated health information platform. There we have to report all the cases, and it is mandatory report. Mandatory we have to report. By Karnataka State Epidemic Act 2020, section number 3, we have made it as a notifiable disease. And after making a mandatory, just note that number. In 2024, we have reported 13,235 cases and 100 deaths due to snake bite. And in the previous year, in 2023, we had reported around 6,000 cases with only 19 deaths. And in 2022, it was around 1,200 bites with 17 deaths. And still, I say this number is not accurate, because still many of these centers are not reporting 100%. and we have designated, we have identified snakebite treating centers like selected CHCs, taluk hospitals and district hospitals. Of course, medical colleges are there. In health system, I am telling, they have designated as snakebite treating centers, and we have provided all the facilities so that and even we have given the roles and responsibilities from starting from ASHA, what they have to do for their if snakebite occurs, and what is the role of district hospitals. Everything we have issued the guidelines, and we have made anti-snake venom available. Starting from PSC to the district hospitals, it's made available, and it is given at free of cost for all the patients. Even for APL or BPL, treating snakebite cases, free of cost in government institutes. But in private institutes, they have to empanel under ABRK. For BPL card holders, it will be free of cost. But for APL card holders, it will be they have to pay around 70% of the fees. And now we have moved a file to make, even in private hospitals also, for all snakebite and dog bite cases, to make it as a free since it's an emergency. And as we know that 24/7 108 ambulances are available, and some of the hospitals they have their own ambulance, and most of the rural people still they depend on 108. And as we know that snakebite is a problem of rural India, not the urban. Urban we may see some of the cases, but actually it is a burden and problem of the rural India, where every day they will come encounter the snakebite cases. And at the same time, we have a reporting system that is case information, CA form, case informative form, where after snakebite deaths, the concerned medical officer, THO, and we have local epidemiologists also, they investigate the case and they will report to the state. That is, they have medical audit also. And we have identified nodal officers for the districts. Like in each district hospital, if there is a physician or from the medical college physicians, we have identified them as a district nodal physicians, where for any, and they have made some local WhatsApp group or anything, any discussion or any doubts they can clarify with them. And this training was started only from the year, last year only from 2024. We have trained all medical officers, and we have trained actually the district physicians. In turn, they have gone and they have trained taluk physicians or the other specialists, medical officers, workers. So everybody have been trained at different levels. And one more recent, just maybe last week only we have issued guidelines where now death audit will be, we have identified a death audit committee, which is same it was there for H1N1, COVID, all deaths it was, they are conducting audit through that committee. Now even all snake bites, it will be audited by that committee, and where all the deaths has to be discussed with the DC. That meeting has to occur once in 3 months. This is why it is this, just to analyze what was the wrong, what was the gap or what was the delay, and to for better actions to be taken. The death auditings we have started with. And as I told, according to NAPSA guidelines, we have to prepare one state action plan. It was under process. Like at main, it is a strategic approach to all the deaths and disabilities due to snakebite Envenoming by 2030. So some professor or somebody was telling that we should it is not that how the deaths or disabilities. We have to completely, we have to nil mortality, which is not possible. I will show with some other examples. SAPSA it is not much for you. Just skip that slide. Actually, if we have to prepare along with other departments also, we have many stakeholders for this, like veterinary, forest, RDPR, medical education, labor, finance. Because alone with our medical system, we cannot mitigate all the snake bites. We need cooperation and coordination from other departments also. This one I will skip. For this, to prepare this SAPSA only, we have conducted a workshop involving all stakeholders at state level. more than 15 departments, they came for the workshop, but so far we asked them to submit their roles and responsibilities, but nobody has shown much interest. Still, our SAPSA work is pending because of we are not getting much support from the other departments. Like as I told, we have different stakeholders. Now coming to Karnataka scenario. Since morning, I have been told that Karnataka is a unique state, and even apart from 4 big snakes, already morning we have shown that we have pit vipers in the coastal Karnataka, like Malabar pit viper, hump-nose pit viper, and Babu green viper. Along with that, we have king cobra also. The importance of this is our reactive polyvalent snake, which is present in the system, is not going to help in that bite of the pit vipers. Most of the time it's occurring in coastal Karnataka, Kerala and coastal Maharashtra. This king cobra is available in northeast region also. Why this reporting is important? You know the theory, you know the practicals, but still why we have reported 100 deaths? Why is that reporting important?
To analyze.
Yeah, definitely, sir. Here, surveillance is most important. See, we have trained the medical officers, we have issued the guidelines, but still it is in pipeline. But still, we have reported 100 deaths, and even we are not sure that only 100 deaths has occurred, or even still more. We don't know that, and that number of cases may increase even this year also. Maybe like once proper training and after percolating all guidelines, maybe after 3-4 years, we may start mitigating the snake bites and we can bring down the deaths, I think. And unless we have the data of snake bites and what is the cause for death, where was the delay, without reporting, we will not know where is the delay, and we cannot plan for any strategies, and even finance also will not get. And I feel why we are sitting here is just because last time we reported 100 deaths, all our administrators, like they have felt that snakebite is causing so much of deaths, so we have to prioritize. And even thinking that even our administrators, IAS officers or PRS, individually they called for all snakebite meeting, and they themselves discussed with the DHOs. This is the first time in the history, like for individual program, PRS is talking to the DHO over the phone. Maybe that is the strength of reporting the cases. And only from 2021 we are reporting in IHIP portal. Before that it was a CMD. Just a few word about on IHIP portal is we have all live listing of the cases. It is a real-time reporting, and reporting of many cases are missed as they go to the traditional faith healers, and it's not accurate. There is no accuracy in reporting from medical colleges and private hospitals. I don't know about Kodagu Institute, but still even we have problem with Hubli, Ballari, all government medical colleges also. The reporting is we are facing a lot of problem. That regarding this IHIP, it is all private hospitals with more than 30 beds must enroll in IHIP. They have to approach our district surveillance unit to obtain unique credentials, and they will have separate reporting ID, and reporting ID they will get it, password and ID, and report it through the P form. We have P, S and L form separately. Like in IDS we have 3 different format, but for private it is only P form is they have to report on daily, and reports of snakebite to be done within 24 hours, but deaths has to be reported earlier, immediately. And also we will get the reports through the event alert, which is raised by the district and surveillance unit. And there is one more reporting called general public role in community is, that is community reporting in IHIP. Even general public also they can report in the IHIP. Just they have to log in the HIP portal, and they have to register themselves by giving the phone number, and after that they will get an SMS just to verify, and they have to log in there and enter the patient's details, and they can mention about the diagnosis. This is what that slide says. This is just a small, I don't think it's visible for you. In last year, reporting from district-wise and month-wise reporting of all snakebite cases. In this, actually we are getting a lot of deaths and bites from Tumkur, Gulbarga. Davangere also reporting more cases, but no, they are not reporting the deaths. In Kodagu, there is not even a single death. So there are some districts where that no deaths and number of bites are very less. It doesn't mean that they don't have snakes or snake bites. There is definitely under-reporting. This is regarding reporting and surveillance. The most important is all cases to be reported, and even private hospitals, they have credentials to report. They have their own password. They have to collect it from the district surveillance unit. And once you report, then only we'll know the actual burden in the society, and we can plan for the strategies. And we had 100 deaths. I have analyzed all the cases. It is not the clinical assessment. It is through the medical audit. As I told, some of the districts like Koppal, Gulbarga, they have reported 9 deaths, and even Tumkur also 9 deaths. And many states, they have reported 0 deaths, but doesn't mean that they don't have the snakebite deaths. Age-wise distribution, it shows that mainly the working population, that is male people are more affecting the socio-economic condition of the family. Gender-wise, there is not much difference. Even females are also working in the field, and they are also equally exposed for the snake bites. As I told you, it is a disease of rural population. See, more than 98% of the population are from rural. And this, we have calculated for 104 snake bites. See, in that 55 cases, they have not identified the snake species. And remaining cases where they have identified the species, more is because deaths are from cobra, and few from crate, and remaining is from viper. And here, viper, we are not differentiating whether it is saw-scaled hare, this one, Russell's viper. Here, most commonly it's because of Russell's viper only. We very few snakes, saw-scaled vipers are present in Karnataka. See, that 104 cases, we could not record whether it was brought dead or alive, and brought alive in the health facility was 40, and 24 was brought into the hospital. Even before seeking the treatment, the patient has died on the way to the hospital or at the home only they have died. As you know that, initial loading dose is always 10 vials. For 28 patients, among only 41 patients what we have recorded. For 29 patients, they have not received the 10 vials. That means we are not using the optimal dose of the ASV. Time gap between the ASV administration and the snakebite, it's only 18 cases they have received within less than 2 hours. And most 61 cases they have not recorded this. Either they might have brought dead or they might not have received the ASV. Most of the deaths occur within 6 hours. And these are some of the IEC materials prepared from our health and family welfare system. Like what are the do's and don'ts, that is most important. I will read it in English slide. Because this is most important to mitigate the snake bites rather than treating the cases. If you prevent the bites, this is most important. Like for do's, stay calm and wait. As told that most of the snake bites are from non-venomous snakes, so we have to stay calm and then move slowly away from the snake. There are chances that the snake may bite once again. And leave the wound area alone. Don't do anything. That means don't do anything. Don't wash it or don't cut it. Leave it alone. And main thing is remove from all tight objects, rings, watch, tight pants, anything, whatever is there, you have to remove it. And then patient to be in recovery position, that is left lateral, and then immediately rush to the hospital. Important don'ts are, don't panic and don't put the tourniquet. This is most important. There is no controversy in putting the tourniquet. It is must and should that we should not put the tourniquet. When during our first training, was in last 2024 February, that training was only for the physicians, and we asked the physicians whether whether we have to put it or no. Most of the physicians they were telling we have to put the tourniquet. We have to it should be just enough to obliterate the venous circulation. We should allow the arterial circulation to continue. See, this was the impression what we had before, so that has to be removed. Even our physicians, they themselves know that tourniquet should not be put. What about the common people? And during our analysis, I have noticed that most of the 50%, more than 50% of the cases, they come with the tourniquet. And never cut or apply anything to the wound, or don't wash it, don't suck. This is most important is never go to the traditional healer. And don't waste your time in killing or catching the snake, because our treatment doesn't depend on the species of the snake. It depends only on the signs and symptoms of the snake bite. There's one more, how to mitigate. You have to go with the long boots, go with the torch, and before putting in the hand within the wooden logs, just see whether snake is there or not. And even if some kids are playing, if they are trying to while playing the cricket or something, some ball has fallen somewhere, before putting the hand inside the groove or anything, just see or just make some sound or put some bat and see whether snake is there or not. Then only you can put the hand. You have to keep the surroundings clean. And if you are sleeping outside or sleeping on the floor, don't forget to put the net. That you have to tuck it properly. This regarding reporting and how it is helpful. Now coming to the analysis of what are the challenges of doing audits. We have faced some of the challenges. What are those challenges and what measures we have to take? With case scenario, I will try to tell you. In case one, the names just we have changed the name just for completion or put some name. In Chitradurga district, Master Shashank, he was 10 years old, was taken to the agricultural field by his father in the mid of the night, maybe around 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock, for pumping borewell water to crops, corner of the field. He was bitten on the neck by the cobra, and he died on the way to the hospital. And there was one more. These are not clinical scenarios. This I am telling only for after doing the medical audit. Which are the most important points that where was the delay, just to assess that I am telling it. There is Devraj, 15-year-old from Kodbalapura Taluk, he was studying in 10th standard. He was sent by his teacher to collect the coconut which was fallen on the ground nearby to their school. He went alone, and while picking the coconuts, he was bitten by unknown species of snake, and he went and informed the class teacher. He sent him to home, but he didn't inform to this incident to his parents. And this boy, he went home, he also didn't inform to the parents, and in the afternoon or evening he developed some symptoms. They went to the traditional healer, and they came back taking some treatment from the traditional healer, and his condition worsened and his symptoms worsened, and after that they tried to go to the hospital. He died on the way to the hospital. Here, what I would like to say is, pediatric age group are not the regular cases for the snake bite. Like we encounter pediatric cases accidentally. In case 3, like Ramchandra Pujari, 57-year-old from Dakshin Kannada, he catched a baby viper thinking it as a baby python. We have a lot of look-alike snakes, and he wanted to play with that python, and just for fun, immediately he had a bite from it in the right palm. Thinking that is a python, he neglected it and he didn't seek any treatment. So he went home, he relaxed, and in the night he developed some symptoms. After that he went to district hospital along with his family members. There they told for admission. Still they were not happy, like it was a python, why should I get admitted? And they came back, they made Dharma and they went home, and after that they went to the traditional healer. And when his neurotoxic symptoms worsened, he went to the father-in-law hospital where he was admitted, that too after 24 hours. Admitted there, and he was treated. He had a lot of complications, he was ventilated, and he died after 4 to 5 days with massive brain hemorrhage and DAC. So here, like whether it's a common man or we specialists, our duty is to treat the patient, not to identify the snake species, because there are a lot of lookalike species. We may get confused whether it is a kite to bull snake or python to viper, so better not to identify the species. And Sundar Pujari, 54-year-old male from Udupi, while working in the agriculture field, he was bitten by the Russell's viper on his left ankle. He went into arrest within 5 minutes of bite. And somehow he was taken to the KMC, that is KMC hospital, and he was revived with 8 cycles of CPR, and he was put on ventilator, and totally 40 vials of AAC was given. But later, after 2 days, he succumbed to death because of septic shock and DAC with intracranial bleeding. Here, like this, that's what I was telling. All cases are not preventable. All deaths are not preventable. If there are some intravenous bite, and there are even we have seen deaths has occurred within 30 minutes. So, the 30 minutes to get an ambulance to reach the health facility may not be practical in our Indian health system. So there are deaths which we cannot prevent. They say around, like in whatever death is occurring in that, 2 to 3% are we cannot prevent it. Next case is Ramaya, 70 years from Raghunandan. While grazing the sheep, he had unknown snakebite over the left ankle at around 11 am. Continued to graze the sheep for some more time and visited the traditional healer after 1.5 hours and referred to PSC around 1:30. Already there was 2.5 hours over. In the PSC, there was nobody to treat the case as PSC medical officer. He had gone for training. It is in the districts it happens once in a month or twice in a month. They will have regular district level meetings, or they may go to training. In this case, PSC medical officer had gone for training meeting. So the on-duty nursing officer, she is not authorized to give the ESV because even guidelines says that it has to be given only in the presence of medical officers or medical professionals. She referred him to some other center, and before reaching the hospital at 2:50 patients succumbed. ESV is available, but the specialist or medical officer is not there to treat the case. Prashant, 7-year-old from Kustiki Taluk, Koppal, while playing near farmhouse, was bitten by unknown snake at 7 am in the morning. He was taken immediately to the Kustiki General Hospital. He was attended by the duty physician. See, in our health system, there is a Taluk hospital where all specialists, they have to do the casualty duties. Many times we may not get the specified specialist during our visit. Luckily, this boy, he has gone 7 am. Luckily, pediatrician was there, but maybe his luck or unluck, I don't know. But he has given only 4 vials of ESP. That over 1 hour he has given it, and baby has developed a lot of complications and all signs of inflammation. And so he referred to the district hospital, but on the way, child died. Even in the presence of pediatrician, pediatric case could not survive. And was tied tourniquet above the left wrist and was taken to one of the CHC in Uttar Kannada. He was attended by the duty medical officer. Post MBBS 1-year-old posting was there. He was not trained much. On observing the tight tourniquet, he scolded the patient and he removed that tourniquet immediately. And he did not monitor the patient nor he gave the ASV, but he referred the patient to the higher center. Within 10 minutes after referring the patient, the patient came back and he collapsed. He had collapsed and he brought it to the hospital. Morning it was discussed that any tourniquet, please don't remove it immediately unless there is a clear indication of there is a progressive arteriovenal occlusion is there. Don't remove it. Be prepared for it. If they have any signs of envenomation, administer the ASV, loading dose of ASV. Then after that only you have to remove it. That too, keep all restrictions set, everything ready. Then only you have to remove it. Or else if there are no signs of ASV or no signs of snakebite envenoming, keep the ASV ready. Keep intubation set or also respiratory support, everything ready. Then only remove the tourniquet. Or else there will be sudden gush of snake venom into the systemic circulation. They can have cardiac arrest or respiratory arrest also. Bharti, she is 32-year-old postgraduate from Vijay district. While working in the agriculture field, she was bitten by the cobra over the left foot, and immediately she was rushed to the government Taluk hospital and complained of, she herself is complaining of difficulty in speak and swallowing. The duty physician specialist who was on duty, he examined her and conducted 20 WBCT, which was found to be negative, and so recorded as no signs of envenomation and did not administer the ASV. Attendants wanted to go to the higher center as she had some discomfort. She had all case to the Medical College, and nurses also in her records, she has mentioned that patient had signs of she has mentioned that patient had difficulty in swallowing, and the patient left at 2:15 p.m. and reached the Medical College at 3:15, where she was brought in. See this case, she already complaining of neuroparalysis. What was the necessity to do the 20 WBCT? It is a case of neurotoxicity, either crate or cobra. I think I mentioned it is a cobra only. So there was not necessary to do the 20 WBCT. Directly, when she is complaining of difficulty in speak and swallow, they should have administered the ASV. There was some delay, or they could not pick up the early signs. And they have referred the case, they have referred at 1:30, but the patient has left the hospital at 2:15. There was nobody to monitor in between. So monitoring is important, monitoring of the patient before referring, or somebody has to accompany it, and even they have to intimate the center where they are referring the patient. So these are all some of the important cases where we have done the audit and we have analyzed what was the cause for the death. Now coming to the challenges, at community level, people still ignorant of identifying the snakebite with signs and symptoms of envenomation, and children are accidentally encounter snakebite. Some people are careless in seeking medical treatment. Many does not follow the protocols of do's and don'ts, especially tying the tourniquet, washing the wounds, cutting the wound, and even we have seen that some people are sucking the pillars is rampant. More than 50% of the patients in rural area, they'll go to the traditional healers. Traditional healers, as we know that more than 70% are from non-venomous bite, they say that we have treated most of the cases, and if the patient develops any signs of envenomation, they refer the case to the hospital, where already there will be more delay, so patient cannot be treated properly, and patients definitely they will have death there. So the impression is that in rural area, any patients go to the traditional healer, they will survive, and any patient go to the hospital, they will die. So we have to prove it. We have to manage the cases properly, give the initial loading dose properly. If you can manage here in the hospital, keep them, or else refer in a proper way and make the patient survive. There is delay in reaching the health facility within 1 hour of the bite. More cases they have reached only after 2 hours or 3 hours. If they reach within less than 1 hour, at least we can save the patients. At facility, as I told many times, some of the if they come to the PHC, even though we have made ESV available in all PHCs, sometimes medical officers, he may be on leave or he might have deputed to some training or he might have gone for meeting. So then it is better to make some alternative arrangements. And medical officers and PHCs and specialists in general hospitals are not confident in managing the snakebite cases, and they are not adhering to the treatment guidelines, as we know that they are giving only lesser dose of ASV and they are scared because of anaphylaxis reaction. And proper stabilization of the patient is not ensured before referral, and there is delay in transportation to the health center, either in counseling the patient or in arranging the vehicle. During transportation, patients are not monitored and prior information not given to the referring hospital. And many times simple bedside tests, we have discussed about 20 WBCDs this morning, all speakers have spoken about it, still it is not done in the periphery. And in Snakebite, it was discussed by all speakers. Many children, they will have unexplained acute abdomen or some neuroparalysis or seizures also without history of snakebite, where the diagnosis is more difficult. And as I told, involvement of other departments in training the snakebite cases and creating awareness in the communities very less. If we get the cooperation from other departments, then only we can create the awareness among the community. And this is like way forward what coastal Karnataka, where our polyvalent snake venom is not effective. And there are some studies says that the ASV what is present is not effective in region, because the ASV is produced in Madras, there is Chennai, there is Virula Society. That may not, ASV may not be effective against the cobra which is there in Maharashtra or Karnataka. There are still lot of studies or lot of researches has to occur, and we need monovalent anti-snake venom, region-specific snake venom also we need. Now coming to final recommendations. Community awareness through IEC and mitigation of the snake bites. And community should be aware, we should give the awareness regarding do's and don'ts with all coordination from other stakeholders. And ESV and other emergency medicines to be kept adequately in all health facilities. In administration of initial load of 10 miles of ESV, along with that, critical management of emergency cases also to be done. And stabilize the patient with complete dose of ESV, and ESV to be completed. If you are referring the case, you have to complete the dose of ESV before referral. Just don't start the ESV and refer the case. And monitoring of the patient during transportation is mandated. And suspect the snakebite cases in endemic areas, and the patients present with unexplained seizure, loss of consciousness, shock, acute abdomen, respiratory failure, acute kidney injury, acute flaccid paralysis, internal bleeding. Any of the cases they present with that, suspect the case of snakebite. And involve other stakeholders and NGOs. And for traditional faith healers, already we have KPMA Act. They cannot treat the snakebite cases, and many of the districts they have sensitized these traditional healers not to treat the snakebite cases, and they have agreed for it, and they themselves are sending the patients to the hospital. This should happen everywhere. And to conduct the death audit of all cases at the district audit committee, review under the chairmanship of district commissioner of the concerned district, and to identify the delay or lacunas to take appropriate measures, and ensure proper management guidelines are followed in medical colleges and private hospitals. Still, some of the reputed medical colleges, they doesn't follow this initial loading dose of 10 vials, because I have received a report from some of the medical colleges. They say still initial loading dose is 5 vials. Even they have to follow the approved national guidelines. It has to be percolated to even medical colleges and even private institutes. They are not getting much of the cases, but still whenever they get the cases, even they have to follow the guidelines and ensure 100% reporting of the snakebite cases, not only from government, from private hospitals and from medical colleges. And we need a lot of research activities in developing region-specific manual and new generation anti-snake venoms, etc.
Welcome, sir, Professor and HOD of Pediatrics, to present a memento to Dr. Raghunandan. Member of Indian Society of Toxicology, South Indian Medico Legal Society and Karnataka Medico Legal Society. He has received training in Analytical Toxicology and Poison Information Center from AIMS Kochi and also Fundamentals in Medical Ethics from Norwegian Medical Association. Lectures in National and Regional Conference. Now we welcome him to present on the topic Medical Legal Aspects in Snakebite Envenoming.
Shall we continue till 7:30? We can have a IPL match together. You are eagerly waiting for that, I know. Okay, just one slide. I have 30 slides, but I think you want to clap totally, all of you together. So that I'll finish it in one line. Medical legal aspects, all of you know, most of the clinical scenarios or cases. Medical legal aspects is one thing we have to keep it in mind. So snake bites. What is the most common manner of death if at all the person dies? It is, yes, if you involve for interactions, I will finish it faster. Okay, otherwise all 30 slides. Okay, so most common is accidental. Next common is homicidal. Next is homicidal, correct. Third is suicidal. Any cases reported? No. Only one case I told you. The Queen Cleopatra. Forgot? Yes. Only a known instance historically. Suicidal. She lost a war, fight, and she didn't wanted to get killed by the opposites, the enemies. So she inflicted herself, inflicted injury. Only one recorded incidents. Occasionally murder cases wherein snakes will be thrown or they'll be agitated and put in the rooms of the people whom they want to kill. Such instances there, but it happens. It has happened. If you don't, a person doesn't like or jealousy on any other person, neighbors, in the cattle shed they just leave some snakes so that they kill the cattle. Such instances are also there. Apart from these, okay, medical negligence suits. Okay, all this whole day we have discussed about various types of case scenarios. Okay, in that only we would have seen what is the intricacies in treatment, delaying administration of anti-snake venoms, or inadvertent administration of anti-snake venoms leading on to hypersensitivity. All these things can invite some suits, medical negligence suits. Okay, so those are also important. Kerala district. Okay, a girl, a married female by name Mutra, she was killed by her husband by leaving a agitated cobra inside her bedroom, which had bitten her and killed her. So concealing the murders, and other cases also like they commit the murder, homicides by other means to make it look like accidental snake bite. Okay, so they inflict some injuries either manually by using certain pins, or they leave some snakes near the dead body so that they can inflict some injuries to make it look like a snake bite, to conceal the murders. So these are the important possible medico-legal consequences. Okay, in case of snake bites, either in a live person, if a person has survived, medical negligence suits, or in case of murders. And finally, since there is some ex gratia amount okay, for the victim of snake bites. For that also many a times what it requires is the proper documentation or certification from the doctors about the snake bite. Without that they don't get this amount money. So as the previous speaker was discussing, many a times in rural areas they go through traditional healers, okay, wherein they will not be aware of such things, compensation, money or insurance. Okay, later on they will come to the doctors to give a certificate without looking at the patient also. Okay, so in such instances becomes a little tricky issue whether to help the patients or not. Okay, just 3 case scenarios. Admitted to a tertiary care center with history of snake bite while sleeping at night. A killed specimen of snake was brought with the patient. It had been identified as a non-venomous snake by the doctor. Okay, here there was miss. So later on, after 6 hours, the patient started developing neurological symptoms, ptosis, followed by respiratory paralysis. After 12 hours, hypotension. After 46 hours, he succumbed, okay, and died due to DIC. So a medical negligence suit was filed against the doctor because the doctor thought they misidentified the snake, the dead snake that was brought. It was actually a crate, okay, which was misidentified as a wolf snake. Okay, we just discussed. Wolf snake looks like that of a crate. So thinking that it's non-venomous, they neglected and discharged the patient. So one thing we have to remember is already it was told, any snake bite, just like head injuries, you have to monitor for how many hours? 1 hour? 24 hours. Okay? So identification or authentication of snake is important in investigation death due to snake bite, especially when snake was initially claimed to be a non-venomous snake. Case 2, a middle-aged woman died while being transported from a local hospital to a tertiary care hospital. Anti-snake venom was given at the local hospital. Patient developed even after administering ASV. Okay, she developed shortness of breath and she was pronounced dead on the way after 2 hours of the bite. Okay, so here, since there was no ventilatory facilities for intubation and ventilatory support, she was transferred to the tertiary care hospital, wherein because of lack of ventilatory support, the patient succumbed to death. So there were 2 fan marks, upper part of the breast. This is also one important findings. Now in the chest or abdominal region, the symptoms manifest quickly and death can occur very fast. Inflammatory wise signs were seen and autopsy revealed no hematological manifestations. So allegations by relatives of negligence could not be proved as there was reasonable degree of care shown by the first treating doctor at the PHC. Except for management of respiratory failure because there was no intubation facilities. Given reasonable degree of care was given, so no negligence was proved. Case 3, a 48-year-old male was brought for a medical legal autopsy with history provided by his friend the previous night, and due to deceased excessive alcohol intake, he was asked to sleep with him in his room. The next morning, when the friend attempted to wake the deceased, there was no response and a dead snake was found nearby. Body was lying supine on the floor. Okay, so inquest was conducted and the police sent the body for autopsy. Autopsy report revealed that he had been strangled by his friend, and to make it look like a snake bite, he purposefully put a dead snake near him and make it look like a snake bite. Okay, concealment of murders. Case 4, this was a case I was talking about in Kollam district 2018. Uttara and her husband killer for various reasons, not maybe, because he wanted to marry some other girl and because of some property issues. Okay, so May 25th they got married. May 2nd he tried to kill her, leaving a viper snake in her bedroom, but fortunately she survived the viperine bite, but it led her to get debilitated or bedridden for more than 50 days. She survived the snake bite, viperine snake bite. Later on again, May 7th, Uttara sustains a cobra's bite. That got some suspicion to the parents of her. She reported the case to the police. Police conducted an investigation into this case, making it as a murder case. And what was the evidence they got was this person's mobile phones, okay, were full of search regarding the snakes, where to get the snakes, how to kill a person by using snakes. All these things, search was there in his Google account. That led to the suspicion. And he also had the contact numbers of a snake charmer from whom he purchased the snake. He purchased the snake for 10,000 each, twice. Okay? And all these things, and that snake charmer also confessed about his activities. Later on he was arrested and he was found guilty on October 11, 2021. What is this? Katil Pakni. Here Pakni is the accused. Okay, so she had an affair with some other guy. So both of them plotted a plan to kill her husband. They strangulated him, and later on, to make it look like a snake bite, okay, beside the dead bodies, they left 10 snakes near the dead bodies. And they took the video of that thing also, so that becomes an evidence that he has died because of so many snake bites. Okay, I think I'll end here. All these things are known things, so I'll skip. Go to the last slide.
You should use this topic in a positive sense, not in a negative sense. Okay, please don't use cobra to make someone suffer. Okay, we called Dr. Vijay to hand over the last memento.
Second prize, Priyanka and team be ready. Poster making competition. First place, Wrinkle Das. Next, chart making competition. First prize, Sumant and team. Second place, Nagaraj and team. Enriching set of sessions. I invite Dr.Divyarani DCM
for this vote of thanks to go early. It's already 6 o'clock, so all the snakes will be out. So we go carefully to your hospital. One question I wanted to ask. What do you call a snake which is 3.14 meter long? Python. So on this occasion, morning we had a wonderful talk from all our speakers. I thank them. I thank our organizing committee, our organizing chairman, Dr. Purushottam sir. Even though my name is Rithan, organizing secretary, all the work has been done by our HOD sir. I thank our joint secretary, Dr. Salma, food committee, Dr. Kushwan, Stage committee Dr. Ajit, reception committee Dr. Ravichandra sir, Dr. Kumar sir, and working committee our postgraduates. And I thank our dean sir, our MS, RMO, and DS sir. Also I thank all the speakers, and till 6 o'clock the sat thank our Dr. Kedarnath sir, professor and HOD of dental department. And also I wanted to tell I am also from KIMS Hubli sir, Vijay. So almost 3 or 4 speakers were from KIMS Hubli. So I wanted to just lastly I thank our MCs who have done a wonderful presentation, and all the audience who are sitting till 6 o'clock waiting for us. In all of you waiting for RCB match.
It was wonderful, and I think your college is no less than a resort. So, very beautiful one. And one last thing before I leave. So, before starting neostigmine and atropine, always catheterize the child, because we get call. Once we give that, we'll never be able to catheterize. The bladder will go into spasm, blood drain. Okay. So, one last thing.
Similar applies to poisoning also. To poisoning. Before giving atropine, you should give catheterizing. Thank you, sir. So the last point is never forget, no? Never forget.
Always catheterize.
Always catheterize. And you should not catheterize to all the patients. Anyway, thanks you one and all for patiently waiting. I don't know why you people are still on the chase. I really don't know. Is it because of fear? Because of fear? I really don't know. Anyway, it's good that you stayed. I hope that all the resource person has given a little bit of information, at least 10% of information you would have received, and it's more than enough. I am satisfied. Okay. Thank you very much, madam, as an organizing secretary, and I should thank our postgraduates. The one and only Darshan is sitting over here, and I should thank each and every one of you, students who has actively participated. So even the person who not participated also, thanks to them. Thanks to them, because I should become much more strict to them. See, we should see everyone appreciated you. You don't mind, you don't believe. All the resource persons appreciated you very well, and they were kind of had a very positive vibes of environment. It was like a festival. This was the comments given by CMC Vellore person. He's a very busy practitioner. He's a physician, and he will be attending 24/7 round the clock poison information centers, and only limited members are there, so he rushed it off. Okay, this was his words, and he has personally told me to post all the competition posters, paintings, space knowledge to his personal number. See, this is the impact you could have made. Okay, this program is success because of you. And we should also thank our postgraduates who have worked day in and day out. Starting, preparing the registrations, receptions, getting the examiners, providing the food to them, providing, getting from bus stand to their accommodation, getting them, taking them outside for food, and so forth. Everything, they were the kind of winners. And also I should thank all the students who have participated in these competitions. It was really visual feast for every one of us. Probably would have kind of all the participants probably would have taken the picture beside the posters. It will be a memory. Probably must have taken also, I don't know. And I should also thank Rithan, he is here. In fact, I want, it should be like a demo from the students to the students, for the students, like that. Okay. I want to actively involve you. And one more thing, that just sensitize you. Probably people are ready to have coffee, tea, snacks, go back to your room and all those things. I just wanted to share a few minutes. We'll not be getting platforms like this anymore. So, presently posted pediatric students, I don't know, Girish, where is Girish? Is he there? Girish. You know what I said? Harish. Harish, Girish and Harish. Ramesh, Suresh, advertisement. Okay. So I've given the responsibility of what do you say? Preparing IEC regarding breastfeeding. Okay, this will be probably we'll post in project it at some cultural fest or some graduation fest, project somewhere. So they have done a very good job actually. Now they have involved the mothers, they have involved faculties, they have involved other staff nurses, and the students also involved, and they are getting probably in a couple of days they will be getting one video will be out from on behalf of Department of Pediatrics. And we will be projecting all those videos in the respective TVs, departments where it is needed. Okay, down the line, whichever the students come to our posting, I'll definitely make sure that I'll give some topic, and we'll make a nodal person for those things. And they should be monitoring, and you should come out with your talents. Okay, topics will be given, please do those things. Okay, and in near future also probably within another 1 or 2 days, I am having an idea of conducting similar kind of CMEs where the different subjects, probably pediatric emergencies, medical emergencies, so many other 2 topics I never tell, so it will get slipped once other department is doing. I don't want to do that. Okay, so with these things, so much to tell. Anyway, thanks for tolerating me. Thanks for tolerating till this time. And once again, I should thank Varun and also the TV1 Pradeep Prasad and his team for their. And I will also thank Nanjappa, Puneet for their support in providing this channel, and also I would like to thank our administrators, Sir Mr.MS, and also Dr. Ravikiran Kisan, academic registrar in charge of these blocks. Anyone I missed? So this banners, this slide, and the certificates, and then everything is prepared by Rithan. So with this thing, taking too much time, I think. So volunteers, I missed the volunteers. So many volunteers are there. Once again, some of the minor improvements are there. Probably, I'm tired now. Probably Monday onwards, we'll have a brief meeting of the volunteers who was involved, and probably next year we can improve ourselves. Okay. Thank you, Varun.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಕೊಡಗು ವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ವಿಭಾಗದ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಸರ್ಪ ಕಡಿತದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರವನ್ನು ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ವಿವಿಧ ಭಾಗಗಳಿಂದ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು ಆಗಮಿಸಿದರು. ಪ್ರಮುಖವಾಗಿ CMC ವೆಲ್ಲೂರಿಂದ ಫಿಸಿಷಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಜಂಬು ಗುಲಾಬ್ ಮೋಹನ್, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಿಂದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುರೇಂದ್ರ ಪೀಡಿಯಾಟ್ರಿಕ್ ಇಂಟೆನ್ಸಿವಿಸ್ಟ್, ಮಂಗಳೂರಿನಿಂದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿಜಯ್ ಮಾಂತೇಶ್ ಪೀಡಿಯಾಟ್ರಿಕ್ ಸರ್ಜನ್, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಉಮೇಶ್ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಲೀಗಲ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ ಕೊಡಗು ವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಘುನಂದನ್ ಅವರು ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ನೋಡಲ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ಬೈಟ್ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದರು. ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಖ್ಯಾತಿಯ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ಶ್ಯಾಮ್ ಮತ್ತು ಕೊಡಗಿನ ಖ್ಯಾತಿಯ ಸ್ನೇಕ್ ಸತೀಶ್ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದರು. ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಈ ಹಾವು ಕಡಿತದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೊಡಗಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು ಹಾವು ಕಡಿತಗಳು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರನ ಪ್ರಮುಖವಾಗಿ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇದೆ ಎಂದು ನಾನು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಘುನಂದನ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ತಿಳಿಸಿದಾಗ ಅವರು ಹೌದು ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ, ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅನ್ನೋ ಇದರಿಂದ ಒಂದು ತಿಂಗಳ ಅಂತರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಈಗ ಸರ್ಪ ಕಡಿತದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 200ರಿಂದ 250 ಜನರು ಇದರ ಸದುಪಯೋಗವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯದ ನಿಮಿತ್ತ ನಾವು ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆಯನ್ನು ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಪೋಸ್ಟರ್ ಮೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಕಾಂಪಿಟಿಷನ್, ಸ್ಕೆಚಿಂಗ್ಸು, ಫೇಸ್ ಪೇಂಟಿಂಗ್ಸು, ಪೋಸ್ಟರ್ ಮೇಕಿಂಗ್ಸು, ರಂಗೋಲೀಸು, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ವಿವಿಧ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಗಳಿಸಿದಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಹಾಗೂ 2ನೇ ಬಹುಮಾನವನ್ನು ನೀಡಿ ಸನ್ಮಾನಿಸಲಾಯಿತು. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಸರ್ಪ ಕಡಿತ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರ ಇದಾದ ಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಸರ್ಪ ಕಡಿತ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆ ನೀಡಲು ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ನಾನು ಭಾಳ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಈಗ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ನವರು ಫೈನಲ್ ಇಯರ್ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಕ್ಯಾಶುಯಾಲಿಟಿಗೆ, ತುರ್ತು ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸಾ ವಿಭಾಗ, ವಿವಿಧ ವಿಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿರುವಂಥ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು ಸರ್ಪ ಕಡಿತದಿಂದ ಆಗುವ ಅನಾಹುತಗಳು, ಅದನ್ನು ಪ್ರಥಮ ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆ ಯಾವ ಥರ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ತುರ್ತು ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆ ಯಾವ ಥರ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಕೂಲಂಕುಷವಾಗಿ ತಿಳಿಸಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಕೊಡಗಿನ ಜನತೆಗೆ ಹಾವು ಕಡಿತದಿಂದ ಬಂದಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆ ನೀಡಲು ಯಶಸ್ವಿ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತದೆ. ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡಗು ವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ವಿಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು ಹಾಗೂ ವಿಭಾಗದ ಮುಖ್ಯಸ್ಥರು ಆಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯವನ್ನು ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
ನಾನು Dr.Umesh.Babu ನ್ಯಾಯವೈದ್ಯಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದ ವಿಭಾಗ ಮುಖ್ಯಸ್ಥ, ಕೊಡಗು ವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಗಳ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಮಡಿಕೇರಿ. ನ್ಯಾಯವೈದ್ಯಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ವಿಭಾಗದಿಂದ ಹಾವು ಕಚ್ಚುವ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಕೇಸಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಮರಣೋತ್ತರ ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆ ನಡೆಸಿದಾಗ ಅಥವಾ ಹಾವು ಕಚ್ಚಿರುವ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಸನ್ನು ವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಯಾವ ಥರ ನಿರ್ಲಕ್ಷ್ಯತೆ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಅದನ್ನು ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಹೇಗೆ, ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರಿವೆನ್ಷನ್ ಆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸುಮಾರಷ್ಟು ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ಆಯಿತು. ಈ ಒಂದು CME ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮಲ್ಲಿ, ವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ CME ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಿಂದ ಹಾಗೂ ಚೆನ್ನೈಯಿಂದ ಕೂಡ ಬಂದು ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹಾವು ಕಚ್ಚಿರುವ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಸ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಮುಂಜಾಗ್ರತೆ ತಗೊಬೇಕು, ತಡೆಗಟ್ಟುವುದು ಹೇಗೆ, ಮತ್ತು ವಿವಿಧ ಥರದ ಹಾವು ಕಚ್ಚಿರುವ ಕೇಸ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ಮಾಡಲಾಯಿತು.